The grenades, they're not stopping. Homebois nakatanggap ng damage from the grenades. Pero si Homebois hindi susuko. I still have the bandage. I'm healing myself. Pero sabi ni Brian, magka-crouching tiger lang ako dito. Makakapag-crouch kaya. Homebois, nakita ka. Huwag kang nakita dyan. Nilinisin kita. Ako si Homebois. Saan mo yun?
Kasi KHI here, struggling na sila. Sinimulan na nga ni H2R, pero may susunod pa kaya for KHI. And I'm sure that they cannot afford to lose any members. Holy mga Rowdy Mika natin dito. Already knocked out. Isa pang frag grenade na itatapon dito ni Homebois. Pero sa saktong-sakto kaya kay Mika para ma-eliminate. Pero nagtapon pa saktong-sakto. Not just one, but twice sa ating side ng Axis Red 1. And KHI is doing it once again.
He's just crawling his way into victory habang nakakagulo SMG just waiting. Naku po, kumit na sila. Mainit, they're in the hot zone. Homebois eliminating a Nick. No, knocking down a Nick, knocking down Big. Demigod eliminating Iftar in the process. And KHI just did them a favor. MAB is now out of this game.
So yan, and actually open yung circle kasi and actually nakita ni God yung circle ngayon and kailangan mag-push ng Dingoz dito. So walang no choice to. Hindi kailangan nilang push itong KHI, especially itong side ni Homebois na ngayon ay nasusunog na ng buhay. Itong si Ricky, naglabas na ng vector ang Filipino team. And there you go. Hindi ko si Kulot, kailangan yung depensa nito. And right now, tama zone na naman. Mananakdown itong isang player nila. Kaso nga lang, men. H2R, mananakdown na nga. 2v3 situation. It's Yoodo will be killed. And KHI will get the first chicken dinner para sa PMPL MYSGPH.
But it's going to be a challenge for them. It's going to be an objective. It's either that they will eliminate Team Secret and go forward with the GENEXUS. Pero yun na nga nakita na nga huli ka, Balbon. Ating mga Team Secret eye shots natin dito. Isa, but let's see if that clutch will be made by our Team Secret. And yes, TABAH was able to get that Team Secret. Wala ng secret for the side of Team Secret. And here he has dominating his side with that 5 kills.
Whoa, Epi, he nearly get the clutch, but obviously firepowers. But here we go, Mika having to look Zuli and getting one in the back. True, Mika, we get to see the growth, so watch it from the start. But Mika, from the distance, getting Bamburu, who was trying to run into the circle.
Crawl, Bamburu can crawl all the way. But is Riff going to do it? Oh no, Micah has his eyes onto Riff as well. The extraction. Well, if you want to do your punishment, that's okay as well. But it's okay. We'll leave the fun for next round where Farang Legend's playing. Okay. But nevertheless, Dan's not going to get out of this. I mean, he's on the outside of the circle.
Everything from the distance, and he knows the information. Loyu goes down next. Mika trying to make GENEXUS not to come in.
That's a very long shot from long, but he hasn't been able to secure the elimination point just yet. Biu now being gunned down by Mika with a long range, but Biu will still go down. Long is the last man standing for GENEXUS.
How I wish GENEXUS would not rush in because they are in the circle also. Now, one by one goes down. It gives more advantage to Axis right now. It's left with only one player, and that's Loom. So I think for GENEXUS, they could have come in better or know it better at least when you get the circle. And Axis is still in the corners. This is hard.
Oh, Axis could take the chicken dinner. Chicken goes out! And now it's within the Axis Red 1 and Homebois.
Immediately, without hesitation, they go in straight for the push, man. Axis, this confidence. Where do you buy such a thing? Immediately wins the trade as well. Springs down onto more. Micah, man, this guy is OP indeed. In Sam 9, they get eliminated at 14.
Axis, Red 1, they still have the circle advantage.
Axis already 8 kills on their name, and Chicken Dinner could just leapfrog them way onto number 1. Then remember, the points is only differ by 20, and so this is going down to the teeth.
open terrains like this, you still carry on and shotgun. Man, this guy is onto something. But here comes Mika, though, dropping a huge grenade onto 6. Instead, he clips onto Bar.
Look at that. I mentioned how Bosskur has got huge advantage. Homebois cannot push through immediately. Kept them there long enough, and now Axis.
Those stragglers getting into there, just gatekeeping, circle keeping as much as possible. Mika putting in that damage. Zane out of the way. And Harm, he doesn't know if he wants to help his teammate or not.
But let's see how long they can last. And now, talking about access round, Micah just got one for himself.
Yep, that's right. Haywood still very much alive. NC now in the other end, eating
Wow.
so many nades. Hey Noob and the other teams, other members of Axis redONE just making it rain into space. And suddenly THQ, where were you thinking you could go? The high ground here is on Axis redONE, and they're gonna use it to their advantage.
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun. Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary.
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang
keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Selepas ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik
Kelakar semua ada. Jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
Jangan langgar tukar nanti mati. Senggol dong.
Saya akan memberi saingan yang sangat kepada tim-tim lain. So korang kena jaga juga.
Okay, saya nak challenge Adilu. Jangan selalu suntik sangat. Takut nanti kena tabrak.
Kepada tim lain yang nak bantai kita orang tu, korang kena standby plan B lah. Sebab kita orang tak ada plan B langsung. Kita orang langgar je sampai clear.
Bosskur, only know how to camp. Tahu camp saja. Takut fight. Stop camping and come and fight.
Tak payah sembang lah. Tu semua bacot je sebab semua kat tournament acah-acah je berani sembang-sembang. Tapi kat tournament duduk juga diam dapat circle. Dapat circle tu. Just play lah. Kata nak bantai orang tapi main macam tu.
Better korang jaga diri korang sendiri lah. Jangan kisah pasal kita orang sebab susah sikit nak bantai kita orang ni. Takut nanti korang nak bantai kita orang je korang dah pergi lobby dah. Geek, damn rude. Okay. So kalau saya jumpa 3 orang nama yang saya sebut ni, kalau dia lari, saya kejar je. Dia dah dapat, tembak mati, tembak otak.
And don't be scared of us. Come on. We did once before, and even though if we didn't succeed to hot drop, but at least we try. Better than you guys no balls.
Saya just nak warning ataupun nak cabar kepada Naoki untuk berhati-hati. Nampak je Homebois lari je. Janganlah rata-rata dekat. Tu je Naoki.
Sebab datang yang tahu saya nak bantai semua tim. Tak ada tim yang kacau tim kita orang. Kita orang kacau tim orang adalah. Dia orang kalau nampak kita orang mesti terkencing je.
Pada semua tim, aku harap korang bersatu hati untuk bantai kita orang. 15 tim yang nak bantai satu tim memang kita orang dah paling kuat dekat season ni. So tak ada apa takut. Datang aja gopol atas.
Dia ready je lah sebab kita orang pun dah sedia nak lawan.
Jangan bantai kita orang, besar korang yang kena bantai.
Untuk bokeh jangan manja-manja dengan kita orang, terbantai.
Axis because we always beat them in their dropping point, especially in Miramar. Hello Jumper.
Kepada tim-tim lain yang selalu bunuh kita orang kat scrim, korang kena ingat, itu just a scrim.
Kalau korang nak lawan dengan kita orang, korang jangan elok. Just lawan 4v4. Kalau berani, mari.
Yes, I've just been dumped. Some people say that love is like a game. But my love is like a game with many matches.
Number 3, just you and me now. Be careful.
Shh, someone's here.
You're amazing. You're the most skilled woman I've ever met.
You don't need to be surprised. This is what I do every day.
Haha, let's play another one.
Sorry, I have to go to bed.
Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the same time tomorrow.
I thought this is what everyone says in games. I actually didn't get it seriously until he really appeared. Hey, he really can!
Of course, a deal's a deal.
Well, it's why I am here now. Where are you? That was when I found out that he lives in Los Angeles and I live in Bangkok. There's a 12 hours difference and 13,000 kilometers between us.
Sarah! Sarah! Sarah, get out of the car! Are you still there?
Actually, I'm not even sure how many matches we played before we got together.
I will protect you, baby.
Hey, you should have exposed yourself.
Got it!
Hey, baby! Sorry, some last minute works come up and I couldn't get away. Were you waiting for long?
It's okay. I slept early last night, so I'm full of energy in the morning today.
Like all of the other long-distance couples, we tried our best to match each other's time and share our lives with each other.
I can't believe that. I do, I wanna marry you. So good, so good.
We cherished every match we played. Like all other couples who met in the game, we also brought the same NCT back to real life.
Please forgive me, I'm begging you for your forgiveness.
Don't think you'll get away with this. I'll make you pay when we meet.
It won't be long till we can meet.
It's been almost a month since the pandemic hit.
Hey, I've heard things have gotten worse over there.
It's okay. I just got the vaccine. You need to take care too.
Don't worry. Although our plans to meet kept getting pushed back because of the pandemic. This snow map looks so nice. We also played together more often. I've never seen real snow before. It also made us closer. I won't be able to stand you if we live together. What do you think our future will be like?
We'll have a great future.
I thought we could go on happy like this forever. But... Are you still there? Some things are starting to change. Hello? Antoine? Hey, Antoine. Happy Valentine's Day. Seriously? Although I was angry, I believed that he had a good reason he couldn't share with me. It was only when that woman appeared that I knew everything he said was a lie. If I'm right, that woman is called Joanne. They always came online and went offline at the same time. Then were separated by different time zone or distance. They had great teamwork, and they won more matches together than he won with me. That was really upsetting.
going?
Where I should be.
Coming back to the beginning, I'm coming back to you. But there was nothing in between us, and nothing came from you. I open up my hands, you open up my eyes, I let go. All I am is yours. You can have my heart, you can have my mind, you can have my love. I'm bringing my ambition for the beauty of your kingdom. I lose it all to find in you.
Love, actually. So cliche.
This is the snow we saw together in game. Will you come see real snow with me?
Yes. Yes, I'm falling in love again. Someone once told me love is like a game. And I think I can win this game.
How's your family? Everybody's doing great. Oh, that's great. I heard you went on holiday. Oh, yeah. That's perfect. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you, bro. Everything's fine. Ah, that's what...
One mistake means it's all over. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. Recall Tower gives you a second chance. Aftermath. Play with ease.
Oh.
Finding enemies is not easy. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. Audio markers show enemy whereabouts. Aftermath. Play with ease. Shooting accurately is not easy. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. AC Core Module improves firearm handling. Aftermath. Play with ease.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by Realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
The flight to the 2 Challenge and 22 PMPL Malaysia Singapore Philippines Spring Split to kick off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up.
Stand up.
Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up on fight until you
teruskan
succeed.
impian
Stand up.
kita.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is week 3 and day 1 of the PMPL Malaysia Singapore Philippines Spring Split 2022. I'm Tashmina, your host and analyst for today, and today is going to be really exciting. Week 3 brings us to a new week, even though we had one more just on Monday. But this is a whole new week where everyone gets another chance to see if they are going to be ending the week with more chicken dinners as well as the bonus points. Anyways, guys, it's going to be really exciting today because we have a whole bunch of maps as well as games planned today. And what's really exciting, of course, is the fact that we are going to be seeing some of the newer teams, not just newer teams, but some of the teams on the lower tiers of the ladder climb up. As we've seen on week number 2, where Sir Cloud and I were talking just on Monday, how some teams are seeing a different sort of play styles, different sort of drop spots, as well as different rotations and strategies, because week 1 was the icebreaker week. Week 2 is the implementation of whether or not those plans are working, and week 3 is where things get super serious. And of course, we've seen some teams pop off, such as GENEXUS. We have also seen teams like KHI, and on top of that, RSG on Monday with a back-to-back chicken dinner is going to be super exciting. We are still going to be seeing some teams move up all the way to the top, but so far not much has changed on the number 1 spot, but there is still a ways to go between number 2 and number 1. However, when we are talking about that, let's talk a little bit about some teams over on the bottom side of the ladder, and that's going to be Farang as well as the other 2 teams. Now, Farang Lejund are seeing a little bit of a dismal beginning. We are still waiting for them to find that momentum between them, but they have managed to climb out at least 2 ladders right now, and it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not the team is able to find the chemistry and the momentum they need to propel themselves forward. On top of that, ALMGHTY seems to be a team that has a cunning plan in mind. They are a sort of team that likes to take games very early in the beginning, and there are some teams very prepared, I would say, for their very sneaky and very aggressive play. However, let's talk a little bit about the format of this tournament. So between last season and this season, we are seeing a brand new format for this country league. We are going to be seeing 5 matches a day, and right now the top 16 will be going to the country grand finals before number 4 to number 6 will be going to the C play-ins, and after that the top 3 will be heading over to the 2022 PMPL Southeast Asia Championships. So of course the weeks are already up there if you guys are wondering, and on top of that we are going to be seeing a different sort of playstyle format as well as points as well, where week 1 and week 2, week 3, and overall we'll have some bonuses, and overall placements will also get some league bonuses as well. And the top 16, they'll be having a total bonus plus a 3-day total points as well to go forward. So on top of that, if you guys are still wondering about the point system in general, number 1, first place gets 15 points, followed by number 2 with 12. Third place goes home with 10 points, fourth place with 8, fifth place with 6, 6th place with 4, 7th place with 2, 8th till 12th place with 1 point, and finally the 13th place till 16th place gets 0 points. And on top of that, for a cherry on top, you got 1 point per elimination, which brings you a little bit forward if you have more kills in your pocket. Now, let's have a look at the bonus points right now. For first place on that week, you'll be getting 20 points. And then after that, you'll be getting for 20 points goes to first place, and second will be getting 19. Third place gets 18, fourth place gets 17, fifth place with 16, sixth place with 15, seventh place with 14, eighth place with 13, ninth place with 12, 10th place with 11, and so on. So if you understand what the team places that week, they'll be getting that amount of points per placement. Now let's have a look at the participating teams, where Group A has Geek Fam, R2K, Farang, CLC. Group B with Team Secret, Sem9, GNX, Homebois. Group C with Axis, redONE, EVOS, DOZ, Bosskur. Group D with SMG, RSG, MAB, ALMGHTY. And finally on Group E, we have Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, THQ, TABAH NC, as well as KHI. So it looks very, very stacked on a lot of the groups. But today, we are going to be starting off the day at 6:40 with match number 1, starting with Sanak with groups B, C, D, E, followed by match 2 on Erangel on A, C, D, E. After that, match 3, Miramar, A, B, C, E. Match 4 will also be Miramar for A, B, D, E. And finally, we end the night with Erangel, going back to the classic map with the groups A, B, C, and D. So Group E will be getting an early night tonight. But it is very exciting to see whether or not those in Group E will be moving up and down as that goes. So for now, this is the overall rankings, where right now, Dingoz hold first place with 37 points. And right now, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals on number 2 with 33. R2K at third place with 31. Axis redONE with 29. GNX now with 26. Similar to another team. And now we're moving over to the second page. This is what's really interesting. Look at number 20, 19, 18, 17, and 16. These are the teams currently fighting to move up onto the ladder so they can make it onto the next step, which is the next group stage. Which goes to the finals. So if you don't get top 16, you will not be going forward. And those teams are ALMGHTY, SMG, MAB, KHI, as well as Farang. It's going to be super, super close, but don't count out Sem9 as well as RSG as well. So for now, let's have a look at the team breakdowns, where right now we have Team Dingoz. They have Ricky, Ate, Baby Kim, and it's Kiddo right now, where the KDA for Ricky is the highest right now, and the team contributions also the highest. However, when you look at the team contributions, not a lot is different between each of the team members, because it looks like for Team Dingoz, everyone matters, everyone is pulling their own weight. However, Ricky, a little bit higher there on the KDA, which shows how much firepower this guy can bring along. And we've seen situations where Ricky is able to clutch and save his teammates. So I wouldn't be surprised if this sort of trend will be going on forward as well. We've seen the same from Baby Kim as well, Ate as well, and Kiddo will be coming on the backside, I believe, providing the support that everyone in the team needs. Now, Dingoz, they are a team that I wouldn't say are super, super overwhelming over on week 2, at least on last Monday. However, they are a team that really shows not only potential, but also their situations where they are able to really, really bring a fight when they have to. I'm really curious to see what they bring to the table for this week, but for now, being on number 1, it means that all eyes are on them, and it also means that they are going to be the ones that are looked for in the game. However, let's have a look at the patch notes so far. And this is going to be very, very exciting. This is PUBG Mobile version 1.9. We have Vibrant Anniversary happening, as well as Classic Mode improvements. We also have the Aftermath map, upgraded cheer pack, as well as Metro Royale Reunion, which is very exciting as well. Now, when you look about all of this, I think classic mode improvements is something that a lot of people are very, very excited about, because when you think about it, there are some quality of life upgrades that we are going to be seeing as well. And on top of that, we are seeing an upgraded cheer pack with air platform and competitive racing as well. There is a new vehicle as well called Colorful Bicycle. Now, this is going to be really exciting. Will the colors actually be a little bit more eye-grabbing, attention-grabbing, you think? That is the question for now. And of course, there is the new bridge in Erangel. And we all know that for the new changes for this, we are going to be seeing a different sort of playstyle on how they want to play when we talk about bridges. We have talked about bridge trolls before, which are those teams that play a sort of, I would say, a more aggressive gatekeeping by the bridge, getting the toll. But for now, let's have a look at my prediction, or our prediction for today, at least for game number 1. And this is going to be really exciting because we are going to be starting with Sanhok. And I think that GENEXUS will be the team to bring it home. We've seen their performance on Monday, and I hope that we are going to be seeing the same one happening as we go throughout today as well. So as we know, we are going to be seeing B, C, D, and E over on Sanhok first, and it's going to be really exciting because when you think about Sanhok, you think healing games, you think a lot more RNG, and you are going to be seeing also teams that are either going to go super aggressive or just super passive. There's going to be a lot of gatekeeping as well. And on top of that, what's really exciting as well, GENEXUS is one of those teams that are able to take those fights where you'd have like we only have one player left still alive, and he can go 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, and I don't think that will be a situation. Now, seeing their performance from week number 1, they are a team that didn't necessarily get chickens on week number 1. However, they are very consistent, getting at least top 5 throughout the entire week, and week number 2 was also another interesting week for them as well. For now, let's not waste any more time. For now, I'm going to be passing it over to our fellow casters. We're going to go to Sanhok, Sir Cloud, and Choo Choo. Take it away, guys.
Yeah. Welcome everybody to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Malaysia, Singapore, and Philippines, which is going to be our last and not least our final week here, week number 3, and we're dressed as appropriate as we can. We are the gentlemen today, Cloud.
Yes, we are the gentlemen.
I think my voice should be different. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
we are the gentlemen today.
Before we're going into further into the game or even start the game, don't forget our official smartphone partner, none other than Realme GT2 Pro. You guys out there, if you haven't tried it, you should try it ASAP because it's very itchy. It's a tech trendsetter for our very, very young full of potential PUBG Mobile professional players out there to have the best ever smartphone to work with. But also, Yoodo, take it away. It's too itchy for me.
I'll tell you why we're doing this. But before that, of course, the official digital telco partner, Yoodo, we are happy to have them on board again this season. And of course, do switch over to Yoodo as you can get 5 GB of high-speed data plus 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data. And just for the benefit of our audience, if you haven't been catching up with the social medias of PUBG Mobile, which you should, follow them on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and everywhere else. This is actually part of the challenge for Choo Choo, who's fulfilling her prophecy.
But thank you so much for joining me for my challenge. But let's not waste any more time walking into week 3, day number 1, Sanhok. But thank you still, Sir Cloud, that you joining me along with me to put up my mustache on the stream today. It was really itchy. I have no clue how itchy it can get. That was a fake mustache. Imagine the real one. Like, how people do even breathe?
I know, right? I have to ask Jay Hunter about that. I mean, even I can't relate. Like, how do you maintain something like that? I find it very interesting. But anyway, what's going to be interesting is going to be Sanhok, of course. So, Tasha's prediction was GENEXUS, and I kind of can agree with that as well. Considering that GENEXUS is not a team that will play the healing game, so they will be the one of those who will go for the chicken dinner instead of the second place finish.
Yep, especially last week, where week number, not really last week, we ended up on Monday anyway. The past few days, we can say it. GENEXUS really had it going, and I have to say they really take every cylinders and pull it out everything they can on week number 2. That changes so much perspective of the players when it comes to approaching this match or this week. But regarding the goal itself, it's quite a bit a hard one since all three islands are included. Don't forget to just scan away with your 20GB data for free if you swap over to Yoodo. PUBG Mobile, you can play it as long as you can. But KHI, yeah, we had this very big question when Ranked wasn't playing. It seems like the team has in sort of a consistency and also momentum really good. But after there's additional that of the IGL into the fray, into the lineup roster, this gets a bit wonky here.
Yeah, I guess the stats don't lie. But other than that, Sam9, interestingly, they drop around the areas where ALMGHTY dropped. So we do see an early fight here. It's not the first time these two teams clash early, though. So I guess they're aware that, hey, it's ALMGHTY territory, but they still want to push them, though. But coming back to KHI, I do agree that the stats don't lie. When Ranked isn't playing, they do very, very well.
Question mark?
Question mark?
Is it supposed to be like that or just stay as it is? Because as it is, things are not working well. Back to us ALMGHTY. This is one of the teams that really don't have a certain compound to land onto. So they just drop whatever they can, whenever they want. They just drop whatever they fancy. But speaking of Sam9, used to drop in Harteen or around the northern side of Chem Alpha, but they're going to work just fine, but they're quite really near to us as circles. Not really a big of a problem for them to get inside. Speaking of Sunhawk, right? Do you have any particular team that really kind of dominating Sunhawk in your mind?
Not on top of my head, but
at the bottom of your feet, maybe?
Oh, wow. Or maybe the bottom of my mustache. Now that I have one, I can say that. But one team that has... okay, so normally this Sandhawk, right? It's like this map whereby if you got the circle from the start, you pretty much get the chicken dinner. It's that kind of a map. But there's one team that's beaten the odds. To me, that is Dingoz. So, yeah, because there were a few occasions where the circle doesn't favor them, but they still win. I think they are definitely a force to reckon with this season.
But just to recap about what happened last week, we did have GENEXUS to have a first ever Sunhawk win in the second week. I think, when was it? In between those days. So pretty much we can call it Sunhawk sort of a wild card match. Everybody can actually, get a chicken because this is not the map where everybody really have sort of a master in it, or really they are experienced enough, but because of Sunhawk, the circle sometimes kind of erratic. It's just so hard to predict. But back to SMG, it's always usual for them to drop around Paradise Resort. Again, if you guys have the time, your reflex is fast enough, you can actually scan those codes. You'll be one, or if you can actually make it on time, you might be consider yourself to be one of the top pro players as well, because I've talked with Keith regarding this. If you have fast reflex to actually take out a phone, take out your Realme GT2 Pro, and scan over the code just now. Within that few seconds, you can actually get something out of it. That's pretty awesome, right?
Yeah, then they should be playing instead, right? Instead of watching.
That's true. That's true. Not like us. That's why we're talking.
Yeah, that's why we're the one talking. But who else is playing here is Bosskur. Now, they had a really, really hard first week. Second week was a little bit of a downfall
First week was remarkable for them, really.
Yeah, it was.
The second week was quite hard for them.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened though.
I don't know. I guess maybe Daddyhood needs to feed them with fresh food from his new restaurant or something.
They haven't got any fresh food ever, huh?
Maybe they've been too busy trying to practice.
Feels bad.
Yeah. But you know what else feels bad? KHI.
Oh. Damn, got a first one to go down. That must remember one of the clutches he played. Now, it makes me question, is it better with H2R? Or is it really gonna, but rank is the IGL. Well, we're gonna wait and see if there's gonna be any difference within this last and final week, because everything will be determined within this week only. We do know no teams possibly we can actually reach out to 80 points. No team can actually reach up to there to go towards the grand finals. The maximum, like what? Right now, we do have 37 points by
By
Dingoz, if I'm not mistaken. And in second place, you do have Yoodo Alliance Forever with TD3, not that far off. Also have R2K on the top 5. But the rest of them, well, we did mention the maximum you can get is 80 points, right?
Yeah.
To this extent, how much do you think is the maximum? 60, is it still a possibility?
Well, if you say Dingoz, if they go all the way getting another first place, then it will be 57, and you plus the bonus points, which is currently they are in the running as well. So it's 77 can be the maximum that they can go.
77?
Yeah, 77.
It has to be a double digit that kind of twinning each other, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, if they can get a lucky 7, why not, right?
It's a really lucky 7, though.
Well, so far it's been doing so good for Dingoz. Like I said, they are playing the best game of their life.
I mean, like, numbers are just numbers. But in this case, numbers are everything for the players. Quite, we can see it quite calm before the storm right now. As Heartin is still inside of a circle. So Sam9 can take their own sweet time to just loot whatever they can and find whatever they need. Especially med kits. We mentioned before the healing utilities here is one of the most vital ones, and also it's been reduced for its drop, but it's not stopping any of the teams that actually play the healing game yet.
Not at all, especially depending on where the teams drop. So like if you drop in areas like Sami, Heartin, those kind of big towns, and especially those towns at the sides, your possibility of getting more healing items is big. So that's why like Sami is a hot spot to do that. And the first team in Malaysia to really prioritize that as a team is Tauge Ayam.
Yeah, which is, I think right now it's called partially TABAH, right?
Partially, what's that called again?
They've been swapping roasters so much.
NC was MPX Redline way back then.
Oh, okay.
So Tauge Ayam is now most of the roasters of Axis Red 1.
Axis Red 1. So we're not surprised with the additional player in there with a new jumper in the lineup. Well, that's kind of balanced things out. They love to play healing game. They have one IGL who loves Fragger.
Yeah.
Quite balanced, I must say. Not as conservative as they used to. Now they have a different sort of mindset with the IGL. But back to us, Bosskur. We do know Team Hawk. With a DB, yes. My God, there's nothing much he can do. Team Hawk spraying over with an UMP. They managed to trade it 1-2-1 with Nox.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe our boy whiffed that. I mean, it's a DBS. You just need to get it once and you get it right. But unfortunately, they fall now and Psycho will go down to Zuli. Zuli with the counter fire coming in just at the right timing. The rest of Team Bosskur left with Asfar as well as Inoki. They're going to bail this.
But it's going to be a heavy casualty on the side of Bosskur since they lost already 2 men, only to work with Asfar and Inoki. We do know Inoki is really good when it comes to his fragging, but will it be enough with only 2 men? Team Hawk, on the other hand, they are really desperate for this week. We do know they haven't done so well for the past 2 weeks here. They are quite in the intermediate or middle bracket, I must say, but not really that bad. So we can see that they are still in the top 16 so far.
Yeah, I can't wait to call them the Incredible Hawk for once. But
I'm not going to say anything, but okay.
Yeah,
the puns are real.
Yeah, welcome back. But well, I guess they just need to prove it on the battleground. They have a lot of potential. We've seen them. This is like ROF 3.12B, and if knowing their past performances, they have that potential. They just need to show it.
Maybe.
One got to get their driving license revoked, I guess.
Speaking of maybe, we do know they have glorious gaming house. Hopefully it kind of translates with their performance as well. But back about the circle, which can pop anytime soon. A couple more seconds to go. Bit of racing and drifting car coming out from the MAB side, but being shot down with a preemptive shot from afar. Oh no, that's gonna be KHI actually. 2 teams with SMG maybe breathing behind their necks there. While some teams are rotating very late, including Team Secret and also TABAH from the north and from the southern side. But there's only Almighty on top of that bridge. I don't think Sam9 will be passing through the same route as Almighty is right now.
And this is not a fun circle. It's still like whether it can be on the main peninsula or on the Sahmi Island or the Ruins Island. It's still a guessing game for these teams. Now, we just saw that Jenny, he notices, I think it was EVOS VIP coming in from behind. So he'll be playing a little bit of a gatekeeping role there. Almighty moves towards the main peninsula. They are guessing it's going to end there.
You mentioned Jenny. I was looking for sis Jenny. Well, this is SMG Jenny. Yeah.
That's the bro Jenny.
Yeah, the bro Jenny. Speaking of, every single season we have very similar names. This season is going to be Michael, Mika all the way. But here comes, and maybe they have a bit of a problem with jet driving before, but right now they're crashing into this compound, taken by Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. It's going to be just on the outskirts of Painan, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, this is the area of Painan. So there are 3 teams inside of Painan. But we move over to KHI. Just got one over View from GENEXUS, and Damaso immediately goes down to the last 2 team members from KHI. Rankin tries to take down Stampy. Stampy down to 10% of health. Stampy will go down. KHI has the upper hand, but Rankin needs to win this fight.
Now he needs to redeem himself. Rankin, can he make it? He clutched it. But boy, oh boy, Homebois just arrived. And not fortunate enough, GENEXUS is really having a tough time fighting against the Philippines, coming up for KHI. SMG closing in from the northern side. Now, this is not a great situation for both GENEXUS and also KHI tossing out the nade. What a nice one. Finish off KHI. IGL straight away. He will revive for now for Biu. Snappy coming in from the flank side. Now he needs to buy time or revive his mate. Tossing out the Molotov just to create more spaces for the rest of GENEXUS will be revived.
Well, I can say that, who was it again? Homebois. He was pretty lucky that he evaded the nade though, but now Loyu tries to snip him out. He knows that someone's on the other side. They have already tossed the nade towards the side of Homebois, so it's going to be Homebois 1v3 at least, and Loyu is going to go in for the 1v1. KHI, the first team to go out, and again Choo. I mean, stats don't lie, right? H2R isn't playing, and they go out.
I mean, like, that's 1% HP left on Loyu. Things might actually go south if he actually just wavered a bit or whiffed his recall just now. But still, you mentioned, that's kind of true. We make that is actually a good debate right now, whether to put in H2R bet and put Rankin out, or, you know, but Rankin haven't been playing quite a lot because of some
technical issue.
We call it technicality last time. So this time he wants to actually prove and redeem himself, but things just didn't work out right. Back to his Homebois, RSG and Team Secret. This is around boot camp area for RSG. We do looking at Team Secret last week. MATOI flew over to be, you know, with the team. So we do actually saw the improvement in the last week, but it was not that it's not as much as we thought it would be. It's not as exponential as we thought it would be. It's still sort of building up right now.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like the expectation of Team Secret as well, because they have a very high bar to reach. If you give that kind of performance to maybe like a KHI, I think they'll be very, very happy. But it's just because it's Team Secret, then the expectation for the fans, they expect a lot more, which I agree as well, because the potential as MATOI's IGL is very, very high, and plus they still remain the same lineup as they had during the PMGC. Hence, there's no reason for them to put in a performance. But then again, it's a new week, a new reset, so we can expect to see Team Secret doing better.
Oh, okay. This is very classical circle, by the way. Just on the outskirts of Painan. Might ended up hard shift toward the left side of the circle later on. We do know Painan is always one of the best places to have a battle royale on, where there's a lot of compound, but still the rivers, the small rivers and the bridges make it hard for the players to either to pick on the other side. But back about Team Secret, we did mention about having MATOI, the IGL definitely playing. Last time, in the first few days of week 2, we did see Y2K playing, but we haven't seen Zilin perform yet, maybe because of his age restriction right now.
Yeah, he is for the future, so maybe the next season we might see him, but definitely not for this season due to age restrictions. But what team doesn't have the age restriction is NSEA. So if you notice, Aduka made his first debut for NSEA on Monday, right? So of course, to be fair, it's only one game. It's not fair for us to say whether he brings a significant impact, but it also shows that NSEA is willing to try and error, considering that some things didn't work for them, and hopefully today will be a better day.
Yep. it needs to be a better day for most of the team. But Team Hawk firing against Homebois, who's stuck between two teams, if I'm not mistaken. RSG just rammed into MAB compound, who tried to take this for quite some time. But Brian tried to push around the corners, but Iftar got one knockdown. And Iftar waiting to finish it up. What a clean execution. But coming up to the second story, we have the rest of RSG raging in, but there was a big miscalculation coming up from RSG.
Well, Iftar came a little bit early and they managed to finish off RSG, so MAB got 4 points. I mean, that was I'm not too sure, was that a call for a rush from RSG? What do you think?
I mean, like, they're supposed to gain or try to collect information first before rushing in now, dams. Look at the attack coming up from Happy. Yoodo lines for rivals is really not showing any mercy towards the side of Team Hawk. They're craving for more, but look at their HP though. They can't really heal. They can be actually revived in the water. But who will revive them if they're being knocked down? That's a bigger question. Speaking of which, just now RSG accident.
Yeah.
That shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, if you think about it, right, the circle is more towards the main peninsula. They came from the main peninsula. So actually, if you can't think about it, there's no reason for them to crash into Painan. They could just hold on the high grounds of Painan where they were at and just wait for the next circle.
And maybe they just start to want to farm kills or elimination. But the thing is, it's still quite early. You definitely know there's 14 teams still. And it's still on the third phase of the circle. We do know that's going to happen usually like, what, fourth and fifth phase of the circle. That's quite logical. But maybe it was unexpected. Maybe things just happened for no reason. There's no way for us to explain the logical thinking of professional players. But again, this circle... Look at how populated Painan is right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at it. If you're RSG, right, you probably come from the somewhere around boot camp, maybe you're somewhere around the high grounds, around the front of quarry. You could chill there and we look at the overall view. There's no one.
True.
That's why there's no reason for them to crash in, and that's a decision. Look at this. If you were RSG, you would have circle now. You'll be in the middle.
I mean, like that's the junction compound between the quarry and also just on the outskirts of Paradise Resort. They could have taken there.
Exactly.
Because that's right in the center of the circle. Back to our exit straight. One! Almighty Ares. I'm loving his performance these days. He always knows where to look at the blind spot. Finish off Micah straight away. And that's going to be one of the Terminator coming up from exit straight one. But hey, Noob is still around the corner. Now Ares will change his perspective, reposition himself to make a better place to shoot at.
The main person they can't lose is Kacang Susu. Obviously, he's the healer for the game. So that's why they have Jumper together with Hainum at the forefront, taking out Almighty one by one. And now Ares is the last man standing. 10 more seconds on the clock before Ares will be pressured by the zone. Dams at the same time will be knocked down by Appy somewhere else. And Loom getting one onto Rensky.
Feels Jumper very casual, walks right in
Jumper.
front of Ares. He found him, but the reflex of the IGL exit straight one himself. He's one of greatest asset anybody can actually have in the team.
Absolutely agree. He is, to me, definitely the transfer of the season so far, and he's showing it. But look at this. Appy taking out Rensky completely. So GENEXUS playing with 3. And I see Tash sweating at our side here, now that they've lost one member.
Yeah, but, you know, we do know the power of GENEXUS. If no one man, they can choke everybody else. But TABAH and C saw Sam9 who's just passing by. But they are not welcome at all. Bravo and also Stone. The only two remaining as Putra being knocked down as well. And C tried to deep it off. He failed to climb it. He failed to climb that window, but luckily enough made it inside. So they're going to be okay for now. But Sam9... where do they go? EVOS VIP is breathing behind their necks. This is not feeling great at all.
Oh, and looks like Sam9, they pop up the smoke. One other has gone down, so they need to be picked up. EVOS VIP closing in. They need to get inside of the circle. At the same time, NC need to deal with Sam9, who has the high ground as well. So Frankie keeping eyes onto the other side. It's good thing that they still maintain Flax. Flax at the right timing, climbed into the building and still can be revived. But Axis, what is happening? 2 of them went down.
Seems like having a bit of a problem against Bosskur and also Yoodo lines for rivals. 2 team actually being sandwiched for exit threat 1. But Painan just holding on for most of the team inside there. They don't want to get out for Axis. Hey Noob! And also Jumper finished off. Now, almost the entire team of Exit Straight One being finished off, if I'm not mistaken, or already done. But Bosskur down with 2 men, still holding towards on the outskirts of Pioneer. Now they need to get into and cut across and face Utilize for rivals, like it or not. It's down to the timing. If it's too late, they'll be having bigger problems. But the circle ended up in no man's land. Now, for the one that actually close by, GENEXUS is not a bit of a problem. Same goes for SMG if they want to go down. Team Secret as well, if they take the compound right next towards on the right side of the circle. But the others, oh boy.
Well, I'm going to somewhat say again, if RSG didn't crash in, this would have been their circle. But hey,
Hey, what's done is done.
Yeah, what's done is done. But now Rush, 1 first aid, he's not going to last that long. He's stuck on the outside. Now NC, they're one of those teams who also play the healing game, so I expect that one of them has a lot of first aid somewhere. Not too sure who's the healer this time, but Rush still stuck on the outside. Okay, Magix is the healer with 25 first aids. He's ready to do it.
And he can just stay where he's at. But Team Huck, on the other hand, start to fire. I think it's Homebois and SMG. GENEXUS start to take the war into SMG's hand. In the meantime, Team Secret and Utilize, Team Huck, solely take the higher ground vantage point with that rock. Just making such a cheeky way to take that one down with 5 eliminations so far by Team Huck. And it does will be revived by his mate, but Zali start to make just open a pathway for the rest of the team, making sure it's a clear pathway for them to move forward and advance forward. But the ones actually inside the blue, it's going to be EVOS. GENEXUS is right at the edge of the circle as well.
Oh, but they have Loyu as a representative inside of the circle. They just need to handle SMG, which shouldn't be a problem at this moment as SMG is tanking out the blue. And looks like Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals eliminated at 12th place, 4 elimination points. Sem 9 as well going down.
Yep, they're quite far from the circle. Back towards Team Huck. We're face to face with
Moki.
FNB. It's just their neighbors. And now Moki pretty low. He doesn't have any first aid kits on himself. Only a couple of hand band-aids to be precise. Hopefully he can actually revive Calamity just next to him, but he needs to heal himself up first. MAB are quite scattered at the moment. We still have a couple of members. I think one more member coming up from Team Huck, Sully from behind. Now, this is going to be a bit of a problem for MAB if they didn't realize Sully is really close towards them.
At the same time, GENEXUS still maintain a full squad after all that fight. And now it's going to be Kiddo going down towards Insomnus. Insomnus securing that elimination point. Ate is probably the last man standing for the Dingoz. And Insomnus was him out. Immediately, the Dingoz have been eliminated.
Now that's a bit of a surprise. Seems like the Dingoz, their performance are going down the drain now as we walk into our third week. But MAB, they start to move forward. Morky kind of spot out for Sully with M416 in Sully's hand. But GENEXUS might be the third party as always. But MAB! Sully, the Torn that really backstabbing the rest of MAB. But GENEXUS might be the cleaning up party. The third party from downtown. GENEXUS. This is their classic move.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? Long range, securing that elimination point from afar, that is them. Now, Moki goes down to Mika from EVOS VIP. GENEXUS, they'll be pressured by the blue. At the same time, they need to be careful as Damn Cutie walks in from behind. Long uses final first aid, and he'll be pressured by the blue.
Now, there's more than 3% HP being deducted every single second. They're staying inside the blue. Look at the showering of bullet from across. EVOS VIP got themselves the higher place, the higher grounds. And Team Secret just stuck behind the backs of GENEXUS. GENEXUS being sandwiched. They're being obliterated by the entirety and place themselves at 6. But we have so many teams still survive. There are 4 teams down remaining. Where are the rest of them? Seems like a lot of healing going on right now.
Oh yeah, NC, the last we saw them, they were playing the healing game. Axis, Red One, not surprised that Kacang Susu is playing the healing game. And now it's between Team Secret as well as EVOS VIP. EVOS VIP had the high ground, but none of them had the circle as the circle goes towards the no man's land.
Team Secret, this is a chance for them to actually get themselves a chicken dinner for today. EVOS also have 4 men on the side, but Axis and NC will stay this one out. Who got the 3rd and 4th place? That's going to be the question for both Team Exit Rate 1 and TABAH and C. But Team Secret and EVOS, this fight will determine who gets the chicken dinner, who plays at 4th if they wait too early. Now, Insomnus trying to spot things out with a low toss of a grenade just now. But it's actually a smoke building up the bridge to move forward. Team Secret can still stay at the low ground. But the blue zone is just closing in. Axis Rate 1 bow down with the players and finish it off. Down to 3.
Oh, here we have it. The high ground goes to EVOS MP, but they do not have the circle. iShot is already down. And now Magic's will be taken out by the play zone, so it's now down to the top two. Insomnia starts to move in. Kid is at the lower ground. Kid still on full health. Kid with the right side spray managed to get down Insomnia, but Kid can he get a double clutch here? Can he actually do it? Playing ring around to Rosie, and Kid will back up on Fredo. Takes down Mika, and EVOS MP will get second place as Razor will be the doctor.
Now it's all about timing. They are celebrating for Team Secret. That was a nice clutch by Kid with aid of Fredo and also iShot and Mato from behind, just supporting the two boys right across them. But this is the Team Secret that we've been waiting for. EVOS just gonna play with the last Mad Kit in his hand. Razor, we have to say goodbye, but this is definitely going to be Team Secret and Sunhawk with a winner chicken dinner, starting off with victory, a huge bang with a 1 chicken on the scoreboard.
And this is what the fans have been talking about, right? Like with Matoy in Kuala Lumpur together with the team, I think this is what the fans would expect. Like, okay, so now the in-game leader is here, our communication is better, and Team Secret coming in with heart with the first chicken dinner of week number 3.
I have to agree, they are really changing up quite a lot since Mato arrived in a gaming house, playing offline with these guys. I mean, like playing in the same place with these guys. Definitely they're playing online, they need to use the internet. But for the rest of the week, they had a bit of a problem before, and definitely that is a big improvement when it comes to the final week here. They got themselves the C slot, definitely, but that's not them showing off any sort of a chilling moment or relaxing or giving away the mercy towards the other teams. They're still going for the win.
Yeah, they still have the trophy to go for, right? So definitely they will give their all out. I mean, this is what we call the champions mentality. You go all the way, whatever slot that you have, you still want that trophy in hand.
That's kind of true, but you guys know that if you missed that, we're going to watch the highlight again if you guys are ready, because that Sunhawk was really great. Here goes. Live the moment for a bit more on the highlights.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the analyst panel or desk. I don't know, we don't have any of those, but let's have a look at our game just now. But it's very interesting to see that I was wrong. GENEXUS didn't get the chicken dinner. They actually bowed out down at 7th place. Team Secret though, I really gotta give it to them. First place with not only all their members still alive, they were also very active trying to get the circle. However, before we get into that, let's have a look at the patch notes before we continue. So now, for those who are playing PUBG Mobile, this is version 1.9. There's new additions to the game, which includes the upgraded cheer pack, air platform, competitive racing, as well as a brand new vehicle called Colorful Bicycle. On top of that, we do have a new bridge over an ear angle as well, which I'm really excited to see how players are kind of implementing that into their playstyle rotations, as well as how they move in the game. So don't forget, guys, some of the new features will be available immediately and some will be available in the game later. So let us know in the comments what you see already in the game. And it's going to be really exciting as well. However, we're going to be coming back to me now because we're going to be talking a little bit more about that game just now where Team Secret gets our first chicken dinner of the day. So now, when we talk about that, about Sanhok, we know that it's a very RNG kind of map. It's a kind of map where you drop goes, where it's kind of like uncertain where exactly it's going to go as well. It's a very small island. It's easy to get picks all over the place. It's very terraneous. But let's have a look at the rankings first right now. And just now we did see that Team Secret performance for this week very clean. 7 eliminations in their pockets with 15 points total, giving them a total of 22 points. EVOS was not shabby as well. 9 eliminations for them with 12 points, giving them 21, only 1 point behind. Meanwhile, MAB, this is one of their better games, I believe, with 14 points, and Axis, they are going to be going back right now for this game, 12 points with a total of 4 eliminations and 8 points. TABAH NC now with 11 points, followed by GENEXUS at 6th place with 9, THQ with 7, SMG with 6, Yoodo Lions 4 Rivals 5, Bosskur with 3, 1 point goes to Dingoz, Sem9, Homebois, as well as ALMGHTY, and the rest will be going back with 0 points. However, right now, let's talk a little bit about Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, Api. Right now, look at him with his 3 eliminations, 3.6 MVP points, 846 damage, and he did more than half of his team's contribution, which is very interesting, which means that his rotations, his callouts, his movements, his smokes are the ones that are really contributing to the team. However, though, despite his efforts, it didn't really come out on top for Team Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. However, we are really excited to see where they can come up next. One thing about Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, though, that you need to know is that they're a little bit of a late bloomer sort of team. They're a type of team that you don't really see them a little bit early, but they do pop off eventually. However, now is week number 3, so I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit worried. But let's have a look at the recap and see what exactly happened in that game. So now when you look at the circle, it's a type of circle, I think this is a very common circle that we see on Sanhok. But where Team Secret always drops is always gonna be on Tatmo as well as Cow up there, and how they drop is that they kind of cover both areas so fast to make sure that they have the loot and also finding the vehicle before they go back into the circle. Now the circle actually went toward the south, and this is where things get interesting. Many players were already estimating, or rather predicting, where exactly the middle was going to be, and Painan was the hot spot there, where we saw about 4 teams fighting for that small little area, and that is also where RSG made one of the gravest mistakes they can do today, which was trying to crash into a building where MAB was and not knowing where exactly each players were. And we can see there how packed that area was, and on top of that, toward the north, we are seeing GENEXUS, SMG, and THQ playing the gatekeeper of the bridge as well. And some teams, we can look at that, there are some slow rotations coming in. We are gonna be seeing some teams like EVOS as well as Sem9, but as the circle shifts up north, that's where things start to get very complicated. Because when you look at Painan, there's so many teams, and as the circle shifts up, the rotations from the south is very complicated. Because from the north side, if you can see north as well as east, there's no one there. Team Secret had to fight through SMG and Homebois as well as GENEXUS. Look at the area over there, but look at the bottom south there. That's where the most of the teams are gonna be. Some players like ALMGHTY had to find themselves swimming because they can't go through the bridge. And as for Team NC, we saw the healing game happen to them. So in terms of rotations, there wasn't really a big rotation coming out as well. So as mentioned before by the casters, when you talk about healing game for Sanhok, there has been a reduce in bandages just to kind of keep the game going a little bit faster. However, when you go to the towns or areas outside of the sides of the island, like Sami, that's where you are going to be seeing a lot of the bandages, medkits, first aids. So that's where usually Axis redONE will be. However, when you look at the final circle, this is the most interesting one, because when you can see the terrain here, you are going to be seeing toward the bottom side is a low ground, and on the top side there, on the high ground, you saw that EVOS had already held their positions on the top side, which makes it very, very convenient for them because it's high ground advantage as well as more peak angles for them to work with as well. As for Dingoz, because they were just caught at the bottom side over there, it's hard for them to get into the circle, which resulted in more eliminations for EVOS. However, when you look at this particular graphic, Team Secret didn't have the high ground. They were actually playing in the low ground. They were holding on to the compound, as you can see on the right side of the screen. But one thing about Team Secret is that they're very conniving. They know how to play it. They sent Kit to flank over on the other side as the other members of Team Secret kind of played the decoy, kind of played the bait and switch. And just from the side, all that Kit had to do was spray everything he needs, getting himself 2 eliminations into his pocket so easily. And you can see how well played that is as well, because Team Secret, they survived till the end with 4 players, which means that it's so much easier for them to play tag team if they want to. They can provide that cover for Kit to come in from the side and just backstab. And I really think when you think about it as well, we did see some teams play healing as well. The teams who played healing is Axis, EVOS, NSEA. And these 3 teams, which are very interesting to have Kacang Susu as well as Magix and Razor. The thing is, even though EVOS fell, they were like, okay, I think it's fine. We're gonna have Razor kind of maybe out-heal them perhaps, but that didn't happen because as we know, it's kind of hard to get a whole stockpile of band-aids as well as medkits and first aids. It's not like before. So like it or not, I have to say, it was a very anticlimactic ending, but it is what it is. It's just that the better team wins, and it also shows that if you have the circle, you will win. However, on this situation though, it seemed like EVOS had the high ground. They should have won that. However, because of the situation where Razor was alone, that wasn't in their choice. However though, now we're going to be taking a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have more PMPL MYSGPH Spring. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a little while.
Whoa, Epi, he nearly get the clutch by obviously firepowers, but here we go, Mika having to look Zuli and getting one in the back. True, Mika, we get to see the growth, so watch it from the start, but Mika from the distance getting Pamburu, who was trying to run into the circle.
Crawl, Pamburu can crawl all the way. But is Riff going to do it? Oh no, Micah has his eyes onto Riff as well. The extraction. Well, if you want to do your punishment, that's okay as well. But it's okay. We'll leave the fun for next round where Farang Legend's playing. Okay. But nevertheless, Dav's not going to get out of this. I mean, he's on the outside of the circle.
Everything from the distance, and he knows the information. Loyu goes down next. Mika trying to make GENEXUS not to come in.
That's a very long shot from long, but he hasn't been able to secure the elimination point just yet. Pew now being gunned down by Mika with a long range, but Pew will still go down. Long is the last man standing for GENEXUS.
How I wish GENEXUS would not rush in because they are in the circle also. Now, one by one goes down. It gives more advantage to Axis right now. It's left with only one player, and that's Loon. So I think for GENEXUS, they could have come in better or know it better at least when you get the circle. Axis is still in the corners. This is hard.
Oh, Axis could take the chicken dinner. Chicken goes out! And now it's within the Axis redONE and Homebois.
Immediately, without hesitation, they go in straight for the push, man. Axis, this confidence. Where do you buy such a thing? Immediately wins the trade as well. Springs down onto more. Micah, man, this guy is OP indeed. In Sam 9, they get eliminated at 14.
Axis, redONE, they still have the circle advantage.
Axis already 8 kills on their name,
bravo.
and Chicken Dinner could just leapfrog them way onto #1. Then remember, the points is only differ by 20, and so this is going down to the teeth.
Open terrains like this, you still carry on in shotgun. Man, this guy is onto something. But here comes Mika, though, dropping a huge grenade onto 6. Instead, he flips onto Bar.
Look at that. I mentioned how Bosskur has got huge advantage. Homebois cannot push through immediately. Kept them there long enough, and now Axis.
Those stragglers getting into there, just gatekeeping, circle keeping as much as possible. Mika putting in that damage. Zane out of the way. And Harm, he doesn't know if he wants to help his teammate or not.
But let's see how long they can last. And now, talking about Axis around, Micah just got one for himself.
Yep, that's right. Haywood still very much alive. NC now in the other end, eating so many nades! Hey, Noob and the other teams, other members of Axis redONE just making it rain into space. And suddenly, THQ, where were you thinking you could go? The high ground here is on Axis redONE, and they're gonna use it to their advantage.
Realize. One team, one voice, one family. To be a champion, you must fail first.
Time 9! Boleh dapatkan chicken dinner!
You only have 5 bullets to hit him.
Kita orang memang nak pergi C kali ni. We are gonna achieve something higher.
Kita siapa? Kita! Dingoz!
Matoy takes down Shinze, clutch Guerilla, immediately eliminated with a single name for Matoy.
You know what they say, out in the open, do not stay within the sheds here, spread out. Making the rotation towards the center side. Oh, KHI's got to be careful, they're looking to crash one in. Delivery man is here, and they're here to deliver you justice. To say the least, all members starts deploying here, but now they're in a situation where they're pushing up ground. Can they win this one mechanically? They're in it for wins. They've waited far too long to have the chance to shine, although being at the bottom, they will fight for their way up back to the top. Ricky has got eyes on the members of MAB. Surely he's got a pan earlier on for joke's sake, but he knows John is now in full HP. He could look to creep. He has an idea.
And Onyx Boy already arrived. Miracle having such a tough spot to handle. Saver still managed to retaliate and knock one down, but Geek man. Oh
Where did I get this from? That's one to seal the deal here. As
Wait a minute.
Actually, it was a self-grenade by Unemployed. What? Call me a suicide bomber. That's exactly what was displayed here.
Well, but that's for game one, you know?
What
like
is
game
that?
two, what's the next team that we're going for? Or wait a minute. Dabru?
Yeah, that's some
He's got some style going down.
Divine intervention right there. He's gliding. This guy has got no parachute. He's just it's a T-pose? What is this?
He looks hella stylish if you ask me. And that's definitely a great way to start things off with.
Oh, yeah, EVOS actually takes out the leader of GENEXUS and could be wiping out the entire GENEXUS as well. Miles got eyes on iShot. Come on!
What?
The shot!
Team Secret.
Wait, is this
and
a
Dingoz.
friendly banter? Oh no, I don't like this. This looks like the start of a remake or something.
Okay, iShot's trailing behind. Who's at the driver's seat? Is it Dingoz?
Wait, they shot members from Dingoz. What are they doing in there? Still in there?
There's 3 players.
What is going on?
Wait a minute. There's also Almighty.
This isn't a remake, right?
No. Nobody said anything about a remake.
Then what is going on? Team Secret just hitched a ride into the Devil's Den and paid the price with their lives and got carried on. That's gotta be humiliating to a certain degree. Punched down to death.
Okay, at least there was effort displayed when.
The one word that I truly like is resilience. So there always be setbacks, but you just gotta bounce back and become tougher, stronger, and wiser. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GENEXUS. So about how I started off my esports career, it all began with just forming my own team and competed in PMCO regional finals. So I just went in. We were an underdog team pretty much, like nobody knows us when there was already Yoodo and some other teams existing. And then out of nowhere, we just became champion in Malaysia. And yeah, on that very day, a few orgs approached us. One of them was Team Secret, and that's how we were signed to Team Secret, the whole team. So I played under Team Secret and competed for PMCO Spring Split, Fall Split, and then to a new format, PMPL Season 2. But I didn't quite play, so Season 1, yeah. So I retired in Season 2, right? It was not PMGC back then, it was called PMWL World League. Yeah, eventually I made a choice to retire. I did a lot of things after I retired, but none of them is gaming related. I would say because I was still kind of down. I've got no passion for gaming anymore at that time. I would say the fuse to me coming back was actually Yuhai. Secret qualified to the national finals and Yuhai was still in the team. Yeah, that one time he asked me to watch him play in the final. He said that it will give him good luck and that definitely if I watch then he will qualify to Southeast Asia and all. And yeah, just him being adorable. I watched the game and that's when the spark truly reignited. It was a starting point. It was a kind of like a new chapter for me. And then that's when I tuned my mind, I changed it a little bit, adjust my mindset.
Sedaya upaya cuba untuk menghalau keberadaan Biu-Biu yang berada di hadapan mereka waktu ini.
Biu-Biu masuk, Biu-Biu rusuh nak cuba barbar.
For rivals dikeluarkan dengan sangat-sangat awal.
Now that the passion is bigger than ever before, now I'm just finding my way back to achieving that one esports dream that I haven't quite achieved yet. And now here we are. So now with a new team, new teammates, everyone with the strong desire to win, we are gonna go all out and get that champion.
Realize. One team, one voice, one family. To be a champion, you must fail first.
Time night! Boleh dapatkan chicken dinner!
You only have 5 bullets to hit him.
Kita orang memang nak pergi C kali ni.
We are gonna achieve something higher.
Kita siapa? Kita EVOS!
To be a champion, you must fail first. Stem 9 on fire.
There will always be setbacks, but you just have to bounce back harder. GENEXUS, be resilient.
Realize. One team, one voice, one family. To be a champion, you must fail first.
Time night! Boleh dapatkan chicken dinner? No!
You only have 5 bullets to hit him.
Kita orang memang nak pergi C kali ni.
We are gonna achieve something higher.
Kita siapa? Kita! Dingoz!
just been dumped. Some people say that love is like a game. But my love is like a game with many matches.
Number 3, just you and me now. Be careful.
Shh, someone's here.
You're amazing. You're the most skilled woman I've ever met.
You don't need to be surprised. This is what I do every day.
Haha, let's play another one.
Sorry, I have to go to bed.
Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the same time tomorrow.
I thought this is what everyone says in games. I actually didn't get it seriously until he really appeared. Hey, he really can.
Of course, a deal's a deal.
Well, it's why I am here now. Where are you? That was when I found out that he lives in Los Angeles and I live in Bangkok. There's a 12 hours difference and 13,000 kilometers between us.
Sarah! Sarah! Sarah, get out of the car! Are you still there?
Actually, I'm not even sure how many matches we played before we got together.
I'll protect you, baby.
Hey, you should have exposed yourself.
Got it!
Hey, baby! Sorry, some last minute works come up and I couldn't get away. Were you waiting for long?
It's okay. I slept early last night, so I'm full of energy in the morning today.
Like all of the other long-distance couples, we tried our best
Today's
to match
work
each
is
other's
so
time and share our
busy,
lives
like-
with each other.
I can't believe that. I wanna marry you. So good, so good.
We cherished every match we played. Like all other couples who met in the game, we also brought the same NCT best back to real life.
Please forgive me, I'm begging you for your forgiveness.
Don't think you'll get away with this. I'll make you pay when we meet.
It won't be long till we can meet.
It's been almost a month since the pandemic hit.
Hey, I've heard things have gotten worse over there.
It's okay. I just got the vaccine. You need to take care too.
Don't worry. Although our plans to meet kept getting pushed back because of the pandemic. This snow map looks so nice. We also played together more often. I've never seen real snow before. It also made us closer. I won't be able to stand you if we live together. What do you think our future will be like?
We'll have a great future.
I thought we could go on happy like this forever. But... Are you still there? Some things are starting to change. Hello? Antoine? Hey, Antoine. Happy Valentine's Day. Seriously? Although I was angry, I believed that he had a good reason he couldn't share with me. It was only when that woman appeared that I knew everything he said was a lie. If I'm right, that woman is called Joanne. They always came online and went offline at the same time, then were separated by different time zone or distance. They had great teamwork, and they won more matches together than he won with me. That was really upsetting.
Where are you going? Where I should be.
nothing in between us, and nothing cared from you. I open up my hands, you open up my eyes, I let go. All I am is yours. You can have my heart, you can have my mind, you can have my love. I'm bringing my ambition for the beauty of your kingdom. I lose it all if I'm in you.
Love Actually. So cliche.
This is the snow we saw together in game. Will you come see real snow with me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm falling in love again. Someone once told me love is like a game. And I think I can win this game.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Hello everyone and welcome back to those who just broke fast. Selamat berbuka puasa. And for those who are not in Malaysia, happy breaking fast, like I mentioned earlier. I'm Taj Manay, your host as well as analyst for tonight. And we've just seen match number 1 for today, where we were just in the islands of Sanok, where Team Secret managed to get not only a winner chicken dinner, but also maintain still 4 players alive all the way till the end. Now, what's really interesting is that after this, we are going to be heading over to Erangel. And what's really cool about this one is because that we're going to be seeing the teams, groups A, C, D, E playing after this. And that means B will be taking a quick break, or they're still going to be continuing their break. So about Erangel, we all know that it's the most classic map. And what's also very interesting about that map is that while there are predetermined drop spots in that particular map, there are, as we mentioned before, Team ALMGHTY, a team that doesn't have a predetermined drop spot, is going to be like a sort of like gacha sort of moment. Which team am I going to be fighting now when I'm dropping in this spot? Which team am I going to be fighting later when I take that drop spot? And it comes down to whether or not they're able to take the fights early. However, in most situations when we look about ALMGHTY, in week number 2, I believe on Monday, we have seen ALMGHTY going out first. However, let's have a look at the most eliminations so far. GENEXUS Luyu right now with 6. Followed by EVOS Amika with 4, and Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals API with 3. Now, when you think about Luyu, when you think about GENEXUS in general, they have high firepower. There's always going to be a crossfire between 1 or 2 or even 3 of their players, depending on how they're approaching an area together, depending on how they're going to hold a compound, and even in situations where they are going to be crashing into a compound, most likely they already have some information. There is going to be 1 player watching from the back. Number 2, you are also going to be seeing them have Luyu go straight in strong, followed by, I believe it was, I think he was another, I can't remember exactly his name, but it's okay. Because for now, When we look at most damage, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals though is the one at number 1 with 846. That will be Api, and we just talked about him earlier. However, the fact that they were actually eliminated early, there was still some fight in them. And we know that Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals is the type of team that will really take a fight head on when they have to. They don't take unnecessary skirmishes or fights, but when they do, they want to make sure that they want to annihilate you, and you won't be seeing them again after this. However, number 2 will be EVOS Mika with 731, and lastly, GENEXUS Luyu with 642. Now, we're gonna be seeing our next match. Erangel ACDE will be going. We'll be seeing Geek, R2K, Farang, CLC, SMG, RSG, MAB, ALMGHTY, as well as Axis, EVOS, Dingoz, Bosskur, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, THQ, NC, as well as KHI. Now, you guys can put in the comments below who do you think will be getting the chicken dinner next, because it's gonna be really exciting. We have seen some situations where Geek Fam, Axis can do really well, but I'm still very, I don't know, I want to say GENEXUS. However, they didn't really start off early just now. They didn't really start off so well. They were actually knocked off at number 6, if I'm not mistaken. Their firepower is still there. It's just one of those situations when you talk about Sanhok, it's a very different thing. But when we talk about different teams though, there are so many different teams that you want to talk about as well. And we've seen a lot of improvement coming in from Axis redONE, from Team GENEXUS. And what's really also another really cool thing as well that I really want to talk about, RSG on Monday was able to get back-to-back chicken dinners. Now, let's talk about my prediction. And this is going to be, I would say it's very predictable. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals will be my team of choice, and it's only because I'm a huge fan of them. However, I have to say that it's been a very unlucky run for them so far. They have been making it at least consistently to the middle brackets, not necessarily getting eliminated so early, which is very thankful for me. But I'm really excited to see if they're going to be able to get a chicken dinner like they did last weekend. But before we go in here, guys, don't forget to put in your predictions down below and enjoy, have fun, enjoy the ride. We'll be going on into the very OG place of Erangel.
Welcome back from that extended break, and we will be jumping into our next round. Of course, we will be your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Mr. Choo Choo today.
Yeah, Sir Choo.
Oh, Sir Choo.
Yeah,
wait, Sir Choo.
We're all gents today,
so gentlemen.
Yeah, especially after breaking our fast just now, we are more than happy to be sitting for our game number 2 with you guys. I don't know, but this moustache really holds my lips. I can barely speak.
Well, that's what you get for losing a challenge, right?
I mean, like, there's only one time. The other prediction I made are actually quite true, especially for first chicken dinner. So you guys can actually believe my prediction. But speaking of the next map, which is gonna be day number 1 in week number 3, we have our match number 2. We won't be looking at B group Team Secret, GENEXUS, Homebois, as well as Sem9 I mentioned. Yeah, Sem9 will not be playing, but yeah, this is just my moustache. But speaking, it's just really irritating. For you guys watching at home, thank you so much for just stay tuned, have been staying with us since day number 1 of week number 1 up till now. You guys are awesome. We'll be really appreciating if you guys can actually share and just make it more the merrier, and the happier we can get, the more moustache I can actually put on, and maybe some bit in the future. But speaking of which, Erangel, Sir Cloud, we do know Dingoz quite dominating back then in week 1 was Mirama.
Yeah.
It wasn't really Erangel. So we do know as well Team Secret will not be playing, which I had this conversation in the BM studio, right? Like, why didn't Team Secret take back Pachinki like how they used to be, and instead it was left out for Clutch Guerilla? And the banter was resort to, these guys are training for the South Asia. They don't want to contest about the compound that might be popular within all the other regions as well. Do you think that's a wise decision, by the way?
Yeah, I think actually that's not too bad of a decision. As a matter of fact, if you get too comfortable in your original drop spot, which was Pachinki back then for them, when they move on to the next stage, they get very edgy. So I think if they start it now, they start to get comfortable with Gatka region for now, I think that's okay. But there are also instances where when Clutch Guerilla isn't playing.
Godzilla
and,
now? Clutch Godzilla?
Yeah, Clutch Godzilla. Clutch Guerilla is a
The mustache
I think
really
it's the
plays his
mustache
part.
though. Yeah, it gives me this bug.
Clutch Godzilla, huh? Okay.
That's the only time when they take back Pochinki.
No, I do want to see a team named Clutch Godzilla, or Clutch
Godzilla.
Ultraman and Superman, everything else. But speaking of which, you guys also can actually, don't forget to switch over Yoodo with a 20GB free. And also there's a lot of free gift as well, if we're not mistaken. And have you seen the Realme 2 Pro, by the way? Definitely you have. Realme GT2 Pro.
It's right in front of me. Yeah,
I can't touch it, so.
Yeah, we can't touch it because it's just
it's
too
too premium.
Yeah, we hope
premium.
we'll be able to touch it in person one of these days. Just saying, Realme, you can contact us. We're just saying. But yeah, if you want to get into the groove as well, you want to play like the pros that you see on screen, get Realme as well as Yoodo, because they provide you with high-speed data as well as 20GB of data for PUBG Mobile only. That will be helpful if you want to update your game, just saying.
And now back to it again. We do know this is going to be the final week. If you guys are unclear about the format and how the points are distributed, just remember that every single week, even though they got hundreds at first for 5 days of accumulation, it will be reset to 0 every single week. And based on the entire 5 days of accumulation points, will be ranked towards number first to the 20th place, and that's how we put up the bonus point out as well. So for the third week, we mentioned it's the last week. So based on this week only, next week we don't have any more matches anymore, and but we do still have the bonus point, which gonna be regarding their rankings after the accumulation of 3 weeks bonus point in total. So it's gonna be extra 20 for the team that got themselves at first place. Do you have any particular team that you think will maintain at first place? Right now, we definitely know it's Dingoz, but it's not far off if you compare with second placement, which only like, what, 4 points, I think.
Yeah, it's not that far, but I do think Dingoz has the ability to maintain that. It's a very, very different Dingoz if we compare them with last season. Of course, they have a new coach, which is Batman. They swapped in some new players as well. They got an experienced player, ex-Farang Legends player, Ricky, and now he's laughing to his whole team.
I have to agree, he's playing so great now.
I know, right?
He's always one of the MVP.
Exactly.
And he's like all-rounder as well. I'm sorry, I cut you off too many times.
No, just want to point out that officially on paper, Pamis is the in-game leader, but Pamis hasn't been playing much. So what I heard recently is that Ricky is the new in-game leader. I
mean, he's well-deserving. Definitely one of the best IGL as well. If you look at the stats of the post-match every single time, we do see a lot of Dingoz Rookie on the I was saying it right? It was always on the chart where he got his most elimination, got the most damage, got the most frags as well for grenades, and also always one of the most supportive for team members, getting a lot of revival and support when it comes to stats. So that's sort of an all-rounder. Same goes for like sort of Lung from the side of GENEXUS. And we have to remember there's also Pamburu who plays that side of part as well. So I think when it comes to this season only, we can see a few names that has been repeating for every single week, and these are the guys that they should look out for.
Yeah, I mean, Pamburu has always been there since before, right? But Lung, I mean, I'm really impressed with this guy.
He's been here in a long time.
He's taken everyone on a long ride.
Can't even. But the thing is, we mentioned about the interview with BB back then. He started recruiting Lung when he was 13. And Lung has been playing since he was 13 years old. Imagine that, how long he's been practicing. He's been practicing for the entire now maybe it's like 17 this year. He's 17. It's 4 years. 4 years of training just to get into PMPL. It was not of age back then, but that was back then. BB recruited and saw this person have a huge potential in the future. And yeah, that took him a long time.
And you can't think about it, that means Lung have been playing since the start of PUBG Mobile.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Because it's the birthday of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah. He's 4 years old as well.
Yeah, he follows through. But and if you can't think about it, right, like Biu has this record, right? Like last time it was with Yuhai, being a new talent into the PMPL, and he was the in-game leader that time. He kind of guided Yuhai to be the top Terminator, and also one of the best talents around. And he's doing it the same with Lung.
Yep. We can say that a lot of it. I love the fact that we have so many teams that balance out new blood coming in, even though they're not really new. They have been playing, just they're not of age. But they haven't been in the PMPL, so they're kind of fresh in that sort of sector. But I'm loving the fact that they're balancing out with the veteran, like example here, GENEXUS, right? They're not playing right now, but Bill is so veteran and Long is so new. But what's not new, we're back towards the OG map of the Wrangle. Day number 1, match number 2 of week 3.
And this flight path looks like it's going to cut across the Mount Gatka, if I'm not mistaken.
He's going to say Mount Farang.
Mount Farang? Wow.
Mount Farang.
He definitely has a career for himself. But yeah, he's still looking for that mountain. Okay, so it's going to come from the northern side. So it's going to be from shooting range down to military base. A nice cut in the middle for all these teams to go through. And I don't expect to see big clashes, considering that it's a nice flight path.
I think this is pretty much a very even out for the flight path, splitting the map equally into 2, so everybody can drop whenever they are fancy. But the thing about these days, they wrangle, if you notice, since week number 2, last few days of it, the circle gets a bit wonky now towards SMB. So a lot of circles going to a Sonovska military base or in between for the bridge, but we haven't got ourselves a bridge circle yet.
Yeah, you would love a bridge circle.
Especially with the new platform of a patch 1.9, like why not?
Oh yeah, the new redesigned bridge, I would say, that has more, what do you call it?
They hired a new architect for that.
Yeah, they hired a new architect. So there's like more...
That platform on it. Yeah, there's definitely like multi-level of platform.
Correct,
so,
yeah.
Everybody can actually go to the downside of a bridge to actually have a good run or try to actually catch somebody across the island or in between the river, but the circle pops, and we mentioned about bridge circle, but this definitely will not be. But this is quite classical of this circle. We've seen Gatka circle with this kind of pattern many times.
I remember once that when it's this kind of circle, it still went down to the bridge. There was that one time.
Really?
Yeah, it's very rare, and that happened, and obviously a lot of teams got caught out. But the possibility is really low. I mean, any team would still guess that it's going to be kind of like a Gatka circle.
Well, we have to wait and see. Definitely the Gatka person or the Gatka team will not be playing this time, which is going to be usually Team Secret. But we do know CLC, this might be their circle if we might ended up in Pochinki, you know.
Well, if it goes there, yeah, we haven't had a Pochinki circle.
I mean, like, that's going to be a tough one. We do know how many buildings they are in Pochinki. A lot of it, abundant of it. And we ended up in Pochinki. If it's going to be in an urban area, we definitely know that it's going to be a very long game.
Yeah, always if it's like an urban warfare, it would take a long time. Everyone will like camp at the corner, and that's pretty normal. At the end of the day, it's about surviving the longest, right?
Well, it's a survival game. Even though it's a battle royale, but who cares? As long as you survive, you got a 15 point of chicken dinner placement point. That's quite a lot when it comes to you accumulate the points for the entire team, entire week. But Exit, I have to say his performance getting a bit sloping down for a bit if you compare with the first and second week though.
Maybe he needs someone to sing to him. You know, he needs to sing that. Hey, noob, da 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 da.
Sing a sex song and you're still a noob, something like that.
Wow.
Wow. I didn't say that. It's just a song, okay.
Well, if it motivates him, you know, sometimes there's this thing called reverse psychology, right? Like you say something negative to someone, but actually it's a motivating factor.
Because they're angry and rage up and they just want to prove that that's wrong.
Yeah. Just like at some point at KHI, when they played very well last week. I mean, they didn't have a good first week.
KHI is a very different story now. They didn't have Ranked and now they have.
Well, they didn't have H2R today. So I'm just saying, right? So I'm wondering if KHI, will they ever go back to that lineup where H2R will be playing?
Honestly, I wish I do.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. No grudge against Ranked, but definitely it shows the results are quite obvious when it comes to the second week where Ranked wasn't playing. But maybe they're trying to bring something new or something fresh onto the table with Ranked this time playing for week number 3. But SMG, now, we have a lot to talk about SMG. You do know Dam, Kitty, Mael, and Nanik are also veteran, but in a different team back then. Jenny is the last one remaining member of the original SMG players.
Yep.
So, do you think he kind of sort of maybe regret not following the rest of his teammate into Homebois?
Well, I think there are two ways to look at it, right? One is, like what you said, obviously Homebois is doing better. Second thing is that
Definitely.
SMG, the rule is that you must have one original player at least in the team from last season.
So he's being forced to say that's
kind of, yeah.
Oh my god. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, the rule, I'm very sure about the rule.
I mean, like, he's being forced to say, are you sure about
Yeah,
that?
I'm very sure about
maybe,
the rule.
maybe. We just put a maybe on it.
That's why, like you see, NC, they still have Adukai or Rush.
Yep.
And then for Homebois, you have Iron Pro.
Yep.
But obviously, Iron Pro, he's been doing fairly well, so that's kind of okay.
Oh, well, not complaining.
Not complaining at all.
Yeah, he's one of the most veteran players since the first start of PUBG Mobile itself. In the first tournament of PMCO back then, it was way too old for us to remember. But back about Geek Fam. Now, this is a team that sometimes make miracle happen. And Geek Fam have miracle in it, definitely.
I was about to say that.
Their performance, if you compare with this season, is quite different. Now, last season, we do have still the Super Weekend and a weekday sort of a tournament. But now the change of the format kind of took a toll for a lot of a team actually for this season only.
Yeah, they're not as insane as last season. Neither are they as damn rude to other players as compared to last season.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Probably they need to find more snipes onto other teams.
We did actually have a lot of snipes. We lost 300 over snipes this season. So no, that doesn't apply. I can see where you're going with that.
I'm trying.
That's not going to happen. Back towards EVOS, they always drop around score, but they are marching towards the side of outskirts of Chinky, if I'm not mistaken. Now, EVOS, this team, how do I say it? They have been in the league forever. Literally forever.
Yeah, since
but
the start.
It's just, they're kind of always stuck in the middle bracket.
Yeah, there's always this thing where there's a lot of hype around EVOS, like during the early times of the league, like let's say week 1, and the same thing has been happening every season. When it comes to like the second week or the third week, they kind of lose steam. So I guess it's somewhat like a consistency. But to be fair to EVOS, it's hard to compare them this season as compared to last season, because last season they have 50% of change of roster as compared to this season.
Hey, I think every single team sort of having more than 50% of change. We mentioned about SMG before.
Oh, this one is this team has had a major change, not only in terms of their main roster but also their coaching.
Oh, that's kind of true.
Yeah.
Elaborate.
Yeah, so Luxy is coaching SMG now. So previously it was Xavier.
Yeah.
So
and Xavier is now coaching for, I think it was Farang. Yeah.
Yeah. How much? Well, I wouldn't say it's Luxy per se, because he came in later anyway. But what I think is the biggest gap with SMG is their in-game leadership. The reason why is because like we see most of the time when they make those rotations, they get caught off. So there's something about their decision making on where to go in what situations, the timing that needs to be fixed.
I mean, if this is like the first day of week number 1, I do kind of understand when it comes to reading out the other team's rotation just to make sure everything is smooth and kind of unfamiliar with the team's positioning, the other's rotation and whatsoever when it comes to the second and fourth circle. But we're down to the final week here. There's no more excuse for that. Dingoz Ate, preemptive shot towards Yoodo lines for rivals, quite too far off. Not going to clip anything, but gives away the position towards Yoodo lines for rivals. They know definitely there's one team here, but question is who. And we saw this might be an open field Gatka circle, by the way. It's a lot of haystacks, but clutch. Oh boy.
Well, Yoodo Alliance for us, they're a team that likes to take fights, so now they know there's an opportunity. Volky starts to fight out to Xerox. Xerox could be gunned down, but Xerox still alive with 10% of health. Volky reloads, Volky prepared the nade, and we know Volky loves his nades.
Cooking up. The seconds he... a bit wonky, a bit left side. Just what he is needing for the position that he's pushing for. Getting on one. Xerox on the ground. Jimmy OBE, the second one. The rest of Yoodo Alliance for rivals joining him for the rush. But Shinzi and Funky still far off. Will they try to save? Definitely no time for it. Eliminated quite fast and clean. Sealed the deal come up from Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, that's the thing about Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. If they see a fight, they won't back out. And at the same time, the circle has shown itself. There is still a percentage that it could be a bridge circle. But let's put focus onto this fight. ALMGHTY versus SMG, the two bottom teams fighting it out.
Just on the outskirts of ruins, ALMGHTY tossing out a lot of smoke to make sure that he built up the bridge for the rest of the team to open so many space for the teammates. in case they need to reset for a bit and taking a longer rotation. Moxie taking the back line here, going for a different compound entirely. This is not worth our time, maybe what he said, because it's way too early. It's still the second phase of a circle. We do know it's only worth it when you actually go into the fourth circle.
Yeah, true enough. And if you're a team like Almighty at this point, you'll be like, okay, let's just chill. Let's not take unnecessary fights and let's just not take big risks. So that's what they do, and I think it's a wise decision.
Yeah, a lot of team rotating right now. We do not have a clue regarding the circle yet. We haven't got a clue for the second circle. That have been popped for quite some time, but for KHI, they are going to is just on the outskirts of farm. This compounds quite a lot of apartments. So we've seen this kind of circle. If it ended up just at the Medusa intersection around farm, Milta, and if I'm not mistaken, Mansion, was it? Yeah. Shelter, sorry. It might be really packed, because I think we've seen that last week, the circle, but I think that's too far off. Maybe still around Gatka region.
Yeah, I still think there's a possibility for it to be in Gatka region, but Damn Cutie goes down to Oleo. So again, this is what I talked about, right? They rotate, they get caught off, and now they're down to the last 3 team members. SMG has a lot of work to do.
Yeah. By what? Driving away?
Well, they can start with that. Don't take those fights. Or
I mean,
finding
like,
the checkpoint.
there's quite a number of teams that really want to go for elimination points. We do see Farang. One of it going to be Almighty and R2K. Not a great start for Almighty. Moxie going down. They start to rotate just now to avoid the fight, but they walk into Alliance Den of R2K, so they definitely cannot run away from their fate here.
Looks like they went into a very harmful situation. So Nasty is currently down, and Almighty, the last member, he's not leaving this compound.
You know, if only Almighty didn't pass here and actually didn't try and take this compound, it might actually not be the victim. It's really inevitable for Almighty trying to run away and stuck with Dingoz in between now. Oh boy, Virgil. I don't see him getting out of this. This is definitely quite a predicament. While Geek Fam start to fight against SMG, we do have Dingoz and R2K trying to move forward the same direction as Virgil, but yep, that's the first team maybe to be out, Almighty.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to go away from one team and then they bump into another team. It's just really not Almighty's round. But now, talking about not a particular team round, it's going to be SMG as well. They just lost another team member.
Oh, here we go, find a circle. Hello,
okay.
circle.
Hello, circle number 3. Where will it go? I think it's still going to go up north.
I don't know. I have a feeling it might be on the outskirts of Pochinki. Feels that way. Feels like it. But Geek Fam.
Nice.
Oh, just in between Gaka and Pochinki. Here we go. This is a very classical circle. By the way, Geek Fam, they always love playing with the shed. This small shed is just literally what their life hanging on to. For every single Gatka circle, Geek Fam just plays themselves in an open field with a shed and just make sure they try to farm as much as they can.
Yeah, and yeah, they are very comfortable playing in such small places though. Taking that risk, but high risk, high reward for Geek Fam. So looking good for them. They are still in the circle though, taking that risk, just going straight in. And now talking about a team that's not going straight in, it's going to be Axis redONE coming in from the northern side. There's another team on the right, but looks like they're going to evade anyone and try to move straight into the circle.
Yep, taking their own sweet time. EVOS VIP might land themselves, take up the challenge against Yoodo Alliance, full rivals. But do they really want to take that fight? Oh, we have so many teams playing bumpy cars here with also Farang in the fray. Now, this is going to be a bit interesting to watch. VIP really straight, proning down with his UMP. Ripple Boy didn't actually got clipped by that nade, but he will return the fire, definitely. Return the favor with smokes first. But there goes another nade tossed over by EVOS VIP.
Oh, Helton is going to bail, so Farang Legends, they're not going to take this fight as well, it seems. But okay, hang that thought for a second. Ripple Boy, he's still around though. Helton is way, way far away, and not too sure if Ripple Boy should still be here or perhaps he should get away.
I mean, the IGL is a Ripple Boy. It's up to him to decide for the rest of the team. If he wants to fight, they will fight. Farang had it taken down on Mika from behind. And this is not great. EVOS, they kind of dig themselves their own grave if they cannot find a way to avoid being cornered by the rest of Farang, who start to move and rush in. What we do have Yoodo lines for rivals from behind now. If they want to take the advantage being a third party, they can. Homebois take up, raise up down, and Samsy giving away his position. That spray, Helton finish it off straight away. Oh, EVOS, what a rough start again.
Yeah, it is a tough start. I mean, they had the high ground advantage, but they didn't take full control of the high ground for some reason. I thought they were a bit too spread out. Hence, the moment one person went down, that was opening for Farang Legends to rush in, and they took advantage of that situation.
Yeah, that's kind of true. EVOS had it first in the back, but they just kind of stuck there, not trying to fan out. If they spread a bit thin, then maybe they can actually counter back whatever Farang tried to corner them. But Shinzi from Clutch, the only person in this shed, quite lonely here, being tapped from afar. Did Dingoz actually spot him out? But the next circle will determine who will actually get it and who might not be in it and might have to bow down quite early. Team Hawk is in the blue definitely for sure. But RSG, this is just really open.
Well, we have seen this circle a couple of times last week. Yeah, many times. But what we haven't seen many times is RSG getting elimination. So now Rankit will go down again. Choo-choo. Rankit again going down. I mean, we're going to debate about this again soon.
Oh, he loves to run. And now he can't. So,
Yep.
That's just it.
Yeah.
That's just it. But back about Bosskur. Now, we have another team that's trying to take themselves a shot here. Bosskur, Geek fam playing with a very small compound now. One nade to rule them all, one Molotov to burn them alive. Exit straight one going towards Team Hawk's compound, trying to take it out. They have to cut across for Team Hawk if they want to get into the circle, but X is making sure there will be a nuisance for this team, but the nades has been tossed around. Counter-attack coming up from Team Hawk as well. But the one that's losing, man, is actually Exit straight one, Mika. Can he be saved by the rest of the team? And Dingoz starts to fight against Clutch Guerilla as well.
One more. Heydoob almost getting it. Heydoob switches onto M4, but Heydoob will be cut down. Now it's down to the last member of Team Hard. That's Rensky to be the hero. Axis red one. They still have Jumper. Jumper could move in and finish up the job.
Oh, he's running in. He's running in. It's too done. Oh, that nade finish off two instantaneously. Jumper going for more. He clutched it. He can actually do it. Jumper playing around the corner, trying to find the rest of Team Hawk. Heiko and Rensky is really low right now. Access Jumper is on the wrong floor, but he definitely knows where are the rest of Team Hawk.
Oh, he has to do this fast because the zone is starting to close in at the same time. Farang Legends get 5 eliminations and Damaso gets 1 over Rex from RSG. Jumper tossing out another nade, just buying time for himself, but his opponents, looks like Heiko, has arrived, coming up to the ground floor.
Jumper really wants to clutch this so bad, if he actually does, but his HP is too low. Heiko managed to secure that with one trade of knocked, but they will definitely be safe for Team Hawk for now. They do have the time, a lot of loot. It can be upgraded here with so many death boxes, but nice try by Jumper just now. If he actually made it, that was a miracle clutch, but it was 1v4.
I know, right? That would have been something for Jumper. But hey, I mean, there's always opportunity next time. Now we move over to R2K versus Farang Legends. Ade Luke will be gunned down by Izane. The two Miracle Kids going at each other. Olio as well as Reporter. Oh, he's still around. Echo takes out Olio. And Izane trying out with the long range, but couldn't secure his elimination.
Izane, one of the best frag in R2K right now. Farang, who won themselves a minor victory, but it's not done yet, as Olio quite on his knees. Oh, look at that knee! Rebel Boy clicked quite a little bit, but Rebel Boy so good on Echo! And the Blues closing in, now he has to stand! Ziggs making sure the IGL can't stand, and the rest of Farang right now is history.
Ooh, pressure by the zone at the same time, fighting up against R2K that has a lot of firepower in them. Unfortunately, Farang Legends again, well, they got a couple of points, but not the best of rounds. But now we move over to RSG. They're playing by the edge of the circle and will be shown the 4th circle anytime soon. And Echo succumbs himself to the play zone while we see the circle should go to an open area. And yes, it will.
And Geek fam got it again. This might be their game here. But Kim, for the rest of RSG, tried to scout out where are the snakes. Voki just trying to spray it out. Beautiful spray, but not clipping anything. So it's not really impactful yet. but we saw a couple of nades being tossed around this corner. I'm not sure if that's a smoke or a nade. RSG taking advantage. They saw Yoodo lines for rivals, and Red might be the next target. But they have a couple of haystacks only. They need to move forward for RSG. They're not inside the circle, but Brian makes such a space for RSG right now.
Oh, no space for Brian. He can only toss out a nade. Now moving his vehicle. His vehicle will need to be his tank as the zone will start to close in about 5 more seconds. At the same time, Bosskur might be passing by.
Yep, they want to join the Battle Royale and brawl it out. Here comes RSG, still not inside. They need to pincer themselves inside here. And the only way to do is taking down Yoodo lines for rivals is denying the entrance into the circle. But we're not done yet. Geek fam start to fight. Whoever start to march in here, they have been in compound for such a long time. And they will stop every single person that's trying to do so. But Brian still got chipped quite a lot. But we still do have KHI in the game.
Oh yeah, KHI is still around. Okay, let's see how far they can go this round. Volky goes down to Brian. RSG starting to move as the zone starts to put pressure onto these teams. At the same time, Riv will be taken out by Rex. That means RSG will get 5 elimination points.
RSG, they've been fighting for quite some time. I'm so worried. They're still not inside the circle. Look at how many bullets are showering upon them. And Brian hoping for Kim to actually start to rotate. But R2K sees everything through. MAB taking on TABAH and C. Whoever's not in the circle will have a bit of a problem going in. Especially those who's touching the rim of it.
Oh, that's a good one there from Iftar with a long range. And now Homebois will go down to Psycho. Looks like KHI. They only have one team member left. MAB, they're playing by the edge of the circle. They need to move forward into the open area, so they will be leaving their comfort zone.
John, the John Wick that we know, he's one of the best sniper there is, with 300 over, almost 395 meters to be exact, his longest distance. The best in the record right now, the record holder for the sniper is going to be John, but RSG playing just how Geek Fam does. You don't have anything else than just a couple of rocks and a couple of haystacks to take covers with. Kim and Brian try to fan out. Now look at the formation of RSG. They are going for the formation, but spreading quite thin. But TABAH MC though, their formation is all over the place. This is John Wick of MAB.
And John also contributing to Team Bosskur's elimination. Now Brian and as well as Kim, they are still caught out in the open. 45 more seconds on the clock. The circle move towards the southern side, and KHI, number 9, 1 elimination point for them. Kim notices where Geek Fam is at, popping up the nade, tossing onto the side of Geek Fam. Could this be a Kobe for him? And the nade, the first nade will land onto Snipes.
Another one, drop it. It's gonna be dropping like it's hot. And Kim is just taking the miracle away from Geek Fam.
Dabru, let's go.
Rushing in. It's gonna be yellow Geek Fam. They have been staying here, camping forever. But it's just Kim opening the pathway. And the rest is gone for Geek Fam. They will be placing it at place.
Well, RSG still on the roll from yesterday's double chicken dinner, but now RSG will need to continue on with 7 teams left. MAB will need to move to an open area as the zone starts to close in. NC on their left, still has a full squad. John putting pressure onto NC. Magic's down to 50% of health, and John still needs to move forward as Smile goes down to Flex.
Now, MAB has been camping here for quite a bit, taking a lot of advantage when it comes to the third party. And TABAH MC still, even though they got knocked down by MAB, still survived. But we do have SMG Jenny, the last remaining member of SMG, still breathing, trying to clutch in a very small hut. Now, R2K, he's just waiting. It's just one person of SMG there.
And Jenny actually want to fight 1v2. And that's how he's still alive. And Ham will not take that risk. Ham will stay chill. I won't go forward. But talking about moving forward, MAB will need to do it. But NC's on their left.
Well, that's surprising. I'm not sure why Ham didn't start to move there. It's really an opportunity they already missed. Now, Iftar, SLR just spraying it and tapping it what's in front. TABAH MC, but Iftar kind of exposed himself way too much. RSG taking a fight against MAB. They're quite in the center, but look at their formation. Smoke after smoke's being popped. Start to move forward. They are at the center of the circle itself.
Oh, Brian tossing out his own nade, but I think it's too far for him though to give a big any impact. RSG, they're playing within the circle. I mean, RSG is still on the roll. And now Jenny, oh, he knows Jenny's there. Oh no!
Oh, this is it. SMG Jenny, can he do another wondrous clutch 1v2 here? But too much from RSG. Really performing this time with, I have to say, Brian opening up being the entry fragger, and Kim is just making so much space for the team itself. TABAH and NSEA again fighting against MAB, but Dingoz only left with Baby Kim. We're down to 6 teams, Ziglau.
Oh, Baby Kim just right for him is Harm. Does Harm know? Down there to the Harm's looking the other way. Baby Kim's pressured by the blue. And now Baby Kim will need to take the shot, but then again, RSG will finish off Harm. Baby Kim's cleared.
Oh, we're down to 5, and definitely we're down to 4 in any time now. RSG taking a haystack as their covers. We do have MAB being knocked down. Now, the rest of the teams, we only have 1v2, v3, v1, v1. Definitely the team that with the most men, RSG right now, they're really having their all full cylinders out.
Oh yeah, and look at the circle, it favors towards RSG as they open up. Kim will be paired with Brian, Baby Kim will be finished off by Kim. And now, Dingoz will be eliminated 5th place, 2 elimination points for them. TABAH and NSEA though, they still have 3 team members after all that fight, but they have to deal with MAB.
I mean, they have been dealing with the MAB for quite some time before they even get into this circle, but MAB only with 1 man left. Rush really want to take a shot against Calamity. Mookie is there as well. He can definitely see it through once the smoke dissipates. He heard the gunshot, but he's not sure where exactly. There you go, he saw the silhouette. Flex start to move and maybe aid his teammate. RSG still holding the ground in the center. Well, we have Yoodo Lunch 4 rivals just behind them. Ooh. Flex really close to that nade, by the way.
Oh yeah, that was a close one, but a second nade onto Flex. That was really close as well. Flex with the counter nail to Rex, but Magics will be taken out by Rex. And now NSEA, they are falling apart, but there's Moki as well as Calamity. Rush isn't taking any shots onto them.
Now Kim definitely wants to find a space, going for a flank side. Calamity is already down. Moki's left. TABAH and NSEA, that's a record for Brian! But he still got it anyway! And finish it off straight away! RSG, 17 elimination points by now!
Oh, let's not forget that Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals is behind them still. Flex will be eliminated and Appy actually survived until the top 2. Appy survived! Appy, the last man, the captain for Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, survived! He could probably take one more before he goes out.
He's the last remaining person with one man on his team. You got it! You got it, RSG. Yoodo Alliance at second place with only 3 eliminations. But look at that elimination points. Goodness me, that was like 19! More than 1 chicken dinner. Plus another chicken, by the way. That's like, oh, too much.
Yeah, and the last I saw Kim, he himself got like 8 elimination points for himself. So if that was the last number, basically he got half of the team's frags.
I have to say, this is one of the teams that we want to see this kind of performance more for RSG side, because this is how they used to won back then for a season previously. And also I have to give a lot of respect when it comes to Brian and Kim. This duo as the entry fragger, making so much space for the team to follow up from the flank side. Brian going in first, Kim tossing out next, making sure that he keep the pressure on for the flank or from the front. It doesn't matter because Brian is up there helping him anytime that he needs.
I know, right? Now, this is a very good combination. Now I wonder with this kind of combination, where will Ranger fit in?
No.
But anyway, let's not break it down for our analysts. Let's let Miss Tash do her job. So, Miss Tash, on to you.
What an absolute dominating performance from RSG. We sort of saw almost a similar result back on day 3 of last week. However, I really want to break it down. I just gotta say that RSG is just on an absolutely another level this week, as well as last week on the final day. And on top of that, RSG slowly climbing up their way to the top. We are on the last week before we head on over to the grand finals. And I have to say, this is definitely one of the teams that you guys really gotta look out for, because Kim and Brian are two players that are very scary to look at. However, before we dig into that, let's talk a little bit about what we have going on here on PUBG Mobile. We have the permanent legendary quality outfit, which is the Crimson Dancer set, which is happening where you can, how you can get it is by participating and redeeming this set for free. So what you can do is you can go into the game lobby, event center, and open Sesame. So this is the Ramadan as well as the free pink set. Get it right now. It is an absolutely cute skin. I really like it. It really reminds me of those Persian... this actually reminds me of this really Persian and really cool thing. However, there's also daily rewards for you guys. For you guys who are logging in every day, don't forget to redeem your daily Golden Moon and Ramadan items. Log in cumulatively during the event to receive exclusive Golden Moon avatar frame, and a permanent Ruby Fairy dress for free. Yes, guys, this is free, okay? So how you guys are gonna get it? Go to the lobby, event center, and then press hot, and then total logins. And last but not least, we also have the Golden Moon event calendar for you guys. So there are tons of events with exclusive rewards going on during the Golden Moon. So don't forget to get it as well as redeem it during the period, because if you guys don't, well, don't say that we didn't tell you guys, because it's all here. And on this month, I have to say there's a lot of nice stuff for you guys to redeem in-game. So it's definitely worth logging in and checking out every day what you can get in-game, as well as what you can kind of grind for online as well. And as you know, Sir Cloud, very big fan of all the skins. I'm sure he's already logging in. I'm looking at him right now. I'm not sure if he's on the game, but he's definitely looking at something. No, he says he's gonna go for it. Alright. So for now, we also have the PUBG Mobile version 1.9. So this patch is definitely very interesting. As mentioned by our casters earlier, the brand new bridge is something to look out for. And it makes Chuchu very excited to see how teams are going to be playing the brand new bridge. The brand new bridge comes with two... like a first floor and a second floor, 2 layers if you may, and that changes everything in terms of rotations as well as how you want to guard the bridge. On top of that, we have an upgraded cheer pack, air platform, competitive racing, and we also have a colorful bicycle. And I don't know if you're gonna be caught out in game with the colorful bicycle, but I absolutely want it. And for you guys as well, that's not enough. There's also more for you here. Here's the brand new Royale Pass, and this is in collaboration with Warframe. And I'm sure you guys love the game, and we all call it Fashion Frame if you guys play it. Very grindy to get yourself, but if you guys want to see your hard-earned skins that you wear in Fashion Frame, or rather Warframe, you can get it right now on the new Royale Pass. All you gotta do is just get it on the game itself. However, now, that aside, let's talk a little bit about the game. Starting off just now, shooting range 2, Sosnovka military base was the flight path, which means north to south area, and it cuts through the middle of the map so perfectly where you don't have to worry too much about not getting your drop spot. So it's very rare to see someone not drop in their usual spot. But let's have a look at the rankings first though. This time round, RSG Chicken Dinner, on top of that double back-to-back chicken dinner they got last week, they also now have 19 eliminations, 15 rank points, giving them a total of 34 points. That's a lot. And on top of that, if you saw just now, Kim actually has around 8 or 9 kills, I believe, making him one of the highest fraggers right now for their team. actually NC right now with 16 points, and only 1 point behind is Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. And what makes this really interesting is the fact that RSG is just so far ahead compared to number 1 and number 2. R2K takes 4th place with 11, MAB with 10, Dingoz currently with 8, and Geek Fam with 6. SMG looking a little bit better this time with 5 points. But let's talk a little bit about Kim right now. 8 eliminations was for him, and alongside the 8 elims, 1,300 of that was all his damage. You can tell that all those elims were not just kill steals or something he third party. Those were all purely his skirmishes and his fights, giving him 4.5 MVP points as well. 33% was his team contribution. It wasn't the highest, but mainly because he's the one making space for his team, so his team can contribute more from the back. When it comes to elimination distance, 170 meters is his record for last game, which is definitely not a small feat. When you think about it again, Kim has really good nades as well when you saw him play, which gave his team so much space to push in and also get those kills, especially from Geek Fam, who has been holding the area for so long. Now, let's have a look at the rankings right now. RSG, because of all those points, now pushes their way up to first place with 34 whopping points. Very, almost about 10, I think maybe 7 points ahead of NC. Now, when you look at the bottom tier though, AMT only has 1 point right now. The same with Homebois, CLC, as well as SEM9. KHI with 2 and Farang now with 5. So now these teams, also actually a Bosskur as well with 5. So now what makes it really scary right now, it shows how competitive it is just getting to the 16th, 15th, and 14th place just for this week. And also don't forget, this is a brand new week, so we don't know who else will be getting those bonus points as well at the end of the week. Now, when you talk about them as well, in terms of how it was played by Team RSG. So RSG, once again, they had full domination of the final circle. And let's have a look at how their journey went into that game. So just now, they dropped over at Farm, where they were already inside of the circle. However, they chose to go outside toward Milta, most likely to just get as much loot as they can before they did a long rotation all the way to the southern part of Pochinki. And as they went through there, the circle actually was still favoring them. It was in favor of where they are. So a lot of teams were already kind of guessing that the circle might be around the Pochinki area. So now when it comes to Team RSG, one thing for sure is that their shot calling, their teamwork, and how they play has been absolutely interesting. While we didn't really see them shine, especially on week 1 and I think first half of week number 2, for this week in particular, they are absolutely popping off. So you can see how many teams are actually up there onto Pochinki. And what's really interesting as well is the fact that RSG was able to rotate in with no problems at all, because they were actually one of the earlier teams to actually get into the circle. And while that's happening, you also see teams having lots of skirmishes and fights as well. And this includes Farang, Bosskur, SEM9, EVOS, because where all these teams are actually on the north side there on Pochinki. And as Chuchu mentioned earlier during the game, when you're in Pochinki, there's just so many levels, layers, and buildings, which makes skirmishes a little bit more tough. Now, once we get to this smaller side of the circle, we are starting to see which teams are holding the circle. SMG was already inside, MAB as well. They do have a compound there. We also see SEM9 as well as we also see Dingoz playing outside of the circle. And R2K as well tried to get inside. We did see the skirmish happen between Dingoz and R2K, but it wasn't until much later. So a lot of teams were playing it real safe. Now, when you talk about Yoodo Alliance for Rivals, they were the kind of team that actually were playing the gatekeepers, trying to farm as much eliminations as they can. But the problem is they had to fight with RSG as well. And during that fight with RSG was trying to get into the circle, and they actually lost 3 in that situation just because I believe it was I believe it was Kim who threw out the nade, got a few, and because of that one knock, they were able to just quickly rush Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, giving them space to get into the circle. Now, when you look at the circle as well, because it's such a large and vast area, and there's not a lot of compounds or places to hide in. So for teams like Geek Fam, they actually held a small shack there, and they were trying to farm for as many kills as possible. Now, the problem is RSG just went crazy and just started to mow them down, and then because the area that Geek Fam held was just so small, they were annihilated almost instantly. Now, on top of that, if you see how RSG actually placed themselves in the circle, they actually have one member holding throughout the middle side of the circle. While it is a very flat land and flat area, the thing is they have full control. The circle means that they're able to really control who gets into the circle and who comes through. There are a lot of situations where we saw that that Kim might be eliminated or annihilated from the side, but the thing is their teammates always are watching each other's backs. This comes back to what I was talking about crossfire, is that when person watches one side and one person watches the other, means that there are no situations or no chances for anyone or any stragglers to come in from the backside or even backstab the team. And on top of that, 19 eliminations is just really shows how much they were just fighting throughout the whole entire game, trying to get into the circle. And not just fighting, they were also winning all of these fights. And on top of that, some of the teams that they took fights from is actually teams like Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, which is just absolutely interesting as well. So talking about that though, we have seen the point that where Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, they only had Api left. Because there was only one player left, they actually have to wait outside. For now, let's have a look at the most damage. Kim, 1,340 was the damage that he did, and puts him way further ahead than the other two, which the other two members are actually from NC, which is Rush as well as Flax OP. Now, this is very interesting as well, because NC was the type of team who actually watched the bottom side. They still had a fight, but the problem is Kim, his nade usage, his molotovs, as well as his aggression gave so much, not only just space, but gave his team all that, probably in a way saved his team as well, where he was able to make sure that they can survive up with 4 members up till the end, make sure he can take those kills, and once one person is knocked, you can see the members of RSG quickly react to it and just push forward as well. And that's the kind of callouts and situations that we really want to see, is that one member is down, they are outnumbered, what can we do? Immediately surround, based on the information that they have. And because Kim was able to take out this main the main players, or actually the person taking care of one side, that means that the whole side is actually free for them to take at as well. For now, let's have a look at the elimination and damage. For now, RSG, the highest twin towers, 19 eliminations and 2,953. Now, if you look at TABAH and NSEA as well, they're actually not bad. 1,790 with 6 eliminations, followed by, we have another team here with 7 eliminations, as well as 1,742. Farang was not so bad, 1,100. We also have Dingoz with 1,282. This is definitely one of those teams that are absolutely consistent, but what I'm very surprised about is the performance from Team SMG. Usually we see them picked off one by one, and they will always be knocked out early, but Team SMG today, they still managed to survive at least almost toward the end, giving them some extra placement points, as well as 3 points in their pocket. MAB as well survived almost to the end, and this is also a big improvement in my opinion, but ALMGHTY right now is just so unfortunate. 112, the lowest damage so far, and 0 elimination points. However, that is the end of that, but after this we are going to go to the sandy dunes of Miramar, where groups A, B, C, E will be playing, and the teams are Geek Fam, R2K, Farang, CLC, Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, Homebois, Axis, EVOS, Dingoz, Bosskur, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, THQ, NC, as well as KHI. So because of this, it's going to be really interesting as well, because Miramar is just one of those maps that makes it very hard to rotate, and based on where you drop as well as the circle, sometimes you get really lucky when you get a high ground, and it's really easy for you to hold the area. But sometimes when you are in a situation where you do get the high ground, The problem is, if the circle doesn't favor you, goes toward the low ground, getting down is a total pain. Either you drop off, there's someone picking you off from the sides, or you're not able to take the long rotation out. But for now, let's have a look at my prediction for this upcoming game. I'm predicting Axis will be the team of my choice, and it's because of past experience seeing them play. And having seen Voki play as well, I'm really certain that they'll be able to clinch this. However, suddenly I'm not too sure, given that RSG has been doing really well, especially on day 3 of last week, as well as the last game. So now, do drop your predictions down below and give your favorite team a cheer. Give them the words of what's semangat in English? Cheer. A spiritual cheer, I suppose. Give them this cheer that they need as well. And don't forget, guys, it's going to be a really good one. For now, guys, don't forget, give your predictions below. For now, I'm going to be passing it over to our casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Dash, our beautiful analyst and also host. I think she meant Jumper just now from Active Threat 1. But speaking of our caster side, it's going to be me, Chu, and Sir Cloud. Before we get into the game officially, we definitely have to thank none other than our smartphone partner, none other than Realme GT2 Pro, because this is greater than what you can actually see with the tech trendsetter Realme GT2 Pro. You definitely want to get to be able to play as best as this professional, because they are the one that pushing the potential of these players with high tech and also high phone accessories. But more on that, we have more. You have a phone, you need
data, and of course none other than our official digital telco partner, that is a Yoodo. And if you switch over right now, you will get 5 GB of free high-speed data plus 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data to come along with it. And to be a pro player, you need to be ready with the best equipment. So you have the phone, you have the best data to play with, and who knows, we could be seeing you in the next PMPL.
Yeah, if you have a real good phone, you don't have a real good internet, or the other way around and vice versa, it's pretty much pointless. So might as well have it both. Okay, speaking of which, I don't know why I'm using my gentleman voice, but it's really itching, really, I can't help it. But speaking of the teams just now, I do realize one thing about Geek Fam that nobody actually mentioned. Geek Fam, they try to play as they were at around week 2, where they're trying to be at the center of the circle, at unconventional places where there's nothing much to actually take covers on, because nobody actually expect there will be a team there. So the same thing they did, but this is pretty usual for Erangel, because we know there's a couple of shacks, very small shacks, and every single team, if you ask them, they definitely know there's somebody in the shack, but it's just the question of how many people in there. But you know, if only Geek Fam kind of broaden up their horizon and actually spreading out just now, they might actually get the circle. They were actually at the center of the circle, but it just didn't spread out quite well. I have to say the formation quite clumped up, so one need to rule them all and pretty much done.
Yeah, and if like what you say, if you are able to tell that Geek Fan always likes to play there, what about other teams that do their homework, right? That's why it was RSG. They kind of like, okay, they know someone's there. The moment they got one knock out of Geek Fan, they know that, okay, the rest of them are there. They just continue on. They get 2 knocks, they push in, automatically Geek Fam will be eliminated. So you're right. If you can tell, I'm sure the other teams will be able to tell. It's time for Geek Fam to maybe change it up a bit.
I think they might gonna do the same sort of formation, going to the center of the circle where it might be at the ledges. But we do know it's Mirama. If you get yourself the highest terrain, that is the prime spot, the vintage point, you might get yourself a lot of elimination. But RSG just now didn't move that much when it comes to the first few phases of the circle. When it comes to the 4th phase, now they did bring every single thing they have with them and just obliterate, pretty much bulldozing the entire team along the way. So I mean, like, that's one way to do it. We do know GENEXUS do that kind of formation here.
Yeah.
Sort of going on the same vibe of GENEXUS, which they will be playing now, since we have B group playing, except for D. We don't have SMG, we don't have RSG. That's gonna be a bummer for them. But MAB and Almighty, now RSG just got themselves this huge momentum, and now they're being forced to rest.
Well, it's like the other day, right? Like they got their double chicken dinner back to back, and then they are forced to rest again. I'm sure as players they would have wished that, oh, we wish that we'll have more games because we have the momentum, but it is what it is. But anyway, they managed to carry forward their momentum from from the Monday game.
I mean, like, it took them quite a bit some time, but still, yes, I have to agree. The back-to-back chicken dinner last week definitely ended up with their faces all over the place 2 times in a row, and now they're bringing it into the week number 3 as well. But speaking of which, that was not when B group was performing. So we do know B group is a group of death, we call it, because they are the most popular. There is the teams in B group. We have Team Secret, Sam9, GENEXUS, as well as Homebois. And these guys are one of the top 5 in the overall rankings as well. So that might be a difference when it comes to dynamic changes in this Miramar map.
Yeah, they are the champions group, right? Like that group, literally all the teams have become champions before. Right? Even Homebois, their lineup was used to be Bapa / Team SMG. They were champions. They went to C. And if you kind of think about it again, those are all the C team groups.
So we might as well call it C group. They should be put in C group instead of B, because they were used to play in C region sort of tournaments. Okay, our puns are bad today.
And if you think about it, it is kind of like, I think all the teams pretty much play like the globals. If you think about it, Trix was at China as well.
They were exposed quite a lot when it comes to their experience in PUBG Mobile itself. I have to say they are one of the veterans and a lot of OGs in B group itself. But the thing is, since they are being forced and stuck in a group for these 4 teams, we talk about Team Secret, Sam9, GENEXUS, and also Homebois, all these having a lot of veterans in it. So that's quite hard for them to actually compete with each other again, because everybody's sort of having the same vibe and having the same mindset here.
Yeah, it's like no matter what, you will still bump into them in the same map. So, well, you can't get away from it. You have to stick to that understanding. And plus, it's going to be even worse as they move on to the grand finals, assuming that all 4 of them move on to the grand finals. It is going to be all the best of the best teams are going to play all 16 rounds. Oh, sorry, I don't know how many rounds, but all 16 teams are going to be playing every single round in the grand finals. So they have to be prepared for that anyway, right?
But at least for now, we're focusing on about the 20 match in this week only, because we do know each team will be playing 4 match a day, which can be 5 days. It total out we're going to be 20 match per week. And also, we're not done with RSG. 19 elimination points. That's the highest by far in this tournament.
GENEXUS has the highest, 20.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so they are 1 behind.
Sorry.
GENEXUS. It's fine. I mean, they did gather a lot, and plus Kim got a lot from himself as well. Kim is playing the best game.
I have to say,
yeah.
Yes. Imagine if we put Kim, Long, who else? Maybe Jumper.
Pemburu.
And, I don't know, between Pemburu and... Who else is? Damroot is not bad as a fair get as well.
Or Appy?
I mean, like, Damroot is overall still the MVP though.
Yeah, he
imagine we put example, my pick would be Damroot. We have Jumper, IGL, because his shot calling is quite great. And we have Lung, and we put in Kim. That's going to be like, aggressive team.
Absolutely agree. That's a lot of wow factor there.
Yeah, but the thing is, having too much wow factor sometimes turns things around. Like, they don't know how to work with each other.
Well, could it be like so in your lineup, your dream lineup, you mentioned that Damroot as well as Jumper in the same team, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that like having 2 in-game leaders is a good idea?
Never, but it's fun to watch
because
you get
fun is definitely.
I mean, like in C back then, when I talked to the Thai teams, they don't put 1 person as IGL. They definitely put 2 IGLs in there, because in case the IGL is quite busy or being pressured on different angle, the other can actually look over for the rest of the team. So it's quite a good burden being shared amongst the teammates, and it's not feeling too pressured being the IGL to have to do the shot calling every single time. It's not really a bad thing here.
Okay, so there is a good example before.
Yeah.
Although in recent times there were poor examples as well. Like you putting Mattoy and Jumper in the same team, it didn't really work. You put Kuza as well as Luxy, it didn't really work as well.
Mattoy and Jumper in the same team, they actually won quite a lot in Team Secret though.
Well, at some point, if you remember, actually they split out. Because at some point they're like, okay, nope, the 2 IGLs didn't really work for them.
I mean, like, maybe they can form into a 2-2 formation and make it a totally different entire team. Like, yes, this is the team but we split into 2 ways.
Oh, that's why Jumper is now in Axis. I'm just saying. Now he's like his own team. And it's like, okay, I'll do my own thing. And then now Mattoy can do his own thing. And let's fight out in the battlefield, right?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the reasons. Because Jumper is really a good IGL. You can't deny that. But We're not going to waste any more time since Miramar will be our third match of the day. We're remaining with 2 more matches when this is already commenced. And 15 more seconds. We're talked about entirely a different map we've witnessed before. And this is going to be an interesting one. Why? Because we've seen a lot of circle comprises a lot of water before. But recently, we've seen a lot of northern circle.
Yeah, in recent times, the circle has went up north. In week 1, interestingly, in week 1 there were a lot of southern circles.
It pretty much just all the way down.
Yeah, for the most part, right? It ends up in the right side of Chumasera. And week 2, a lot of it has been on the north
Los
side.
Leones all the way down there.
Maybe today or this week it could be more...
Impala?
Yeah, we haven't seen an Impala this season at all. I'll take an Impala.
I mean, like, I do want to see Impala, but the flight path itself already on the southern side, so definitely we won't be looking too much of southern circle, as it will contradict usually, but sometimes it just goes along the way. From the side of outskirts of La Guerilla down to Puerto Paraíso, now we do know not many teams are taking the risk to drop into a different compound. Most of them are still going to it where they plan to be from the start during the scrims back then until now. But when it's desperate enough for these guys, they will try to, crash into somebody else's compound.
Yeah, expect that to happen. Now that it's the final week, more teams might be willing to take a little bit of a risk. I'll be interested to see where the teams from the northern side will drop into in this round. So, because of the flight path, it's like on the southern side. So far, looking at Axis, they still drop around the areas of El Pozo. I think they want to make their way to La Cobera, which is their regular drop spot. So, no big contest there between them as well as Geek fam. But the circle, no Impala circle, I'm sad.
I'm like, well, it kind of contradicts the flight path, so definitely it's going to be on the northern side. Might be, chances are, around the creative field. Now, that's going to be a tricky one to play because we did watch and witness before La Bendita. Don't forget to scan out. Yoodo. You guys can actually have 5 gigabyte data.
Gigabit.
But I don't know why it's in BM here. But 5 gigabyte data of high speed. And also 20 gigabyte data of PUBG Mobile for free if you actually swap over to Yoodo today. Hey, Yoodo. But also, speaking of a circle, you remember the last time when we got ourselves a La Bendita circle? And then it added up the 1v2 clutch between GENEXUS and Bosskur.
Oh yeah, that was...
That was really at the ledge of the crate in La Bendita. We'll be looking at the same thing in Creators Field though.
Yeah, that was insane though.
That was crazy.
It was crazy. It was like, I still remember, it was GENEXUS having 3, Bosskur having 2. GENEXUS had the high ground, Bosskur had the low ground. GENEXUS had the circle, Bosskur didn't have the circle, but somehow ALMGHTY just became the superstar he is.
Yep, both teams are doing great that time. It was everybody's game.
Yeah.
It's just down to seconds. But you remember that time, just to remind, they didn't knock out and they didn't finish off. They didn't exterminate. Is it the right word?
Exterminate. Okay, that's
an
interesting one.
The one knocked down person of GENEXUS, and that gave away their position, and he can see through and tell Bew that he can heal up for now because his opponent is quite far. If he didn't heal up for Bew that time, it was the end of it, and Bosskur might have just won.
Yeah, but I guess like what they say, the rest is history, right?
Yeah,
so,
what happened just happened, and nothing that can be changed. But speaking of GENEXUS, I don't know how will they fare when it comes to the final week here.
Yeah, it's still a question mark, right? So far, we've only seen one performance from them in Sanhok. I mean, Sanhok is always this wildcard map, like what you say. And they did like a middle-ish finish, and I don't think it's their best map anyway. So these kind of maps that is open, a lot of places to play, a lot of compounds to crash in, and I think this is where GENEXUS would be better at.
Might be. Maybe sometimes it's just a circle, it gets wonky.
Yeah.
And it's nobody's game.
I know, right?
But speaking of Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals now, this is what Tash loved to see from Voki, I think. Voki is just random sometimes. It's just, I want to go in, I don't care. And sometimes he's way ahead a bit, I have to say, a bit too impulsive. But there are times he's making really good shot calls.
Yeah, I have to agree that the moment he goes in, he goes all the way in.
There's no turning back.
Yeah, like there's no like, okay, I go in and then fight a bit and I choose to retreat. No. He will finish the job. And I think that is what Axis redONE appreciated about his playstyle as an in-game leader. He has that high level of confidence that is like, okay, go guys, we can do this, and that's what made Axis redONE last season's league champions.
Yep, and then he jumped over to Yoodo Lions now.
And then jump into Axis redONE.
There's so many swapping, and there's so many things going on when it comes to the off-season. I love the drama, by the way, I can't help it. But back about Picardy, we have Team Huck. Now, Team Huck used to known as J8 back then. Before that, it was a different name again, but they always change every single season.
I know, right?
But it's just the same players.
I know, right? It's like, what would they call it season 1? Okay, BTR Arov, I think. And then season 2, I forgot what would they call. Yeah, I know, right?
So many names.
Yeah.
It was J8.
J8, yeah.
Until season 3.
And it was
and
Wolf
now,
Arov.
And now it's like, Wolf Arov. So many things. But they have additional Ransky. Now, I think Ransky is a huge potential. Really good player, but it's just sometimes he's kind of being choked in position that is kind of hard for him to, compute what to do next.
And also probably because it's his first time in the PMPL too.
Yeah,
so to
quite
be fair
nervous. He's maybe having that nervousness inside of him, but maybe next season we might see something out of him.
Yeah, just like how let's say, for example, Dingoz. Last season was their first time in the PMPL. So they had a taste of, this is how the PMPL plays. And now...
you mean Dingoz? Because we got Dingoz in PMPL Season 1 with Tara.
Okay, this Dingoz lineup. Okay, let's
you
be
need
specific.
You need to be specific.
Okay, there's so much history, right? So this Dingoz lineup that used to be known as Yoodo Alliance. Back in Season 4.
Thank you.
There you go. And, you give them 1 season of experience and they are a very different team now.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of true. But they're definitely not new in the season. Just
Not
the
at
name is new for them.
Yeah,
and the players, the name of the organization is Veteran. But both of them are considered Veteran, but it's just changing and swapping over. So it's very confusing. I know for you guys watching at home, but it's pretty much too long. Don't read. Player swap. That's it. Players just swaps.
I know. If you don't follow since Season 1 at least, the minimum, it gets a bit confusing of like, what are you guys talking about? But yeah, rest assured, that's what we're here for.
Imagine if we followed since like PMCF Season 1, Arov back then was so different lineup, but still Boyka in there. Boyka was still in there, and Iron Pro was in there, and Small Boy was in there. I think Heiko was in there as well.
Iron Pro was there.
Iron Pro was there.
Yeah.
So these are the OGs. So definitely for this season, what I really love regarding the season is that every single team are quite stable or balanced out when it comes to the players. There's no teams that can be called underdog anyway, because every single one of them are quite well known now and very established.
Yeah, by this time I think so. Even like a team like, let's say, GENEXUS, for example, you still have, the GENEXUS name itself was way back before Team Secret, so there's some history lesson for you guys at home. BUB was in that lineup, and now he's just bringing in fresh new players, almost fresh new players, and he's making it work.
It's 100% fresh new for GENEXUS.
Except for Loyu and Snappy.
I mean, like, for the name.
Oh, for the name, yeah.
Yeah, Loyu and Snappy, we know it. They have been in PMPL for quite some time here. It kind of make me miss Simbi Stewart and also Alexa. I really love Alexa. He's a really funny guy. But back towards Axis, back into the game we go. Done with the history talk.
Oh, I have a fun fact though before we
we're
move
not
back
done
to
yet.
the
Okay.
Yeah, I have one fun fact. So during the scrim, right, before PMPL, GENEXUS played with Alexa. But actually, that Alexa is BUB.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he used Alexa's name because you know how BUB is like he's like this low-profile guy, shy guy, and all that.
He's not really shy.
Well, the type of shyness enough that girls like. I'm just saying.
He's quite polite, I have to say. But Jumper taking advantage with AKM on the high ground with only an eye in sight. But the circle just have to move now. This used to be St. Martin Team Secrets. They always go up the mountain. When they have themselves at St. Martin. But this time it's so different. Nobody's on top of that mountain. It's really, I have to say pity that I have to say that nobody's actually taking the advantage of that San Martin Mountain.
Yeah, I guess it's somewhat of a respect to Team Secret, despite that they might be up there. So it's like, okay, we don't want to contest Team Secret. But talking about contest, so Geek Fam is going to contest Axis redONE, and this mountain is a usual spot for Geek Fam too.
Oh,
oh no, you!
Ooh! That Kobe coming up from Snipes. My God! Oh! What a cheeky guy! That reflex, that flick from Snipe was insane.
You know what? For the first time, he's actually living up to his name.
Snipes.
Yeah. It's like Sniper Man never used a sniper, and Snipes hardly used a sniper too, and now he's living up to his finally.
Man, that feels so good. Kind of remind you of last season.
Yeah!
But that was what a flick coming out from Snipes, tossing out towards the IGL Vex's redONE, taking down Jumper and Micah at the same time. And I think it was Jumper and Micah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was... Jumper got it at first. He chugged out like what? 1/3 of HP coming up from Snipe because of first grenade, but giving away his position. And that was just...
And unfortunately, Micah's... I'm not sure whether he suicided or he...
he was crawling on the ground, but it was too steep for him.
Yeah.
The moment he just slipped down, he just died.
I know, right? I mean, Hino was there, though. I thought Hino could pick him up, but...
Yeah, it's just look at how the mountain is like 19 degrees upwards. There's no way you can climb down from there.
Yeah.
The moment you like crawl and help me, and you just slide down, you know? So sad.
What's the sound you make when you fall?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm trying, guys. I know you guys are here again. But talking about again, oh, this is going to be interesting. Okay, but GENEXUS versus Team Secret. So it's going to be BuBu versus Matoy. Oh my God.
Oh, this is going to be a bit of rivalry. And for old time's sake now. The OG of Team Secret versus Team Secret here. GENEXUS, Snappy, Loyu, and Long trying to reposition themselves on the flank side, but Team Secrets are aware they are veterans as well. They know exactly how these guys think, but Long vehicles might just gonna explode very soon. Matoy driving away with his buggy, but cannot be seen by Long. A bit too late when he comes with the spray.
So that was a good move coming in from Matoy to retreat. Again, it's still very early. You don't want to go all head on, and I don't think GENEXUS will do that as well. It's not worth it at this point, considering that we still have 16 teams.
Yep. It's still a second phase of circle.
Yeah.
But if they want to farm for elimination, like why not? Team Secret definitely got their slot for South Asia. But for side of GENEXUS, they kind of get into the playoff with no problem. Definitely know they got themselves 20 points last time. And they're quite secure in the top 16, I have to say.
Yeah, at this point, I can say that they've guaranteed themselves into the grand finals at least. But the circle moves to the left, kind of like a hard shift. And
again!
Yeah, I know, right? This tricks a lot of teams. Just look at the amount of teams on the outside.
And GENEXUS is quite in the center of it. Same goes for Team Secret. So any teams that's actually not inside of there, they will have to be gatekeep. But on the side of Sam9, they're still touching at the rim of circle. And it's quite a vintage point as well. So they can actually farm elimination with nobody going to backstab them from behind.
Clutch Guerilla will need to move as well. They came somewhat from Picado, so they need to move up north. Homebois came a long way. They came all the way from Puerto Paraiso, so it's quite a distance for them to travel.
Well, when it comes to Marama, there's a lot of vehicles used. Definitely. Do we have any award for the most distance travel though?
I'm not sure though. I think there's the stats somewhere in the PUBG Mobile page, but let's hang that thought for a second as Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals going up against EVOS VIP. We've seen this before. The last time Yoodo Alliance won this, and Razor is... No, Razor! No! Don't!
Oh, he was just staring out the window, pain and dying in pain eventually. He was just standing there, squatting around and just doing nothing. And it's pretty much an easy elimination coming up from Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. I have to say, as a free elimination there is.
Well, I mean, Voki is very attractive, but not in that way. Well, it was just unfortunate for them. That just had to happen. But KHI will be bumping into the Homebois on their way to the circle.
I'm not sure about this buggy though, really, honestly.
No, don't do it, Damaso, don't.
It's at the brink of explosion. And in the moment he bombed himself into the tree, he might just caught himself in a very tragic accident here.
Yeah, so please, drive carefully. Okay, so now they're somewhere around Hacienda, but they're not in the circle yet. But they're playing this chill, slow, and they need to be careful because another team's right in front of them. But the Civil War is about to happen. Clutch Guerilla against Farang Legends.
Farang, they always had almost moment, but they're always having a hard time to close it up for Farang. It's always that. Just one thing left and they just lose it. But do they want to take a civil war against Clutch Guerilla again? When we talked about this, there are teams that kind of having sort of a brotherhood, sisterhood. They almost have the similar sort of rotation. And they always bump into each other, and this is not quite healthy for them because they might just, quite too aggressive. Sometimes these two teams, they're forcing the fight way too much, and they are not in the circle, by the way. And they're being forced to get out of here because the blue closing in. But look at Homebois spraying on the Clutch, but managed to get away in the nick of time.
Ooh, that was a close one there for Clutch Guerilla, and they'll evade the circle. But now, the next circle, where will it go? Right smack in the middle.
GENEXUS!
GENEXUS has a circle. Wow.
Again. But they have themselves compound, if I'm not mistaken, a very small one. And look at on the outskirts of Crater Field. The moment they will try to jump down from that mountain, that kind of a terrain which is high ground, they will be open straight into the lair of GENEXUS. But back to KHI, they want to cut across, but they have to cross path with one team here, which can be Homebois. And that buggy will explode anytime soon. Team Secret got themselves quite a number of snipers and going for the long shot. But will it connect? Oh, I didn't realize there's one person on his left side.
Oh, yeah, he got to be careful there. But at least he has a lot of ledges to work with. Now, we last saw Farang Legends, they left Clutch Guerilla alone, but looks like they're not going to leave R2K alone as Harm will be taken out. Oh, that's an elimination still there. So THQ got Harm.
Yep, it's the fourth phase here. Definitely a lot of teams start to get migration.
Oh,
damn, he got spotted out. I shot from afar with the snipes away. Oh, what a just good timing, but he couldn't finish it because it was too far apart. But KHI came in. They want to conquer this mountain, but it's just wrong timing because Kit has been waiting with a UMP. He makes a U-turn, take covers for himself, open up some couple of nades, cooking it up, hoping to drop a Kobe.
Oh, and now Homebois will need to be picked up, but can they pick him up in time as Kid putting pressure onto the other side at the same time? We can see that Neko will be gunned down by Homebois. The nade onto Kid, almost taking it out, and the shots coming in. The molly coming in from Red Kid gets a knockdown to Kid, and now Team Secret will lose too.
Damaso trying to play on the zigzag manner, taking on Fredo, and Fredo take covers on behind the tree, but it was just too much. Damaso's spray was perfect, and will finish off Kit. He didn't realize Kit was there, was it? He heard the footsteps, he definitely will finish it off. Team Secret in a predicament, didn't think there will be one team pushing from afar, and KHI has arrived.
Oh, and iShots has been picked up by Mato, but Mato has been gunned down. Now iShots, the last man standing for Team Secret. He will play this slowly, carefully, but KHI, they want more.
Yep, they will not be satisfied, but here comes Homebois firing onto KHI. This is where Team Secret being saved by the grace of Homebois, tossing out one hand grenade. Well cooked, but Homebois already flayed from there. Never mind, they actually flew out from there, and Dingoz started to fight against CLC on the other side, exactly where KHI is. But Damaso didn't spot out the rest of Team Secret. Now this is the time for Team Secret to exit out or go for this engagement.
Oh, and Mato has been picked up by iShots. Okay, so now they're back on two. Now the duo between iShots as well as Mato, the OGs of Team Secret, going to battle it out. But we move our view to another battle that's going to be the Dingoz versus Clutch Guerilla, as Ricky gets one for himself.
Ricky, as always, knows where to actually stand. Finding the blind spot of the enemy is his specialty. Now, the rest of Dingoz are fanning out into 1-2-1, but CLC kind of being cluttered themselves in one whole lump. Well, Farang giving off the pressure on Clutch. Clutch has nowhere to go, being sandwiched. Dingoz start to move forward. Jimmy hoping to play around the slippery slope of the hill. Bought him quite some time, but he needs to cut across, like it or not. There's so many nades being tossed around here. But Clutch Guerilla go for this engagement. They need to get into the circle first. It was really close.
Oh, very, very close. 30 more seconds on the clock. And look at this NC. They're playing on the outside of the circle with Bosskur. Bosskur and Psycho together with ALMGHTY. They need to make this move fast as 20 more seconds before the zone starts to close in. The nade will be tossed out by Psycho. ALMGHTY will move in with the micro Uzi. ALMGHTY needs to reload, but he chooses to shift over to an AK. ALMGHTY will need to win this fight before it moves forward. ALMGHTY with the reload starts to move in with the spray. And ALMGHTY will be gunned down. He failed to get his opponent, but Psycho will be there to finish off Frankie. And that is it for NC.
Bosskur losing quite a lot of men as well. Heavy casualty on his side. Dingoz still on the lower ground, fighting against Farang. There's also KHI, who wiped up the entirety of Team Secret just now. I'm not sure, maybe Team Secret bailed out, but never mind, Team Secret already wiped out here. I'm not sure who finished them off, but Yoodo Line's caught in the fire zone. In the wall where all the teams are started shooting. Everything that moved, they will shoot it down. Pamburu tried to find on EVOS, the VIP Insomnus. But one more team out. It's going to be Axis Red 1 actually.
Oh, Axis Red 1. Oh no, oh no. Okay, that's the team that Tash picked. But well, we'll leave the analyst curse for another discussion as Damaso gets one for himself with the long range of the Red Bull boy Ricky trying to find an entry into the circle as the zone starts to close in.
Oh, there it goes, coming in. Ricky gonna go for the push. It's down to Olio. Farang trying to hide away in the smoke. But the smoke gets back. You can see it's fly across. Ricky got it with the help of Dingoz out there on the other side, trying to cover every single way possible. Dingoz triumph, but it's gonna be Helton now. 2v1. Farang bowing out at 10th place, with Dingoz winning that quite big with 8 elimination points by now.
Well, Dingoz, they are still on the roll. But now let's check this out. Geek fam. They have the high ground advantage. They are playing in the circle at the same time. Auto is right behind the Devil with toss out there on the side of Izin. Izin now with 10% of help. Will that need arrive onto Izin? Or will it be too far? A second name will be tossed. Looks like THQ, they are busy on their own.
Big Fam holding a vintage point, but will it be really premium enough for them to actually stay with 5 elimination points by KHI? They're going for the kills as well, going for the eliminations. GENEXUS still in the game with 8 more teams to go. Geek Fam start to push forward within the smoke, but the smoke won't stay there for long. We do know the moment the smoke dissipates, everybody can actually see through what's coming towards them. And Damru just keeping the pressure onto its GENEXUS side, but Yoodo Lions fighting EVOS still going on. Well, Team Huck slowly creeping in when nobody knows what's happening on their side.
Oh, but look at this. Yoodo Lions 4 rounds have been eliminated, 3 elimination points. Homebois, they're playing on the outside of the circle. The circle shifts away from them to the left side, and Homebois, they need to reset quickly. 30 more seconds on the clock. Biu will be gunned down by Miracle, and Damru will be traded back by Long, and Geek Fam is out. 7th place for them.
And the circle ended up where everybody's touching the rim. Nobody's actually in the center. Now we're down to 6 teams. GENEXUS is going to be 4 men. While EVOS really playing it quite hard with only 1 survivor left. The rest of the other teams still have 3 or 4 members. And KHI got himself the most compound to work with, but not really quite yet in the circle. The one that actually moving forward, Team Hawk will have to force the fight against Dingoz. Oh no! It's going to be Yoodo down first. The moment they try to push forward, Team Hawk making sure they will deny that entirely.
Oh, but the Dingoz, they have KHI to deal with as well. Insomnia's the last man standing for EVOS VIP. Will be out. 4 elimination points this time for EVOS VIP. Biu will be gunned down again as THQ, they will be guarding the circle away from the Dingoz.
Not just the Dingoz, they're taking it away from GENEXUS as well. They're fighting 2-way warrior from Team Hawk. A bit too bold, but I have to say it's paid and it's worthwhile for them. Look at the elimination with 6 points by now. Heiko being spotted by KHI on top of that compound. And the only compound to work with, but they need to move forward no matter what, because the open area is going to be where the last circle will be. Homebois on the other end, coming out from the other corner. Now, Homebois is the safest by far, not being spotted out, but Team Hawk, they attract way too much attention onto them.
Oh, and KHI, Demigod will be gunned down by Bart from afar, from behind. In fact, KHI, they're kind of like in the savage situation, but look at Loyu's position. He is at the forefront. He is just right in front of his opponent, backing down with the spray on the Homebois, trying to put pressure onto them as the next circle will reveal itself anytime soon. Demigod will be picked up and KHI will reset to a 4.
This might be KHI chicken if they have the heart and mind set to it. It's all down to how they rotate, how they get into into the center and without being spotted. Do they have enough utilities? Do they have enough smoke with this kind of circle? This really small. All the utilities have to be used up here. And so being pressured by Homebois, but look at Doms. It's going to be GENEXUS taking on Team Huck, who's actually fighting against KHI at the same time.
Oh, here we go. Bart versus Snappy, and Snappy winning the fight, but he got some help from the muscle from behind. And now, looks like the next team has to deal with redONE 1v1 versus Long, and redONE, no! Long has backup. His brother Loyu is there.
Oh, Heiko will finish off as well. Down to one man here for Team Huck. That's not really a good news for them. Zolly trying to try to find Long, but it's just so hot. Long is so sneaky. We do know this guy. He's so young, but huge potential. But Long, can he clutch this one for GENEXUS? While the rest of KHI still have their eyes onto them. We still have one more team. Homebois down to 2 men here fighting in KHI. Start to move for KHI. Try to find and spread out to see all the points of field that they can. Widen up their view, widen up their space, but will be enough. Huck down to 3 more teams only.
Oh, and GENEXUS is now on the top 3, but they need to beat Homebois into the circle, while KHI will need to do the same as well. So Homebois kind of sandwiched between 2 teams. Long starting to move through the circle. 5 more seconds on the clock. The long range spread against 1 against 2. Long! Long range shot from Long. What a monster this boy is.
Oh my goodness. That's just going to be one of the best spray ever. We've seen 2 knockdown at one time. KHI starts to move forward, but Long got a long way to go because he's gonna keep on spraying and keep on sending. And Loyu, the rest of GENEXUS, no pew, no problem for them. They're just gonna go on 3, but they got return 5 at KHI.
Oh, but check this out. Long is starting to move in, and this kid is just some insane player. Loyu will be finishing off Snappy together with Long will be the dynamic duo towards the last phases of the game. And Long will be gunned down by redONE. Snappy will need to pick him up, but Snappy can actually do it. Snappy, long range, takes down Homebois, and Snappy, nobody can stop him except for KHI. And KHI will still take off this chicken dinner, but what a game from GENEXUS.
I have to say, KHI, they got it since the start with their really insane, very active rotation. But congratulations to Rank It, that was a Homebois and Demigod. It says it all. Rank It, come in for the win.
Yep. The lineup without H2R, they are proving themselves like, okay, yep, let's not forget about us as well. We still want that chicken dinner, and they managed to get it. But Long again, despite them only getting like 2 elimination points, but look at his contribution.
I think it's more than that. I think it's definitely more than that.
But his contribution is insane.
I mean, like, okay, I have to say, KHI, before that, we give highlight for the KHI. They got themselves this chicken. Look at how they have been very proactive when it comes to rotation. Taking Team Secret, 1 knockdown in a very long distance, and they're straight rushing in without thinking twice. They don't look left and right, they just go in. But Lung, he just built so much space for the team, but it's just not enough. They don't have enough men. They don't have B on that side. Don't have enough set of pair of eyes. But you know what? That was still a good run, irregardless.
My oh my, there's so much to talk about. There's the KHI rush in, there's the long range, and Loyu backing up low. There's just so much to talk about in this game that I wish we had more time to talk about it, to be honest.
It was just insane. I wish we can watch a bit of just relive that moment for a bit because we want to. So let's just get into the highlight and relive that moment.
a game and I have no clue where to begin. KHI with their with the second chicken dinner of the night. I'm Tash Buddy, your host and analyst, and that game in Miramar was just absolutely something else. My prediction went straight out of the water, aka it was wrong, but I'm very, very happy to see the performance coming in from KHI as well as GENEXUS. These two teams are actually really, really cool, but let's have a look at something else that's really cool, which is the get a permanent legendary quality outfit, which is a Crimson Dancer set. So now how you can get it is by participating in Open Sesame event and you get a permanent legendary outfit for free. How you can get this is by going into the lobby of the game, open up Event Center and finally click on Open Sesame. Now don't forget guys, because this is for a very limited time and this is permanent, so do go and get yourself onto the game to go and redeem it. Speaking of redeem, we also have the Golden Moon logins happening on the 1st of April all the way till 8th of May. So what will be happening is if you log in cumulatively or every day in a certain amount of days during the event period to receive exclusive Golden Moon avatar frame, and a permanent Ruby Fairy dress for free. And I am looking at the dress right now. It looks really cute. It looks like a tutu. And if you were to get hit by a vehicle, you'll be flying like a beautiful tutu fairy princess. So yeah, log in daily if you want to get those rewards. On top of that as well, we have a Golden Moon event calendar here for you. So how you want to get this? There are a lot of events happening during the Golden Moon event. So this is where you can find out what event is happening and when you can redeem what during the time. So if you want to know more, do check out the events calendar because there's so much more happening than just the Golden Moon stuff happening right now. So it is a very holy month right now for us here, at least the ones who are fasting, the Muslims. So it is definitely one time for us to celebrate. Speaking of celebration, we also have the new Royal Pass for you guys. And for you guys who play Warframe, you guys know that Fashion Frame is the name of the game. So if you like the skins, or rather the outfits, or even the armor on Warframe, do check out the new Royal Pass, which is a collaboration with Warframe. And I can promise you that you are absolutely gonna love all the outfits as well as the skins. Because I definitely do. I loved it all in Warframe. And moving back to PUBG Mobile, I would really like to have it on my character too. Now, speaking of that, guys, we are now on game number 3 of the night. And this is going to be really, really exciting because just now it was a very, very interesting turn of events. So let's have a look at the match rankings to see what exactly happened. So right now, KHI, their lineup has been incredible. Rankit is back in, no longer H2R. And seeing that, he has been pretty good. 12 eliminations with 15 rank points, giving them a total of 27 points. While it was a little bit slow for them earlier today, but this game he really, really did prove himself to show that he too is a great IGL. For now, GNX still maintaining that consistency. Number 2 right now with 24 points, only 3 behind with 12 eliminations and 12 points. And what's really interesting about GNX is that they were just 3 men alive only, with 1 teammate gone. So because of that, they still managed to almost clutch it. I really gotta give it to Long. THQ this time as well, this week, as well as end of last week, they have been really, really going crazy as well. 14 points for them, alongside Dingoz as well, who is still maintaining that consistency we saw before. Homebois looking a little bit better as well this time with 12 points, and EVOS with 8. Geek Fam ends the game with 6. Meanwhile, Bosskur with 5, Yoodo Alliance for Rivals with 4, 2 points go to R2K and Farang, 1 point each for Axis as well as NC. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Lu Yu. While the team did not get a chicken dinner, what's really interesting about him is that he managed to get 7 eliminations with 3.6 MVP points and 1025 damage. His elimination distance here is very interesting, 187 meters, which is really, really far away. And we've seen the flicks that he can do as well as his sprays, which are absolutely scary. And his team contribution is 35.97%, which means that his team, in his whole team, him and his members are all working together, giving an equal amount of contribution. And I'm not saying that because I'm biased or anything, but if you see the way they play, there's always a crossfire happening. They move in together and they all make sure that everyone is supported, no matter if they want to move forward or take a fight. Meanwhile, for now, here's the weekly ranking where RSG is still maintaining the top spot with 34, but not far behind, climbing behind actually, is 33 points. So it's 33 points with GENEXUS. right now climbing not too far behind as well with 29, alongside EVOS on 4th place. NC now with 28 and 25, 3 points behind is THQ. Now if you look at the bottom here, AMT, SEM9, CLC still maintaining 1 point each at the bottom side of the ladder, and Farang looking a little bit better now with 7 points. Bosskur with 10, SMG with 11. Axis now going down a little bit with 15, and it's hard to really blame them though, because they were just picked off one by one. It's just really unlucky, especially because of what Geek Fam did, which I'll be talking a little bit more in a little while during my analyzing moment. But what's really interesting though as well is that the circle, or rather the way that the circle was ping-ponging, made it so hard for a lot of teams to rotate or even get into the circle. And on top of that, the final circle was kind of a little bit like a crater. But let's have a look at the recap first though. So for now, if you look at the circle, this is a very classic circle. This is something that we've seen all the time. But where KHI dropped though was from Jumaseira all the way to the southern side, which means that in terms of getting vehicles, getting their loot, everything will be no problem at all before they rendezvoused over at Jumaseira and moved into the circle. Now this is where things get interesting. The circle itself, because it started ping-ponging to the right, so you saw a right rotation from them before finally they did enter the circle from the side of Graveyard and Pacado, and then after that you'll see the circle kind of ping-pong again to the left. So that makes it really hard for anyone at all to hold. Now when you look at crater fills just now, a lot of players were actually holding on to their area. That includes Geek Fam, Axis, and I think that's where Geek Fam actually, I think it was Snipes, he managed to get 2 from Axis during the time as well. So now the problem is, even though Geek Fam had a nice area there onto the crater fields, or at least the outer side, the problem is once the circle went to smaller, it was hard for them to actually get in, because they have to find a way to get off the mountain and get into the circle. GENEXUS though was the team that actually held the circle for a long time. Circle was just favoring them toward until the end. So you can see here, a ping pong to the right means that there's going to be so many players over Hacienda side. Why is Hacienda such a hot spot? Because it provides cover. It also has a compound, which means it's very easy for you to take cover and also catch players off guard at the same time. Speaking of that as well, Farang, this is a team that is very interesting, I have to say, that they like to play aggressive. There are just moments that I kind of wonder, are they supposed to play aggressive? Do they want to take this fight this early? But sometimes there are some moments where they're like, okay, let's try to change our mind and not do that. So speaking about that circle just now once again, that's the crater I was talking about just now in the middle side here. So it's a low ground up to high ground, and it goes down dipping into the middle side, which means that all the players, like it or not, will have to play towards the side, because once you play toward the middle, it's basically death knocking on your door. Why? Because there's no cover there. It's an open area with just terrains. So you have to play it real smart. And if you look at where all the players are, okay, this is where it gets really interesting. We found Homebois playing outside on the north side. They actually had a small shack over there where they played in first before they moved away. And on top of that, you had KHI, who was actually gate kept by Dingoz. On top of that as well, we have GENEXUS. They didn't really go too aggressive until the last parts. And THQ, okay, THQ is a very interesting team. While they had a poor showing for week number 1, I have to say from the final, from the end of week number 2 all the way to today, we are seeing the aggression or the little bit more effort coming in for them, where they really at least try to mow teams down. And we are seeing that at least they do get some elimination points, but sometimes in some situations, you kind of wonder like, okay, THQ, you are a little bit kind of going too aggressive. Like right just now in this particular moment here, THQ was picking a fight with not only KHI, but also Homebois. They were just biting more than they can chew. And on top of that, they were also being shot at by GENEXUS as well. So they were being shot at from 3 different angles, and they picked a fight with Homebois and KHI at the same time, which is just very interesting. Speaking of that as well, KHI also was in a duo triple fight with Homebois as well, which is a very interesting love triangle, I would like to say, where GENEXUS is just kind of wading their way out of there, because they knew that in terms of firepower, they were outmanned, and it was just very, very unlucky. While Long was doing his best to provide that space and also getting those frags that his team needs in order to push out KHI, the problem is they were just so undermanned. So if in a situation that they still had 4 players, I think that Chicken would have gone to them. However, KHI was the one that won, so congratulations to them. And for now, we're going to be taking a quick break, and later we're going to have more PUBG Mobile action coming to you soon.
How's your family? Everybody's doing great. Oh, that's great. I heard you went on holiday. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you, bro. Everything's fine. Ah, that's what.
One mistake means it's all over. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. Recall Tower gives you a second chance. Aftermath. Play with ease. Finding enemies is not easy. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. Audio markers show enemy whereabouts. Aftermath. Play with ease. Shooting accurately is not easy. PUBG Mobile Aftermath. AC Core Module improves firearm handling. Aftermath. Play with ease.
To be a champion, you must fail first. Same knife on fire.
There'll always be setbacks, but you just have to bounce back harder. GENEXUS, be resilient.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by Realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are now here at the PMPL MYSGPH Be The One. This is Spring Split of 2022. I'm Tash Bade, your host and analyst for today, and we're moving on to game number 4. So, before you guys go ahead and get some water, get some drinks, get some snacks, because this is gonna be a very good one. Because it seems like it's a tug of war between so many different teams right now. It's really hard to pinpoint who exactly has had the most improvement and which team is really the most dominating among all the teams right now in PMPL MYSGPH Spring 2022. Yes, I managed to say that in we should have a competition where we have everyone try to say the name of this tournament in a tongue twister, and who says it the best, I don't know, get some bragging rights or something. However, guys, don't forget that when you guys are at home, be sure to tag your friends as well to watch and tune in as well, and share the live stream if you can. Bring the joy along to other people, and make sure to tell your friends like there are so many things going on here during the tournament. But let's have a look at the person doing the most damage right now, and this is gonna be really interesting. Again, Luyu, he is not letting go of that first place damage dealer place where he is. 1025 is the damage he dealt last game. And this time on number 2 and 3, we're not going to be seeing two players from the same team. It's going to be Damaso with 845, followed by Dingoz Ricky with 731. And I'm not surprised seeing these players up here. Damaso has some insane sprays, and he actually throws some really crazy nades as well. Meanwhile, Ricky, his sprays are very, very deadly, but not as deadly as Luyu though. We've seen what he can do, and it's really, really terrifying. For now, let's have a look at the stats right now. This is week number 3, day 1. So far, they have been 58 eliminations and 6,630 heals. We are definitely going to be seeing more last season because of the changes to Sanhok, but still a very impressive amount. Airdrops looted, surprisingly, only 1 and 20 total revives only. But the longest distance for elimination goes to Rensky, 302 meters. Can anyone tell me how far away is that? Because that is definitely impressive. And I really want to know from our casters later, is that the furthest elimination they've seen so far in all the seasons we've seen? However, right now, we are going to be going to match number 4. We're actually not going anywhere. We're still going to be in Miramar, where Group A, B, D, and E will be playing. Right now, Geek Fam, R2K, Farang, CLC, Team Secret, Seb9, GENEXUS, Homebois, SMG, RSG, MAB, ALMGHTY, Yoodo, Alliance 4 Rivals, THQ, NC, as well as KHI are the teams to look out for. And this is definitely going to be a very interesting one because Group C isn't playing. So Group C gonna have a break before the final match of the night. So what's gonna be happening? Is it gonna be a very similar match to the last one, or is it gonna be something different? I was telling Sir Cloud the other day on Saturday how I really wanted to see a very southern circle on Miramar. But before we talk about that more, let's have a look at my prediction for this game. And I think RSG will be taking this one home. Their performance have been absolutely on point, I have to say, and I'm really hoping they do get this one because they do need to climb on top, or at least to kind of catch up with the other teams on the top spots. However, we really cannot discredit them. The back-to-back chicken dinners, as well as a very convincing win for game number 1, really puts them on the map. And I have to say, their improvement has been so phenomenal, especially from last season, where I think that they didn't really shine. This season was just absolutely great for them. But for now, let's have a look if my prediction will be true or not as we go back to Miramar. So, casters, take it away.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
RSG. Feel sorry for you guys. Because the one she voted always the first one to be out a bit too soon.
I'm just saying. I have nothing to do with this.
They got a good momentum just now. I don't know, that will break them. But you know what? But speaking of the elimination, when it comes to distance just now, that's not the highest. The highest was 395. 395 by, who was it again?
Wow. Oh, you remember it's
I remember.
395. Wow.
Yeah, I remember because it's almost 5 more meters to its 400.
Yeah, I remember it's close to 400, but I don't remember who it was.
I almost remember who it was. I did mention it before.
Yeah, we gotta write that stat somewhere just to keep that. It's like, you know, this museum of stats. Yeah, we gotta have that somewhere. But anyway, we're gonna go back into Miramar after this, and this time Group C is gonna be taking a break. So again, that's gonna be Axis redONE, EVOS VIP, the Dingoz, as well as Team Bosskur. I kind of miss saying the Dingoz, you know.
The Dingoz.
The Dingoz, yeah.
That's just you.
I know, right?
I don't miss it.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Welcome. But
anyway.
Yep. we did mention about A, B, D, and E will be playing, and previously we don't have B group that much. So this time we do have B in the fray. And KHI just got themselves their chicken dinner for this week. Now that's a good momentum, even though we kind of question is ranked really gonna do something. I'm gonna play this. Is ranked really gonna do something this week? Definitely he did, and they did it so well with Damaso. I have to say KHI, every single team we have sort of Terminator or, you know, under the spotlight player. For KHI, it's definitely Damaso. Remember how they clutch against Team Secret, if I'm not mistaken, Wrangle or Sunhawk that time, where he just thrown down and taking 3 members of Secret entirely. And then they did it again this time. Oh, it's going to be Team Secret for their first opponent, aren't they?
Well, yeah, I guess it's just, you know, opposites attract, as they say. But, well, let's see if they will meet up with Team Secret again, as both teams will be playing in this map. So it will depend on the flight path, that's one of it. I guess the flight path and the circle, that's going to be the 2 major factors of whether they'll meet up.
Just now we ended up on top or on the northern side for the circle, just around Crater Fields, and ended up around on the outskirts of Hacienda del Patron. But will the circle be the same? Will be the flight path be the same as we get into our flight for 4th match today, which is going to be 2nd of Miramar.
Impala Circle, let's go! Might as well. We have yet to see an Impala Circle this season, so let's go all the way Impala.
Maybe the last day.
Maybe. Okay,
maybe
the best for last, right, they say. But let's check out the flight path, which will be the first factor whether these teams will bump into each other. Earlier on, it was a very left flight path, but now it's a kind one. Expect to see all the teams jumping straight into their drop spot.
Except for TABAH NC is quite far when they want to drop into Valdemar, but the others pretty much reachable when this kind of flight path is really generous. But when it comes to generous flight path, sometimes it's a generous circle, but sometimes it's not. So we have to wait and see for the circle pops. But before that, nothing unusual. I think TABAH NC will go straight on the most western side of a map and just try to take themselves a couple of vehicles to go down to Valdemar, because that's the safest way they can actually do it.
Yeah, so far they've done that before. If the flight path doesn't reach, they drop into ruins. It's not unusual for them. Now, considering that Axis redONE isn't playing, they could go to La Cobera, but I guess it's worthwhile to wait for the circle and see where will they go, whether it's south or staying up north.
Or maybe just wait for a circle first, because, you know, but it's not wrong to play a bit of yo-yo rotation, where we actually did, saw a couple of teams did that, but KHI and also ALMGHTY and SMG seems to be sharing the same compound, but the circle pops right. It might be GENEXUS circle because they go straight into Monte Nuevo this time, so there's some teams actually drop in the wrong spot here.
Oh, I was about to highlight this. So SMG is not supposed to be here. They're normally in Puerto Paraiso. They drop into the same area as ALMGHTY is supposed to be on the southern side of Los Leones. And there is another team, I believe it was KHI, also dropping into somewhere unusual, which is this area. So the first blood will be given to Nasty. KHI is still fighting as Damaso goes down. 3 teams dropping right on the flight path, and they are not supposed to be here at all. I'm kind of surprised because the flight path is still reachable to their original drop spot.
It feels like not the entire team agreed to do this. Feels like maybe it's just one of the scouts to actually gain some information, but Moxie missed that just now. Yeah, there you go. It's not really tough, innit? Moxie with the M16 straight away, finish off ALMGHTY. This is what they needed. But SMG though, why did they drop there? Same goes for KHI. They usually drop KHI around Campo Militar, but KHI, Torre Ahumada around there is always on the northern side, but they drop quite far from their home here. But that's not really unusual for KHI. They always drop somewhere random. But SMG, this is very different.
Yeah, and same goes. SMG normally in Puerto Price, so they shouldn't be here. The flight path is reachable, so I kind of find it a surprise that they choose to drop here. Same goes for Almighty. Everyone, at least two of them, is very, very reachable. KHI maybe a little bit far, but for the other two teams, they shouldn't be here in the first place. Now, because of those random drops, you're going to see a lot of early eliminations.
That's kind of true. We can rank it, finish off MYGHTY straight away. Now, Jerome tried to retaliate. Hopefully, he can have enough time to revive his mate. But I did saw before, SMG do drop around Hacienda de Patron sometimes. It depends on the game, but this is quite way too early, honestly speaking. And they lost 2 men already, and they are the first one to start with a handicap.
Okay, but thanks for reminding that, because this round, EVOS VIP isn't playing.
Yeah.
So if they were to change, they would drop around this area. It just so happened that you had 3 teams dropping here, so I guess that was just unfortunate.
And it just happened to be 3 teams. And because KHI not used to drop here, that's what surprised me the most. Because of 3 teams dropping quite early here, they have to battle it out, like it or not. And this is your time to battle for your Yoodo. 20 GB data of PUBG Mobile, and also 5 GB of data high speed for you to use with Yoodo, and definitely will be one of the pro players. But boy, Jerome make it out with a slither of health left. He got nothing else to work with. SLR and Demigod hand, but he wants to rush in. They can actually with Homebois on the other side.
No vehicles, surrounded by KHI, but we move over to Mile being one of the players. But Mile, getting one on the Virgil, but he has one more to deal with, so it's going to be Mile versus Nasty. Nasty, we've seen in the qualifiers, he is a highly skilled player. But Mile, okay, he has the high ground. He will toss out the molly. But the counter molly, Mile, run!
Molly party we go! And Nasty saw that through. They're both having the same mindset.
Molly.
But Mile, he just shot. He just need to shoot it down. Instead, taking his own time with that molly. Now Nasty going in! But Nasty going down instead! There was a bit of miscalculation, and Mel, he can just breathe in and breathe out in a relief. The fact he got himself an upgrade of loot, a huge one as well. He got himself a decent loot from the beginning, so not too bad, not too shabby for SMG.
Well, not too bad for SMG, but it's going to be really bad for Almighty now that Jerome is the last man standing, going up against 3 from KHI. Okay, let's see if we can clutch this out as Homebois starts to move in, prepping up the nade, and will be tossed out to the second floor, but nope. He will keep his nade. He's not going to expand his resources as Jerome 1v3. Homebois goes down. Okay, that's 1 for Jerome. 2 more to go.
Oh, what a nice spray just now, but here comes Rankin from behind. Almighty has fallen. And all goes down. And all falls down for the Almighty.
Again, and I think this is the second 16 spot finish.
It's not great at all. If you
Not
look at the overall ranking, including the bonus point overall rankings, Almighty is quite at the bottom of it, but Team Secret have a bit of a fun time flipping around the car. Definitely that's the vehicle we noticeable by Sam9. Now this is going to be the nemesis of Team Secret, the classical between these two teams, Drax versus iShot and MYGHTY. It's going to be 1v2, but the rest of Sam9 is quite nearby.
Team Secret. So Drax is going to chill. Definitely he's not going to engage a 1v2 scenario. The rest of Sam9, we see them moving though, and they're going towards Drax. We could see an El Clasico very early on.
Yeah, but the thing is, they've been cornered for Team Secret. The rest of the fray has joined in the party, and now Secret is quite at the center of it. We're talking about Sam9 having the high ground, prepared to take the fight. This is going to be a really good Mexican standoff between these two teams.
Oh, and they have started right now as Sam9 putting pressure onto Team Secret. Fredo will come out and Drax is waiting for him right behind that abandoned vehicle. His old teammates are there. Dab will be counterfired. Dab will recover himself as Stone covers Dab with a long-range fire, and Drax will start to move in with the nade.
Now, MYGHTY got shot down! It's going to be Stone and Farang doing a lot of work. Open up the space for them to move forward. This is the time for them. The loophole they've been waiting for. Now Drax cooking up the nade, waiting for eye shots to actually just show himself. But it's a nice Kobe towards Fredo. Eye shot, just retaliating, fighting against Stone. But will it be enough? That finish off eye shot away. And one more down. Matsoi got revived by Kid. But Drax at the same time open up the space to get on Stone's good side. But where are the rest of Sen9? They should be pushing it.
Yes, they're starting to move in right now. Could be a little bit too late as Stone goes down to Kid. Deb will start to move in from behind. So now they're kind of being sandwiched now as Matsoi picks up his teammate. And Revive will kick in for eye shots. And eye shots will need to be bought time for him to revive or re-heal himself.
Oh, Fredo is way too far for them to revive. Kid tossing out the nade that might actually kill Fredo along the process. This is not a good timing to actually sabotaging your own teammate. Matsoi tossing out the smokes just now, hoping to open up the space and building the bridge for Fredo to come towards them. But Sam9 see this one going and definitely toss a one detonate towards Matsoi, but didn't clip enough and didn't actually land it on him.
Oh, and now Kid getting ready for the next fight as we will be reviewed with the next phase of the circle. Kid tossing out nades and Team Secret, they reset it somehow. After all those knocks, now they are back on all fours except for Fredo who was just picked up and now it's going to be 4v4. Manparang still waiting on the high ground, not coming in just yet. No opening for Manparang as the next circle will still be in this area.
Yep, but they are taking way too much. Oh! Stone! That nade is just too perfect.
Well, he was petrified, I can say, from that nade. And now Aisha's will be knocked down by Stone as well. So it's going to be a double nade knockdown for Stone. This is an opening for Sam9. Okay, that Molly kind of bought them some time. Deb have been stopped by his tracks, but Drax will be gunned down by Fredo. That's down to Matsoi as well as Fredo. Can they actually do it? Fredo will be down. Now it's down to the captain, Matsoi himself.
It's not going to end it up well for Team Secret. And Matsoi tried to revive them again, but it lost Fredo along the process. Now Sam9 will rush in. Stone going in! Manpa with another nade. It is just nade galore. Coming up from Sam9, decimated the entirety of Team Secret. 15 plays at that.
Oof, it's a tough one for Team Secret. And if I'm not mistaken as well, the head-to-head between Team Secret as well as the Sam9. Sam9 actually win more fights over Team Secret throughout this PMPL.
I'm not surprised with how Stone plays himself with that kind of trajectory by his grenade. It was just perfect. But now, this is our previous top Terminator, RSG Kim. Trying to play as quiet as possible, having himself trigger the split, accidentally fire on the wall. But TABAH NSEA, the team that love to rotate very late, seems to me second week and third week, they're having a bit of a hard time if you compare to the first week.
Oh, but talking about a team that had hard time, SMG almost running into Sam9. No, that's not the fight that they want to take. But Drax, bigger than 1 mile somehow. Could this be an opening for SMG? Are they that confident to move in?
Oh, SMG kind of stuck in his shack right now. They cannot go out from here. The moment they jumped out, it's quite in an open area. It's an open street, by the way. Sam9 just prepared to take them down, slaughtering them as we speak. If they want to rush in, they can actually do so. And they might be planning to do so as well. RSG taking this compound by themselves and for themselves. While the clutch have been shushed out, they try to cut across, but it's just almost impossible.
And Adibs might want to bail this as he pop up a smoke for himself. RSG currently has Power Grid in their hand, feeling powerful. I can see why Clutch Guerilla, they want this area, but now that RSG is there, it's not going to be easy to take it over.
I think they kind of calculate this is going to be like a previous circle, just right on the outskirts of Power Grid. Might be it. Look, giving off a bit of a pressure to a Shinzi. But nothing clipping so far. We do know M16 recoil quite hard to actually control it. Yes, the damage up a bit more than M416, but it's just so hard to control the recoils, and the barrel's just insane. RSG trying to actually scout if there's anybody else coming up from a different side of the corner for Luke. But, well, Luke doing the Lucas job. Get it?
Lucas job.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it.
He's looking out.
He's looking out. I get it.
Thank you.
And if you notice, if you look at them, they actually have a new suit today. It's different than last week.
This is going to be a very similar circle like last week. Power Grid actually comprises mainly on it. Montenuevo, at first everybody thought it will be there. GENEXUS actually just dropped at the center of that, but then you need to move right now. Team Huck is actually start to migrate as well. Now the third circle, where actually the determination circle, I call it, where definitely the circle, we know there's no more that hard of a hard shift. The fourth is where the Great Migration happened, but Farang, along the process of their migration, seems like they're being ambushed by the rest of Yoodo lines for rivals.
Zuli moving in, Team Ha getting into the circle should be okay for them, but it's not going to be okay for Farang Legends. Again, they're being caught up from Buru, now putting pressure on the Olio. Olio super open. I guess he'll be a supper for Pamburu as Olio becomes an ugly Olio.
Oh Lord!
Wait a
what
second.
happened to GENEXUS? They were trying to rotate from Montenuevo towards Power Grid, but you know what? Snappy is there to give extra help, but it's just too much. Loyu being knocked down multiple times here. Heiko giving them such a hard time.
Oh, Snappy.
Rensky really close to going down, but still GENEXUS Snappy is holding the most critical point here.
Oh, Snappy with a nice shot onto Rensky. Didn't manage to take him down by actually, but at least he slowed down, and then Nate almost taking out members of Team Ha. Now Team Ha, they're going to push forward. Rensky with about 20% of health gets Snappy, and now GENEXUS, they need to recover quickly as Loyu heals himself up.
Oh boy, Sem9 is closing in as well. This is not great for both teams because we might have housekeeping team later on.
Whoa!
Look, just gonna retaliate, but R2K
Oh no!
just decides to butt in. How many eyes do we have on this team right now?
Well, how many eyes? We have one eyes in here at least, but Low managed to get a nade onto the team mark, and now this could be an opening for GENEXUS to move in. Loyu with the spray coming in, only one more left. Zuli on the left. Loyu doesn't know where he is, but now he is spotted by Loyu. Wait, Loyu! Behind him, Loyu! What's this on behind? Oh, good thing. His teammates were there.
There was smoke. Zully's just right on top of them. But we do have R2K eyeing onto them and going to rush towards GENEXUS. Now they don't have time to recuperate themselves. They need to move. They need to go disengage, but not that way. Loyu, you might just crash into Sem9. He's fighting against SMG right now. Or they might be the third party here. Spicy.
Spicy indeed. Yeah, good news is that the Sem9 will be moving from their comfort zone, their compound. GENEXUS, somehow they managed to reset. Now they are back on all fours. But Zuli somehow still survives. The smoke protected Zuli from GENEXUS.
That was really close, by the way. Right on top of it. They were just passing by him and couldn't notice. But Zali long noticed him. It's long. He fought a long way to be here, but we're not done as the circle pops again now. This is going to be really entertaining as we watch Leung taking it on R2K. He had enough of backstabbing here. So he's going to shoot for a bit and just going to move forward. But this is going to be Sem9 and SMG. They need to go and cut across. But there's so many teams moving in the same direction.
Ooh, Loam counter-fired, so R2K, they know exactly where GENEXUS is at. GENEXUS has the high ground and also playing by the edge of the circle. Now R2K will be forced to move, and GENEXUS can play the gatekeeping role towards R2K.
And for how long? Sem9 is just across the loop! What to find? Find a valley, find a ditch, find a whatever you can work with. With 2 first aids on inside of his back, he needs to figure things out. But Abby spotted out by Loyu, but Loyu just couldn't connect the shots. And R2K is going to climb slowly up, while Sem9 just having an alert towards this side. They heard the gunfires definitely, but Abby and the rest of Yoodo Alliance for rivals got themselves a higher ground. But they're quite in the center of it, so they're quite safe for Yoodo Alliance. But the thing is, GENEXUS need to cut across. They have to choose a direction, but there's always an occupant everywhere they go.
I know, right? It's already the 4th circle, so everyone's really, really close with each other. Now, GENEXUS, they don't really need to move. At least that's the good news. But R2K can't say the same for them, as they might need to fight against GENEXUS or try to find another rotation into the circle.
Which way to go? They can pick the fight against R2K and just rest it there if they want that, and have a bit of an upgrade of loot with the death box around. But Sem9 not just fighting against SMG, taking a fight against TABAH, who just happens to be here at the wrong place and the wrong time with 5 elimination points. taken by Sam9, but GENEXUS is still figuring things out. Hesitant whether to fight against R2K or just cut across Sam9.
Well, but Geek fam is hesitant as they eliminate TABAH NC from this round. Number 13 for them, no elimination points, no points at all, that means. But for R2K, they are sliding into the circle, but Zuli's behind them. Zuli's still alive on the outside.
Nobody actually noticed Zuli.
I know, right?
No,
that's
Zuli is
Boy.
actually done.
Oh, that's Ripple
Because
Boy.
Long already finished him off straight away just now, the moment the smoke dissipates. So Team Hawk has to be rested for now, down to 12. For Izane with the Vector, they tried to spot out how many footsteps are there, how many teams are there, how many gunfire shots are there for the sounds. But I couldn't actually pinpoint any. So he tried to give as much pressure preemptive shots as possible, but Ziggs found out where Farang is. But at the same time, R2K, the open fires give such a leeway for GENEXUS to fire back upon them.
So looks like someone had Aglio Olio for dinner, as Farang Legends will remain one team member left. Look at how close these teams are. Now, Ripple Boy, I believe he's the last team member for Farang Legends. He's making that rotation to the right, as there's somewhat of an opening for him to get into the circle. But right in front of Ripple Boy is Yoodo alive for rivals, and Loyu gets one. Can he get the second one? Not just yet, and Harm will go down.
Oh, Loyu is high U right now. Look at how he sprays. He's just going to toss over another nade. Echo trying to retaliate against BB. It's not down, but what a nice nade just now. Yoodo like for rivals now taking the advantage. Bew is gone. Snappy's down on his knees. KHI fighting against Geek Fam, but on Yoodo's side, Yoodo likes for rivals. So away, Sloan. They try to help Snappy, but can they actually have the space here? They will try to move in, rushed in, but there's also R2K right in front of them. GENEXUS still hovering around the corner, but still being touching the rim of the circle.
And Bamburu actually stealing away those elimination points from afar. And look at the circle, it favors towards Sam9, and they have that compound that's going to be really, really good. Now R2K still needs to move forward as they don't have the circle, and Yoodo allies for rivals as well. They're moving towards R2K.
Oh, they're not in the side of the circle. They didn't even touch the rim right now.
Oh, Homebois.
They need to move. GENEXUS slowly going into the blue zone as well for Snappy, just to make sure he can actually heal himself without any interruptions. Loyu, he saw the smokes coming out from R2K. Echo having a bit of a problem to get out from there. Ziggs trying to run away on the flank side. Now we're looking over Yoodo lines for rivals. Rift trying to give the pressure on towards Homebois, who's suddenly in here out of nowhere, joining in the party.
Ooh, Tricks now at the forefront together with Bot. Iron Pro right behind. They need to find a way into the circle as the zone is starting to close in. Rift keeps eyes onto Homebois. Homebois will need to find a home run into the circle.
Now Rift, he has to clutch this by himself. His teammates are actually quite busy on the other side of the map. Hovering around the corner here. Loyu, dodge that one. Ziggs, Snappy. Echo is knocked down for now. Ziggs, the last member of R2K. He needs to survive. Damroot taking on MAB, but look at Loyu. His eagle eyes is just remarkable.
I know, right? I mean, Loyu is super duper consistent. And now Ziggs is still waiting on the low ground, but Ziggs, being the last team member, he will chill. Iftar at the same time will be taken down by Miles. So SMG getting a couple of elimination points for themselves. Shinzi will be knocked down. Not too sure what just happened there, but looks like an explosion on his vehicle. Adis will be taken out by Moki as well. MAB, they're farming elimination points, but Shinzi will be taken out by Small Boy. RSG butting in.
Oh no, Homeboi's just gonna wipe out the entirety of Yoodo line for rivals. They're having a bit of a problem. Their compound is breached, their security breach here for the side of Yoodo lines for rivals. Homeboi's Tricks try to gain as much as loot as he can along the way, but nobody actually spotted Yoodo Lions for rivals here. And finally we'll finish off Red along the way. That's gonna be the end of it. Only one survivor left. And no, maybe more than that. For Yoodo Lines Forever, still have 3, but Geek Fam got himself 5 eliminations by now.
Oh, we can see that Tricks is getting ready. Moki is going to come in from the side, and Tricks will be gunned down. So it's going to be Homebois now. Only left with Bart. Bart now against Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. They do not have the circle. And Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, 5 elimination points for them. I wonder, do they have a vehicle? But they do have the circle at this moment. And yes, they do have a vehicle.
But do they want to hop in? Because this is a very small circle, by the way. And the terrain is just so hot. But that name from Bamburu. Taking out Homebois 6 on the ground. We do still have RSG Homebois. Oh no, this is quite RSG. They got himself one of the best moments just now. But what happened? As Geek Fam coming up from behind, taking down Rex. Luke is on the ground, hoping to prone. And Snipe just making sure that they cannot get themselves any way out here. Kim taking on different angle entirely.
Oh! That shoulder shot from Kim from afar. Managed to get one for himself. And now Luke will need to recover quickly as Geek fam will start to move in. Luke will become a small boy, his captain. 7-9 needs to move as well. Circle no longer on their side.
There's only Yoodo Alliance for rivals in the center of it, but they're not having enough men. RSG with a mini 14 of Kim. One of the best Terminator out there, but they're being choking.
Oh, damn!
What a spray from Kim, and trying to go for another one. He wants to finish up. Saying there you go. He got one in the pocket. Small boy come out from the flank side. Snipes running away around the corners, but there's so many eyes watching. Small boy, he was whipping.
Oh, my
finally,
goodness! Small boy. Finally netting the elimination point. And GENEXUS looks like they'll be eliminated as well as Pamburu gets one for himself. So it's going to be 5 eliminations for RSG. GENEXUS will lose long. Snappy is the last man standing for GENEXUS. And Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals have arrived in the circle, but Ziggs is still caught on the outside.
Oh, the circle is just really getting smaller now. Less than 200 meters apart for these guys. They have to fight it and just skirmish themselves to survive till the end of it. Yoodo Alliance, Pamburu. Now got himself 3 eliminations with 8 in total for the team. R2K6 taking on GENEXUS Snappy. That's the last member of it with 6th placement. We're down to 5 here. Sam9 still have 4 men well and alive.
Oh, and now Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. They have managed to get themselves to the circle. Kim will need to defend his location against Appy. That's right in front of his. Ziggs will be taken out by Pamburu. That means R2K will be eliminated at 5th place, 4 elimination points. Pamburu has the high ground advantage. Small boy takes out Adik, and that is it for SMG.
Pamburu should try to find victims there, but Sam9 having all angles covered. Look at how they're spreading out. Getting such a wide angle to work with. Sam9, even though they have the lower ground advantage, but this is not stopping them. But that Daphne giving such a space for the team. Taking on Yoodo Alliance. Now they're down to 2 more men here. RSG want to go for another chicken, but Kim just couldn't land the shot.
Ooh, but at least they have the circle. Now Drag starts to move it, but they need to be careful. Yoodo Alliance 4 rival just right in front of them as Volki as well as Pamburu is still there. Mamparang is on the right as well. Volki has 5 eliminations to himself. And now Mamparang will be shot, but not down yet.
Oh, so close yet so far. Now this is really close for Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. They're kind of stuck. Volki's down to Pamburu. Oh no, there's so much pressure. Sam9 and also RSG. Yoodo Alliance stuck in between. This is a really ham Pamburu. Where to go?
Oh, Pamburu is still alive somehow, and now he's sandwiched with the 7-9 size RSG. Kim with a long range on the Drax and Mamparang. The circle will close in about 21 seconds. They need to make a decision fast, but Kim will be gunned up by death from afar.
That small boy tossing out the Molotov now. Can I hit the dab? But Dab definitely see that one coming, but they got shot down by Luke. Oh no, Drax. They're down to 3v2v1 there. Nobody spotted help for Pamburu down there. Finally they have a fight. Pamburu taking down. Oh, so close. Down to 2 now.
What's up on Pamburu? He managed to get it, but looks like RSG they're not done yet. They get stole now. 7-9 they're falling apart. Now Dab is the last man standing. Look with the jump shot. RSG double chicken dinner today. RSG has risen from the depth and they're back in the final week of the PMPL.
With 9 elimination points, I have to say now, Dash, that's going to be blasting if she actually chooses a team instead of a I'm putting up curse for the team. But you know what? She got it right this time with RSG, getting himself a chicken dinner. Winner chicken dinner against Small Boy, Kim, also Rex. Well, I have to say, these guys are just insane formidable players.
Okay, finally, Miss Tash has washed off her curse and she has brought a blessing towards RSG. Man, finally, RSG has arrived to the PMPL. It took them a while, but I'm sure RSG fans will be glad with this double chicken dinner today so far.
I have to say, Luke also did so much play for the team coming up from the flank side. Oh my god, it's just the nades coming out. And Kim with a mini 14 just now shot down. What a nice reflex. The respawns coming out from this guy. He's such a huge asset for the team. The reason they won last time is because of him. You remember the really Cinderella story coming out from season 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
They were losing. And Kim was the only one who's desperate enough to want the title. they want it. And this is, again, I have to say, Kim just going full all-out cylinders, and this is just my mustache running. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, it takes a while to get used to it. But yeah, I do agree that Kim has been playing phenomenal, I would say. He's been definitely the standout player. Small Boy did a very good job as well. Yeah, we saw that earlier. And so far, their rotations have been on point from what we saw. Wow, RSG. I wonder what took them so long.
They've been gun blazing everywhere. Not that long. Definitely, they might be on the top of a chart. This might be their week. Last week was like GENEXUS all the way and Dingoz. And then first week was Dingoz. And then we'll have Exis Rank 1 also last week. This week, we might have RSG all the way in 5 days.
Wow. I mean, if you can't think about it, RSG has this blue jersey. GENEXUS has a blue jersey as well. I'm just saying, aluminium.
So this season is going to be blue or slightly purple-ish like our table. Is that a sign? We're not going to go there, are we?
We're not going to go there. But of course, who's going to go there is going to be Miss Tash. So we're going to pass it over to her. Let's go.
Again and again, RSG doesn't stop amazing me, and yes, my prediction was right, so I'll take the bragging rights for today. I'm Tash Bunny, your host and analyst for today, and it's gonna be really exciting peeling, or rather talking about this one, because RSG right now is just on fire, and you know what else is on fire? The pink set that we're gonna be getting. For you guys at home, there is currently something going on called the Ramadan Golden Moon Free Pink Set, and you can get it by participating in the Open Sesame event and get a permanent legendary outfit for free. And how can you do that? Well, go into your game, the lobby in particular, go into Event Center and click Open Sesame. It's a Crimson Dancer set. It reminds me of Assassin's Creed. It's super cool, and most importantly, it's my favorite color, which is pink. And now the whole world knows my favorite color, so now we all know. And if you guys want to get me anything, it has to be in pink. Also, on top of that, we have the Golden Moon login happening from the 1st of April all the way till the 8th of May. So what's really interesting about this is that if you every day you log in cumulatively during the event period, you get an exclusive Golden Moon avatar, an avatar frame, and a permanent Ruby Fairy dress for free. Yes, look at that. It's also pink, my favorite color. It looks like a tutu, it looks like a ballerina, and the only person I think that looks good in a dress is Sir Cloud. More about that later. I don't want to spoil anything just yet, but get your butts online and get this login gifts for free. On top of that, we also have the Golden Moon event calendar. So this is where you can see when something is going on in the game. This is when you'll know which outfit is being given out, which gun skin as well, what is going on, when you should log in, and everything else in between. When in hesitation throughout this entire month, because there's so many things going on, don't forget guys, do check out the Golden Moon event calendar, because you don't want to miss out on any of these freebies. And you know that these freebies are a once in a lifetime situation because it's so hard to get, and on top of that, it's permanent and most importantly, free. So now, shall we talk about the game? Right. Before we get into that, let's talk about the match rankings so far. So last game, our RSG, while it's not their highest eliminations, is still very impressive nonetheless. 9 eliminations for them alongside 15 points gives them 24 total points. And this is very, very important to remember because throughout today, they've been getting around 20 plus points throughout, and which means that this puts them way, way ahead of every other team right now. Sem9 has done an impressive showing as well, 22 points, only 2 points away, and I have to say, they've been really, really scary in terms of firepower. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals took a little while to get their engine a little bit hot as we get into the new week. However, 21 points for them, and SMG this time finally surviving a little longer than usually would with 13 points. R2K with 10 alongside GENEXUS, Geek Fam with 8, ALMGHTY with 4, KHI with 3, 2 points each for the next two teams. However, we really need to talk about Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. Why? Because Pemburu, or rather his name translated into English means hunter. The hunter today, with 6 elimination points, was the sole survivor for his team as they were shot at from multiple angles. Now, if you look at him just now, 6 eliminations in his pocket with a total of 939 damage, giving himself 3.7 MVP points. Now, this is actually pretty far as well, 253 meters, not the longest as Chuchu and Sir Cloud said, and I really want to know who exactly holds the record for that. For now, this is the weekly rankings so far. RSG still maintaining that top spot and putting themselves further and further away with 58 points, with 2 chicken dinners just tonight. And on top of that, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals just clawing their way up right now to second place with 45 points. GNX not too far behind though with 43. And after that, you can start seeing a very big drop in terms of rankings. Meanwhile, for the bottom spots here, CLC currently in the last spot, followed by ALMGHTY. Farang now going down by a lot to with only 8 points. Bosskur as well as Axis climbing up 10, 15, 15 with Homebois. And Geek Fam maintains 14th place with 20 points. Now, this is very exciting and all, but CLC, I'm very, very nervous for them because just now they were eliminated with no points. And I was very, very concerned because this is already match number 4. And there's only one more match for today. While we still do have a few more days before we head on over to the end of the week, this is something that you should be concerned about, especially from CLC, because as I said before, so long as you go back to the lobby with some points, it's okay. But let's have a look at that match just now where RSG again on fire. Where they dropped just now is just a big, huge area from the junkyard all the way to graveyard, Minas Generalis, as well as outskirts of San Martin. So if you look at their damage, it's only 1522. And in terms of where they went, they just straight up went into the circle and just hunkered down over on the power grid. So for the flight path just now, when we saw La Cobreria all the way to Puerto Paraiso was where the flight path was. And if I was listening to the casters properly, what they mentioned before was that we saw 3 teams drop in the same place, and this was very unusual for them. So we saw that early fights happening as well. However, though, as the circles went smaller, this is a very similar circle to last game, but we are going to be seeing it move more toward the right side. And this actually was very interesting to see as well because I had a sense of deja vu, because Geek Fam still holding on to the high grounds just now was at the crater, now outskirts of El Pozo, which really shows what exactly Geek Fam likes to prioritize. Meanwhile, you can see a lot of gatekeeping happening as well from so many teams because it's so hard for them to actually gauge where exactly their circle was going to go. And what's also very, very interesting was Sem9's performance, where they actually managed to win against Team Secret, knocking them out at 15th place, which is definitely a breath of fresh air for them because they want to stop that dominating performance from Team Secret. So putting them out of the way, out into the lobby early, actually stops them from moving forward, allows them to catch up, which I think this is one of Sem9's best performances, at least in the last 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. So now, when you look at this clip as well, what's really interesting as well is that R2K, while they did lose a lot of members, Zix still manages to stay alive for very, very long. GNX as well, only with 3. Sem9 though, I have to say, they managed to survive not only for so long, on top of that, they got like so many kills as well. And when you look at the terrain here, this is a very interesting and hard terrain to play with, because when you look at it, Sem9, they have the best area. It's a compound, it's covered, One problem though is that they are down on the lower ground. Meanwhile, GNX are actually more on the higher ground, and as well as Geek Fam as well on the north side. So SMG is a very interesting predicament. Well, they always get knocked out early and always picked off one by one. They still manage to play the survivability games, which I really gotta commend for that, because this is maybe finally now they finally heated up their engines. Not too sure, but this is definitely one of the harder circles to get in. So RSG, I was a bit concerned for them because they were actually outside of the circle, and on top of that, Geek Fam actually gatekept them. And what's the most interesting part about that gatekeeping was the fact that RSG managed to just trade out. They traded out 2 each, I believe, and finally, in the end of the day, they managed to get the reset, and then finally, Geek Fam was just mowed down. And this is just so interesting as well. So when you look at this one, you see the terrain here where Sem9 as well as Yoodo Lions 4 rivals straight in the middle and RSG from the other side. Pumburu managed to get some kills, some eliminations before he was knocked out. But after that, you start seeing that all-out modern warfare between RSG as well as Sem9. But the problem is RSG is just a little bit faster when it comes to that first contact. They're just a little bit faster when it comes to the sprays, as well as their, I have to say, their aim has been absolutely crispy today as well. One time for sure, once you see someone spray, especially from Kim, if he gets a spray, it'll be a 2 down altogether. When you see them throw a Molotov, when you see them throw a nade, it's definitely going to be 1 knock out of the game. So what's really interesting as well is that RSG is a team that is not scared to push forward and just kind of like tie up all the mess, giving them another chicken dinner for tonight. However, though, we still have 1 more match going on. So guys, don't go anywhere. Get some more snacks, because after this, we're gonna go to game number 5.
To be a champion, you must fail first. Sem9 on fire.
There'll always be setbacks, but you just have to bounce back harder. GENEXUS, be resilient.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
And we are back. Match number 5, the final match for tonight for day 1 of week number 3 for PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'm Tashbani, your host as well as analyst for today, and it's been a very, very great night for RSG because not only did it end last week with a double chicken dinner, same thing as well as just now. They've already gotten 2. However, now we're going to go back all the way, I believe, to Erangel. But before that, let's have a look at the head-to-head between some players. So now, Pemburu from Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals as well as 7-9 Stoned. While they are no twins, elimination point 6-3, as well as damage from Pemburu is still a bit higher, 9392-718. Team contributions, I have to say, 38.3% to 24%. While we look at 7-9, I think in terms of team contributions, both are doing as much as they can for the teams. It's only a 10% difference, so I think it's quite negligible. But when you look in terms of eliminations to damage, Stoned is just a little bit higher in terms of that damage. Why? Because Stoned, while either he does put in damage or someone gets away, or he gets a knock and there is a revival happening. Compared to Pemburu, he's more of the heavy hitter, I believe. He wants to make sure that if he hunts you down, he's gonna send you back all the way to the lobby. You can't even say goodbye and goodnight, so that's how scary it is. However, though, Stoned is definitely someone you need to look out for because he will be giving that space for his team, as opposed to Pemburu, who is more of like the heavy hitter shutdown. So now let's talk a little bit about eliminations and damage for today. So this is match number 4 out of 5. So if you look at RSG, while they did have a double chicken dinner in terms of eliminations, 9, and they have a total of 1,522. Now look at that in retrospective to 7-9. 7-9 had 10 eliminations, but holy moly, look at the damage, 2,235. And honestly, do you blame them? Everyone who runs into them just gets straight up mowed down last game, and it's honestly quite shocking to me because while they have been consistently playing, this is one of those games that I feel like they really, really stood out. So for now, teams A, B, C, and D will be heading on to the final match for tonight, which is Geek Fam, R2K, Farang, as well as CLC for Group A, Group B with Team Secret, 7-9, GENEXUS, Homebois, C with Axis, EVOS, Dingoz, Bosskur, and finally D with SMG, RSG, MAB, and ALMGHTY. I'm really curious to see if RSG can just end the night with another chicken dinner, or are they already too full for after their break fast? That is the question though, isn't it? But for now, what's going to be interesting is my prediction. So let's have a look. And Geek Fam will be my choice, though I'm kind of guessing my choice right now because Geek Fam tonight, while they're alright, but they haven't really been up there when it comes to getting close to that chicken dinner. However, maybe there'll be a blessing, or will it be a curse? That's the question. So Erangel is a map, as we mentioned before, very familiar to everyone on how you want to play it. We're all very familiar as to where people were to fly in. But as Chuchu said, last season we saw so many circles on SMB. But for now though, I think we've seen very normal circles, Gatka circles, Pochinkis, not even Pochinki, but right outside Pochinki. But I want to see if it's actually going to be a Pochinki circle because that's what Chuchu wanted. So without further ado, let's pass it off to our casters. Take it away, guys.
No. I didn't want Pachiki Circle. We want an Impala Circle.
You want a bridge circle?
I want as long as it's a circle still, because sometimes first circle is not even a circle, it's out of the map.
Well, I don't think it would be a square. It would definitely be a circle in the first place, right?
But hey, you guys are back with us podcasters. Don't forget to just check out the Realme GT2 Pro, where this is the tech trendsetter, especially it partnered up with PUBG Mobile for this season. And also, it gives us all professional players put out their best potential with their high-tech gears and also accessories. And also, you got your phone right, so you need your internet.
Yep, we don't only have high-tech gears, but we also have high-speed mobile data. Thank you so much to our official digital telco partner, which is Yoodo, for providing this to all of us. And if you switch over to Yoodo today, you will be entitled to get free 5 gigabytes of high-speed data together with 20 gigabytes of PUBG Mobile data. So don't wait, switch right now. But hey, Choo Choo, by the way,
hey, Sir Cloud.
Hey, Choo Choo.
Sir Choo for today.
Sir Choo.
Yeah.
So every season we have like our regular viewers, right? So you remember like
Pochao.
I mean, there's a whole long list to go, right? So I'd like to take a minute to thank our regular viewers this season. And I see you guys watching there in YouTube. Of course, do follow PUBG Mobile Esports Malaysia. There's Chrissy Loves 19, there's Sujana Rai, there's Akiza Kaila, there's Faust, there's Ilham Yahyami. Thank you so much for tuning into the English channel. We love you guys.
Definitely. We love you and we need you so much. Don't leave us. But speaking of the game itself, can we see a hat-trick for RSG? Because they will be playing still for the last match. The team that won't be playing will be in E group. We have Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. Survived so long for Pemburu. Team Huck, who's always being skirmished, and Ham in between. TABAH NSEA always rotate late but still running till the death comes in. And KHI, who got himself chicken for today, but then kind of going up and down like a roller coaster for their performance.
Yep, but let's see if they can maintain their hype. Of course, this is the final game for today. Yes, my mustache is falling off as well. And I'm glad this is the final game. If not, I wouldn't have a mustache to play with. But here we go. Eranga round 2. Let's go.
But sometimes the circle seems like very similar to it the entire day. So will be another guard car. Let's not assumptions put aside. Assuming is nothing. What's happening? That's what's important. We're down to our final match here today in Erangel. So, guard car, maybe not. But this flight path going, if I'm not mistaken, on the left side of the map. Maybe, no? Let me just recalibrate.
I think this is from up to down.
This is Guard mountains,
yeah.
Right? So, up to down. There you go.
There you go.
Yep, we're looking over from around on the outskirts of shooting range down to Sonovska Metro. A bit skewed towards the western side or left side here. Will the circle be on the right side then?
If it is, it will be really interesting. You know, like how last time we always theorized that the first circle will go away from the flight path. Well,
it happens in Mirama just now.
It happens, yeah.
But sometimes just on top of it.
Well, this time we do not have Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, Team Park, TABAH NC as well as a KHI. So TABAH NC normally drops the military base. Oh, speaking about that, so it's going to be Team Park, TABAH NC. Military base island will be completely empty. If it's circled there, that'll be pretty nice too.
Yep, but speaking of that, if we're looking at SMB, the first few teams to get into it is going to be Homebois and Bosskur. They're always the first one to reach, irregardless of what's happening. So the circle really gonna be determine the players how they will get into it. I mean, like, if right on top of them, they don't have to move. If it actually just towards one direction, there you go.
Oh, this circle, we've seen it a lot.
I mean, like, this is what I mean if it's even a circle to start with. It's actually outside of a map a tiny bit. Not really that much, but still. On the left side all the way.
Yeah, again, another Gatka-ish kind of circle, so expect it to be probably an open circle. But if this is the case, then I'd rather it to be like, okay, let's give us a Gatka mountain circle. We haven't seen that this season yet.
Bosskur and also GENEXUS having a go. Long naughty, you asked for. Ring around a rosy, and GENEXUS trying to do something about it, but Psycho taking long, you overstayed yourself, having too much fun with your buggy. Asfar gonna punch it away. Nope, he gonna just Run it down.
Splat. And Aspa has the last laugh because Low tried to run Aspa over. But now it's going to be Aspa thanks to Psycho, of course. And they not only get the elimination point, they also got a buggy.
Yep, buy one, free one.
Talking about buy one, free one.
Yeah,
another buggy.
That's like a huge discount from them. So back to its Bosskur, they're tail to tail with GENEXUS. I have to say that's a really big asset they have lost quite early on, which is going to be Long, one of the best. He is one of the best in this season, I have to say.
Yeah, no doubt. But
he's just having too much fun with the buggy.
I know, right? It's like overconfidence. But you know,
just playing so much.
What I noticed about GENEXUS is that the last time this sort of grouping happened for them as well, the last game, they tend to chill. And they went out early the last
that
time.
was too much fun, by the way.
Yeah, so it's kind of similar. Like they're kind of chilling, having fun, and they lost Loom just like that. They underestimated, I guess.
It's just entertaining, but it hurts to be as a player. You just drop yourself less than a minute and you're gone.
Yeah, and that's like giving free loot to the opponent.
There's not even a loot to work with. He only has a buggy by himself.
At least giving a free buggy to... I'm sure they'll take the free buggy, of course.
He already took it away.
Yeah.
We saw that happen. But Almighty now, speaking of this, the only Singaporean team down there, they did make a bit of a good progress if you're looking over their second week performance. But now they're sort of stagnant. They're kind of up and down and just sometimes kind of hard to be seen.
Yeah, so... but this is a common thing, right? So Yasnaya Polyana normally is divided between these two teams. So it's going to be between GENEXUS as well as Bosskur. Not too surprising that they actually had an early skirmish earlier on.
I think because of a flight path.
Yeah, one is the flight path. So they need to drop somewhere in between. And second is that on their way there, they kind of meet. So two factors. Yeah.
Yeah, they bomb with each other and play a bit of a bumper car moment. And it just happens. The first team to be out with one man down. Not really entire team down, just one man. GENEXUS losing one of their most important fragger, but EVOS VIP always around school. Now we do know this since ancient time, so nobody will actually contest them. But there may be. Now this is one of the teams that actually do have potential. We're looking at them as a team that really have good gaming house. Definitely.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that clip.
It's just so cool.
Yeah.
It's just the best gaming house, man.
Yeah, I saw it. So Abang Lord, if you're listening to this, you know, you can invite us anytime.
I would love to.
Yeah.
Play some billiards or pool there.
Oh. But talking about the MAB Esports, right? You know, the last week John just bossed it for them, and he was like
John
carrying
is
the
just,
team.
I mean, like, we cannot disregard John. John is like the bomb for the team.
You know, at some point it was like John and Friends.
No, we're not gonna do that.
You know
here.
that reference? Okay, it's like John and Friends.
He's John Wick.
Oh,
what
John
else,
Wick.
What else you have to say? He's just John Wick.
What else am I going to say? John and Friends.
John
It was the John and Friends show.
John Wick's and Friends.
John Wick and Friends, yeah. It's better than...
So who gets to be the puppy then? John Wick's
you don't want to
beloved.
be the puppy. He goes out early.
Oh no.
Yeah,
no. We might have one
not?
from MAB now. We can call him that.
Can we not? that scene just hurts me inside.
You know, that was the most cry moment. I cried so much just during that scene. I was so angry.
I know,
but
right?
We're done with John Wick's movies. We're back to us again. Geek Fam. So our Tash Bunny, which our host and also our analyst, is voting out for Geek Fam. Geek Fam, it feels like a bit like RSG. Once they start to get their momentum, they just keep on going, but they just couldn't get a grip on the momentum yet.
So, in other words, Geek Fam, they have transferred their momentum to RSG.
They didn't even get the momentum. What do you mean they transferred?
In the first place, yeah, you're right. Yeah, this season they haven't got that role.
Hell, this season almost ended.
True. and we haven't seen them getting that role. I mean, remember where Geek Fam, during one of the finals, they just steamrolled everyone?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they really excel when it comes to the finals. The grand finals, totally different sort of pressure.
True.
But when it comes to the league, there are teams that play it quite low. As long as they manage to squeeze into the top 16, they are happy enough to do so. But don't forget about the individual awards that we have quite a lot for this season.
Yeah, there's a lot of categories, so keep your eyes on the PUBG Mobile page for more information about that. But yeah, I think you are right about Geek Fam. When it comes to like a 3-day, like they can boss it. Maybe League is not for them. Sometimes it just happens for some of these teams.
I mean, like, it's all about the stamina for the players. It's quite exhausting to play 3 weeks, 5 days a week, grinding. Clutch, Guerilla, dibs. Caught one. Now he's trying to get in second, but shots fired. Dibs received quite a lot of damage. The receiving end on the other end of EVOS VIP is not really healthy though.
Oh,
we have the whole team coming in, crushing Shinzi and Funky going on from the flank side.
Oh, they're actually going to crash into EVOS VIP, but EVOS VIP, they managed to reset. And I didn't notice that Baby Kim got something, but here we go. Funky tossing a nade onto EVOS VIP. They are starting to move in. Jimmy going to go in from the flanks, and Jimmy with a nade onto his head, but the nade behind Jimmy will miss.
Oh, Jimmy just randomly pop over the grenade, so he doesn't have a clue where are they. Jimmy is in the wrong spot here. He definitely doesn't want to get himself quite cornered, but they are breaching into this house. They will flush it for Clutch Guerilla, but miscalculation, they will dig their own grave.
Oh, Insomnus waiting behind, waiting for the right move. But then again, Clutch Guerilla, they have EVOS VIP kind of surrounded. There's someone on the right side from afar. EVOS VIP all clumped up, and EVOS VIP will need to defend this area. The following circle should be within their reach, or they should be on top of it. Yes, they will be. So this place will be a prime position.
You think it's gonna hard shift here for the circle, like honestly speaking. If it actually hard shift towards the left side, now that's a tough one. The terrain there is not even nice to play along. But if it ended up around Galka Field, we know how that fare. Definitely a lot of team playing at the center of it, but Clutch Guerilla versus EVOS VIP, we're not finished yet.
Yeah, this fight is getting is turning out to be a slow fight between these two teams. Now, some fire coming in from Clutch Guerilla. He's at the high ground, random sprays onto the smoke, but no one's there. The nade will be cooked up again. He kind of knows that Insomnus is behind the smoke, tossing out onto Insomnus. The nade, where will it land? Not onto Insomnus.
I kind of question that smoke grenade kind of bounces off. Is that intentional coming up from EVOS VIP? Landed on top of the rooftop. On Clutch side, they're fanning out, spreading quite wide, playing on a different angle entirely. Jimmy trying to rotate, but he got shot. He couldn't move. Now Jimmy, he needs to get out from this sticky situation. He's kind of stuck in between. Well, he just makes sure he got himself in a wider angle, going around the corner, make a big rotation, or even try to force the attention of EVOS VIP onto him so the rest of Clutch Guerilla can actually start to shoot against EVOS, but they're not taking the bait yet for EVOS VIP.
Well, I think this is a good move from Clutch Guerilla, because if they played it too long and other teams start to come close by, that time they'll be third party in. So for them to retreat back to the other house, which gives them the same value as taking over that house where EVOS VIP is, I think it's a good choice for them.
It's kind of true. They need to move and they need to spread out to just access any information they can around the corners. But on top of Rozhok, we do have Sam9 start to rotate on the left side of the circle, which can be towards west all the way. And Dap, we saw how Dap fared this time. He's really, really good. His reflex is just on point. But Team Secret taking still got car region around this compound. We do have Homebois slowly creeping in, but still quite far. So Team Secret, do they want to get on top of their roof for Kit? Maybe just to be a lookout for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's going to be his lookout point, gathering information of where other teams are rotating, including like a Team Bosskur, who is kind of rotating close to Geek Fam around the areas of Hospital. The good news is that this area is still within the circle, so they can stay here and chill for the next circle.
Yep, they're still inside of a circle, like you mentioned, and Hospital is always their comfort point here, coming up from Jogopool. Bosskur.
Oh, round two.
Clutch going in this time. They go all out. EVOS VIP having a bit of a problem. Didn't anticipate this to come, but they are prepared for the fires. The ambush seems a bit wonky for the side of Clutch Guerilla. Didn't expect they are still on alert for EVOS VIP for some time. Razor trying to actually open up space and reviving Adibs is too far for the extra hand here.
This is where it's unnecessary for Clutch Guerilla to crash in. First, we have still 16 teams. Second thing, this compound is not going to give any more value than the current compound. So there's no reason to crash in, if you ask me. And now, because they lost the fight, they took that risk, they lost the fight, they have to play with only one member, which is Adibs.
Might not, based on the current kill feed right now. Still a couple of elimination, but look at this Gotcom Mountain and Dingoz holding and raining it on top of it. But still the second phase, that might be a hard shift, but it's really inside of a Gotcom Mountain. There's no way you can get that one wrong if you're on top of that. GENEXUS moving with only 3 men here. Lung is down and about for the first blood before this. And speaking of clutch, right? They should have disengaged just now. It was way too early for any team fights. Yeah.
Exactly, right? So they went in, they retreated, they should have just stayed that way. But they went in again, and they lost the fight. So to me, I don't see the value of why you want to take over that compound, considering that the circle was moving.
Maybe they were farming eliminations, you know.
No,
but it wasn't farming.
No, it's not worth. Even if you win that fight, you would have lost people. It's not worth it. And now you're down to only 1, and there's still 16 teams.
Oh wow, we're looking over Exodus Red 1. Ainu versus Izane. There's also jump on the other side, but they got themselves quite covered with the UAZ. But there goes Ainu up on the ground. Izane being knocked by Jumper. There's going to be 1 straight to 1. And now Zix, the last person standing. Yeah, but Jumper knocked down. That was a nice flick. Wait, this is way too far.
Oh, this is way too far. He can't do much. And now Zix will only about 10% of health. He needs to make this work. And now Izane will be picked up by Zix. Can he pick him up in time before Axis Red 1 starts to move in? Micah taking that vehicle. Will he crash in? Or will he let it go? He'll let it go.
He just built the ship. I'm building the ship. I don't care how many members there are still alive and crying for help. I just know I will save myself for the day.
Yeah, considering that they kind of lost the fight, R2K resetted themselves. Now they're back on all 4. Well, it didn't work out for Axis.
Feels bad. But Fredo, this is a really dangerous. Oh, he got himself buggy to work with, so it's okay. But they're quite in the blue, and this one is going to be deducting their HP right now, if I'm not mistaken, 0.6% at a time. So it's still the third phase. Later it comes to the fourth, it will be 1% HP deduction by the burn of the blue zone. So Team Secret don't want to get into it way too late. We still have 16 teams. None of the team are actually being obliterated or decimated entirely, but it's really dangerous for Clutch Guerilla and this red one here.
So Team Secret, who was inside of Gatka, they chose a long rotation, taking a little bit of a blue, going up north and coming in back in. So that's where you see Team Secret. So that is a very smart move, because when they come back in, they will be behind most of the teams and no one's going to stop them from crossing the bridge.
There's going to be a yo-yo for them. But they hot shit.
Oh my goodness! What prediction is this?
Sam9 and Team Secret got it going, but look at Dingoz. Maybe this is the time for them to farm if they stay, but the moment the circle pops, they start to just start their engines and move forward. Look at the rotations coming up. The mass migration happens and Homebois spraying everything that moves.
I have to say, that is Toy at his best. That is Toy giving his ingenious move, and the circle favors to him. Now they are in superbly prime position. Everyone that wants to go onto the other side will need to cross the bridge.
Oh, GENEXUS being ambushed by Geek Fam. Didn't see this one coming. Snappy on the ground, proning. And helping for help. Bubius next is actually Sam9 from afar behind them. And this is going to be just on the outskirts of Rosshawk, on top of outskirts of Ruins as well. But Dingoz take up as the housekeeping. Wait, what?
Sam9 had them caught out just behind them, and the Dingoz came down from mountain, and not only from the mountain, they came way back down, out back into the lobby. At the same time, we can see that Axis Red 1 looks like Mecha, the last man standing, have been eliminated. Now Geek Fam will be gatekeeping SMG as they try to find their way into the circle.
Oh, Snipes just doing his thing, sniping. Geek Fam playing around the bridge. But it's not clipping much. It's just taking out a buggy, denying the mobility of the other teams. Bosskur trying to gatekeep Almighty, but still make it through. His pass over the other side, but not the other side, I mean. Not that kind of passing over, but yeah, okay.
No.
Sam9 versus R2K in a CQC.
Ooh, R2K now down to 2. Harm being naded, down to 50% of health. Harm will need to fight this. Harm waiting patiently for the right moment with the UMP going up against Sam9. And now Calamity will take down Izane somewhere else. Echo will be taken down. Deb will start to move in together with Drax. So Harm, what can he do as Ziggs is down as well?
No, this is not looking great for R2K. Harm and Izane kind of stuck in between. Sam9 just insane right now. So proactive, not stopping. Keep run and gun for now. And all the way gunning, they are losing as well. GENEXUS snapping, still taking a fight against Geek, but look at that spray! What a beautiful spray, and that's going to be the entire team decimated by Sam9. Placing 14 is going to be R2K.
Oh, R2K unfortunately not getting any elimination points. EVOS VIP will lose Insomnus as he will be gunned down, trying to find a way into the circle. But the risk taken by EVOS VIP unfortunately didn't pay off, and they'll be eliminated at number 13. Managed to take on 4 elimination points in the process.
Nope. RSG still in the game. We're looking at RSG taking a vintage point. Homebois try to take over here, but Farang taking on Homebois. What a despicable moment. RSG and Farang taking on Homebois who can't even move. But look at the center of the circle. We only have a couple of teams in there. The others are still busy fighting at the periphery of the circle.
And just look at this. Now a lot of teams, they might want to cross over. Team Secret, they have control over the bridge, but hang that thought as we see the next circle. Now it's Team Secret's move to make, but at least they will be behind a lot of these teams, so that's kind of an advantage to them.
A lot will be paid just crossing that bridge, by the way. Farang still surviving an overfield. Lucky enough, this terrain is making it so hard for them to land the shot or land any vision at this state because of the sloping hills. It's not really even. Farang look trying to go for RSG, but he saw one, he saw Luke, but I couldn't shoot it down. Clutch taking on RSG as well. So Clutch and Farang, both the sister teams, are aiming for RSG, who's being hammered left, right, and center, and the receiving end is really having a lot of pain to take it through.
Oh, now SMG, they need to fight with Homebois who just arrive nearby to their area. Anik now prepping out the nade, but he realized that he's being shot at. He will retreat back home. And now Farang Legends, they are on the right. They are starting to move in. Farang Legends, they try to move in. They try to take down Homebois in the process, but can't get a good angle.
Quite scattered for Farang. So going on, wow, that's a big eagle by the way. Homebois stuck between a lot of teams. That scared us quite a bit, that eagle. It was huge. I thought it was coming out of screen. Farang only overpicking himself because the other side, I have to say, so many eyes on Farang. They couldn't even move an inch.
Helton goes into the rescue from Olio. Look, gets them cutie, and SMG will be playing with only 2 team members left. Rook securing his 3rd elimination. At the same time, Kim is on fire again as Bart goes down to Kim.
It's really creepy, by the way. RSG having such a nice, this might be that chicken if they still have 3 members till the end of it. But Geek fam camping around the bridge. Damru already knocked down. Team Secret saw him. They will finish off Damru, but QB and Snipes are too far. Kid took himself a vehicle, tried to... this is a bit of a problem.
Oh, that was too bad. If only his vehicle didn't get stuck, he would have been in the water. But then again, you can argue that Geek Fam is ready to take him down anyway. Fredo now is in trouble as he's swimming. Nowhere he can go, and he's still on the outside of the zone.
Snipes almost shredded his helmet, but still working as well as he can. Sane gonna revive one of the teammates. One more team out, which is gonna be Bosskur. We're down to 10 more teams. Farang still firing upon whoever passes by them. RSG is gonna rotate into at the southern side of the circle, but Farang just wants to deny whoever that move. Clutch is still right across them with another team behind. We're down to only 90 minute phase here.
Oh, Fredo still survives the swim somehow. So now him being the last team member for Team Seeker, he's going to play this passively, and that's okay to hold up for positioning points. But look at the openness, Chuchu.
This is just too much. He popped the smoke. Everybody knows he's there. But in the meantime, they're way too busy focusing what's in front. Olio tosses out a couple of smoke grenade, but Snappy is still in it for the win as well, even though there's just only 3 men. GENEXUS is going all out, but that nade is just too much, and Geek fam out and about for now. We're not yet, still have one last member, and GENEXUS build taking the Mushroom Tower.
Wow, after all that, GENEXUS is still alive. This is amazing coming in from them. But they have Sem9 to deal with. As Sem9 moves into the circle, they are kind of close to it. They can go to the high ground and get that vantage point. No one's actually on the high ground onto their right, and that will be a prime position for Sem9.
Oh, Sem9 starts to move. Sem9 starts to move, then they start to shoot as well. Going against CLC, Sem9 Deb just keep his eye on one particular angle, but they need to cut across and get into the circle. One more team on, it's going to be Team Secret down to 8. Man pass for the Almighty! Oh, they got skewed between the play zone and Sem9. Now they're stuck to the end.
Oh, at the same time, the zone is being cruel to Geek fam. Taking it all out, Almighty will be eliminated as well with the long range shot from Farang, and the zone helped him as well. Number 7 for Almighty, 3 elimination points. And look who else is caught on the outside. It's going to be GENEXUS.
Feels like Sem9 might have this in the back, but one more team out, or even RSG a hat-trick. Who will it be? Sem9 Putra trying to give all the smokes covered, making sure he confuses the enemy team while they rotate into the circle. But we do have Homebois and Farang right in the center. Now Farang, there's nothing to hide with, there's nothing to barricade with.
Yes, there's nothing else, and obviously with the smoke popped down, RSG knows exactly where they are. Now the next toss onto the side of Farang, but the good news is that the nades will not land. Loyu will be knocked down on the outside. Stampy will be knocked down. Now it's down to the captain, Biu for him to come up with a magical move, but unfortunately he's caught on the outside of the zone, and Biu will be eliminated. 5th place, 4 elimination points for them. GENEXUS goes out.
Yeah, but Farang, I have to give a lot of comment for this team. They, even though they are quite in the open street as well, they still cover themselves so well with the smoke. But the moment the smoke dissipates, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Now RSG and Sem9 having the most manpower to work with 4 for Sem9 right now. But Luke taking on Helton, it gives away his position, and Sem9 start to move towards RSG. Now this might be a bit of a problem for the hat-trick if they don't start to move and fan out.
Oh, let's see where will the circle go. We're still favored towards RSG as they'll be playing without Small Boy. 6 is still alive, the last representation of Homebois. And now the circle will be shown to us, and RSG as well as Sem9 has the circle.
It's just as in the back, but the moment of truth will be determined who will shot down who first, who moves first. 6 is really at the edge of the blue. It will burn him quite alive. He's working. He wants to shoot it so bad, but the moment he shoots, giving away his position, is sole survivor of Homebois. That trigger discipline, how much longer?
I can hear it from Trickstreet says no, but come on, let it at this moment. Come on, RSG, come on. And Homebois will take number 4 in this round with only 1 elimination point. Olio gets one of the Kim, and Nadine Luke finishes him off.
The moment Kim opened up the fire against Homebois just now, giving away the rest of a teammate's position as well. Straight away, Farang taking advantage, and now RSG down to 2 men. Sem9, is this the moment you guys been waiting for? Seems like this might be their circle. No way they can get this one wrong.
Oh, RSG, yes, they have some of the circle, they have a barricade, they have a little bit of elevation, but now it's going to be the challenge for Farang Legends. How are they going to move it? They do not have the circle is starting to close in, and not only that, they are all out in the open without any vehicle.
2v4 v3. Farang open up, but Sem9 Tars start to fire. Farang, Olio giving away too much of its position. Definitely, they don't have enough utility to toss again for their grenades. Now they have to force themselves to push forward. But Frank's in a stark spot. He's really kind of cornered, and the blue closing in.
No.
Oh boy, he will be knocked down there. And Drax the first one, giving out the odds, and it's going to be back to 2v3. Now Sem9, they don't want to lose this, do they?
And look at this, Farang Legends, they already have 11 elimination points, and the nade on the dam, bringing his health down to 50%. And at the same time, Badik Luke will be gunned down, and the zone will be his demise at the same time, and Putra tries to get into the next phase of the circle.
And Mampa, who will he choose over, Farang or RSG? Either one is all equal out. It's going to be a fair game for everybody. It seems like everybody can win it. Oleo taking down on Drex, finish off straight away. And Semnan down to 3. Oleo burning by the blue. He needs to stand up. He needs to heal himself out. He's trying to lift. Where the shots coming out? Putra taking it on. Helton down to Oleo last minute. Maybe not yet. Dap. 2v2v2 and now 2v2 back. Farang eliminated at third place.
Could this be a triple here for RSG? They still stand a chance. As Lil crawls closer and closer towards Semlan. Semlan now will need to reset. They managed to pick one up. But no! Immediately goes back down. And RSG, they have the upper hand. And it's going to be 2v1.
Oh, will this be the hat trick? The first ever in this league. They might make a new record here for RSG. Down to last man of Mappa. Rex trying to fish him out, but he couldn't show himself. But the blue zone will close in. He couldn't hold on much longer. Rex couldn't see where he's at.
Oh, Rex blinded by the smoke at this moment, but Mamparang starts to move it, getting closer and closer towards Rex. But Luke is waiting on the left. Rex knows exactly where Mamparang is at. Rex goes down, and Rex will be shot. Mamparang is still alive. Into his own health. Rex gets Mamparang. RSG, the second team in the PMPL to get 3 chicken dinners in this season.
Oh yeah. Thanks for reminding me. I remember Dingoz now.
Axis red one.
Oh, Axis as well. Yep, there you go. But within, I have to say, within 2 days.
Yeah.
Within 2 days.
Oh my god. That is like what? In 8 games, they got 5 chicken dinners. If you think about it that way.
It's just insane.
Yeah,
we
it's
did
insane.
mention about a hat trick, and they make it happen. RSG, they are not losing the momentum despite. Oh, you can take off your mustache.
Oh yeah.
Despite they had a bit of a break today within the momentum pushing, but they still keep it going. These guys, I mean, like, you saw Kim with the DP28 shoot from afar. I mean, like, that was insane. These guys is just, they don't know when to stop.
Yeah, it was that crazy that my mustache is trying to fly away. But mustache, calm down. I know, calm down, calm down.
Flying as well.
Yeah, I can imagine now Ayman at the gaming house. He's going nuts right now.
Yeah, that was just insane.
Yeah, it's insane. You know what? You know what? Probably brought luck to RSG.
What?
Ayman, who did the podcast yesterday night
with the Malay broadcast.
Yeah, I think that kind of brought him luck. So maybe he needs to do more podcasts or something.
I agree, because you know everybody behind the scene is actually putting so much effort as well, and they have been keeping the momentum up for the entire team. But RSG, that was like, what a game today! It's just incredible.
It is just insane. Oh my god. Where have they been all this while? RSG, you have been a naughty boy. You've been late to the PMPL, right?
I think that might be their secret strategy to actually come out in the last minute. That's what they always do. That's a classic RSG that we actually know for quite some time here. But just to see how insane that play was, we're just going to relive the moment with a highlight, and they're going to be back with our host and analyst Tash.
What a game, what a game, what a game. And I have to say, RSG is definitely a team that runs on momentum as well as heat. And like Alcaster said earlier from the English panel, where has RSG been, honestly? But honestly, speaking about that, I'm really liking to see what RSG is bringing to the table. Now, it's a matter of time to figure out whether they can or not for the other teams figure out how to deal with RSG. They're just the type of team, if they get the circle, if they manage to survive all the way till the end, you bet you they will be going to get the chicken dinner. I was a little bit scared for them because SM9 seems like the team that almost snatched it out of their grasp. Well, one thing I really gotta say for sure about RSG is that they have absolutely great trigger discipline, and they are very, very patient. They don't take unnecessary fights. However, though, you really got to talk about Farang as well, as they have shown one of the best games so far, at least for the last 2 weeks. And I think if this keeps up, they may just be climbing up all the way to the top of the chart. So not fully the top, but definitely better than where they are now. Anyways, I'm Tashmani, your host and analyst for tonight. And it's been a very, very interesting one as well. So now, we're just talking about that. It's a very interesting night for sure. Not just in terms of getting kills, not just in terms of getting getting frags, but also in terms of circles. But let's have a look at the rankings first before we dive into all of that. Just now, RSG, I wouldn't say that this is the most eliminations they've always gotten. 7 is still great to put in your pocket, especially when paired with 15 rank points, giving them 22. And you know who else got 22 points tonight? Or at least for the last game. Sam9, 22 as well with 10 elims as well as 12 points. And you have Farang with 12, a whopping 12 eliminations and 10 rank points, giving them 22 as well. GENEXUS still maintaining that consistency at number 4 with 10, still a ways away in terms of points. Homebois at number 5 with 9. Geek Fam, the one that I predicted to get the chicken dinner, however, came off at round 6, at 6th place with 6 points. Clutch Guerilla as well. Not a bad showing, I have to say, with 5 points alongside AMT and MAB. Not looking so great now with alongside EVOS at 4 points each. R2K with 3. Bosskur and SMG with 2 each. Only 1 point from Team Secret, and Axis and Dingoz go back to the lobby with 0 points. Now, what's really impressive as well is the fact that we are seeing a lot more skirmishes in terms of rotations instead of all-out warfare when it comes to 2 to 3 teams, at least before phase number 4. So now RSG, I really gotta give it to them. They are just a type of team where even though they lost one early, they still managed to clutch it out till the end. And on top of that, I just really admire them for how they play as a team in general. Just great communications all around. But another member that I really want to talk about is Adik Look from Farang. Just now, they managed to snag themselves, well, he managed to snag himself 6 elimination points with about 1,087 damage, with around 38% team contributions and 160 meter elimination points, elimination distance, giving himself 4.0 MVP points. Now, what's great about Adik Look is that from last season all the way till this season, while Farang hasn't been showing the strongest of showings throughout this entire tournament, but I really gotta say, Adik Look, he has been a very consistent player as well. He's the type of player that can really frag out when given the opportunities and setups, which really just gives him so much advantage. And you've seen how far they can go when they manage to actually survive. Now, in terms of throwables, Putra, he threw 20 throwables throughout that match, followed by Depp with 19. Olio wasn't bad as well with 15. And I have to say, when you think about throwables, I think it's going to be quite similar, or at least close enough in terms of players throughout the rankings as well as the rosters. Because that kind of end circle was very interesting. You need the smokes in order to move forward and to navigate through the terrain and play against other players on the other side of the terrain. That's where bombs as well as molotovs work absolutely great as well. It gives you so much advantage when it comes to that. It gives so much space as well as gives that opportunity for you to push, especially if you manage to snag a kill with that, or at least an elimination. Now, in terms of damage, Adik Look leading the pack right now with 1,087. Lu Yu managed to get 803 despite getting knocked out of the game quite early as well. Drax from Sem9 will be finally taking 3rd place with 639. While Adik Look, I have to say, these 3 players are the players that did not get the chicken dinner. However, the damage they put as well as the fighting style is just really showing that how much they were really trying to get as much elimination points as well as points. And on top of that, the damage they put in really helps the team as well, not only to create that space but also snag those elimination points into the pocket. And that is why I was talking about GENEXUS. Even though they were actually knocked out a little bit earlier, they still managed to go to the lobby with at least a sizable amount of points in their pockets. Now, speaking of that, let's have a look at the rankings first, where RSG still maintaining their lead and just taking an inch and going a whole mile with it. Out of 4 matches played, they managed to get 3 chicken dinners, which means 3 out of 4 they have managed to get dinners tonight, and they are very, very full, getting 80 points total. GENEXUS now coming back at number 2 with 53 and SEM9 clawing their way up like the lion or tiger they are. I'm not too sure which it is. Let me know in the comments with 45. Now let's talk about the bottom side. CLC with 7, and then you have ALMGHTY with 10, and also Bosskur with 12. Now this is where we start seeing that difference in terms of the bottom standings. We start seeing a disparity between all the points. Dingoz right now going down so far, only 23 points alongside Team Secret. It's very rare to see these two teams on the second page. THQ as well, 25 right now. Geek Fam 26 alongside R2K, going up a little bit. This also applies for Homebois with 24. Axis right now going down as well, and this is very, very surprising with only 15 points. And this is what I was telling you about, where week number 2, number 3, we'll see a different sort of game style and gameplay as well as aggressiveness. But our top 3 eliminators falls to Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals API with 74 total eliminations, and number 2 and number 3 goes to GENEXUS, Luyu and Bosskur with 69 and 65 each. And this shows that in terms of consistency, getting points and eliminations, GENEXUS is definitely a team to look out for. And we've seen in terms of gunplay, firepower, as well as teamwork, they can definitely give RSG a run for their money. It's just a little bit unfortunate that today RSG is just a little bit more lucky when it comes to the circle, and I have to say their rotations have been on point. But GENEXUS though, they lost one so early as well, so I don't really blame them for not really getting the chicken dinner for this time round. But the MVP race right now, these are our candidates. We have Damrud as well as Api, Aizain, Luyu, as well as Lung. And this is very interesting because all of them have 1.3 points except for Damrud with a 1.4 point for MVP. Just not too far away, I have to say. And on top of that, what's really, really interesting as well is the fact that how all of them are very, very consistent. They're very, except for Api and Aizain, which I say they have been really stepping up. But in terms of consistency, Damrud, Luyu, and Long have been showing more consistency. However, when you think about it, this is a very, very interesting matchup because it shows that in terms of how these players play together, it gives them a more interesting insight on how very similarly they are in terms of how much they contribute to the MVP. So now let's talk about last match. So this is a very interesting one. We are saying today that according to what the English panel, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud was saying, we are having a more of like a deja vu moment. So let's look into that. So game number 5 tonight is a very interesting one because in terms of the flight path, it was from the shooting skewing more toward the left. And you can see here the circle also came out toward the left, but where RSG dropped was very interesting because they couldn't make up their way all the way to Milta as well as Farm. They dropped southern side of Pochinki before they went all the way to their normal drop spot, and then they rotated back. And now when it comes to rotations or how they play, I've actually noticed something very interesting. They don't go straight into the middle of the circle, but rather they go somewhere onto the side a little bit where it gives them wiggle space to kind of catch stragglers coming into the circle, and also it kind of gives them a great idea where the circle might go next. So it gives them this kind of advantage when it comes to rotations so they don't have to go too far. Now the circle actually was a hard shift here. You can see it went from their normal side all the way up north, and this is a very tough circle. Why? Because it's by bridges, it's also by water, and on top of that, to the southern side, you see the high ground beside hospital, that mountain there, the Gatkam mountain. That's where a lot of people are. Why? Because that's prime spot, high ground. Now I can see that there's 1, 2, 3 teams right over there, and meanwhile to the east side, you saw GENEXUS as well as Farang as well. A lot of the rotations are coming in from the southern side, and this is very interesting because even toward this moment of the circle, what makes it so interesting is that there's still so many teams alive. If we are seeing fights, it's usually just pickoffs or actually meeting each other early. It's never full-on fights. It's just literally meeting each other during rotations, accidentally running into each other. And then the circle still went hard shift to the top, and this is where things got complicated. Team Secret, they were the only one on the northern side of the river, and the rest were all on the southern side. Now, because of the high ground there, because of the Gatka Mountain, because of everyone being in the south, it's making it very difficult for a lot of people to come inside. And look at Sem9. They actually had this prime spot of the circle. They were actually the first inside. They also had a compound. So like it or not, Sem9 were already going to be really, really happy with that. But the thing is, we can't count out that having the circle is actually a condition of winning or a condition to a chicken dinner. You also have to talk about firepower, rotations, and how you want to take fights. So now, when you think about it as well, toward this moment here is when we saw more three-way fights, four-way fights, where just now we saw GENEXUS going against Geek Fam, going against Dingoz, going against SMG, and this was a very, very chaotic moment here. And Sem9 at the same time managed to decimate R2K as well and knock them out of the game with 0 eliminations. And we can also see other teams that we don't usually see up here, like Homebois, Farang, who usually get out early, and we also saw survivability from ALMGHTY as well. Now, Geek Fam, they seemed like they had a big chance of winning. It's just unfortunate that the circle was just not on their side. Now, from where they were up north, they were from a body of water and going inside because of how very, very open the area is. It's hard for them to get inside the circle. And on top of that, they also had this situation where they were trying to become the bridge trolls. And it was all snipes just trying to catch out those stragglers in the water until at that moment they just got caught with their pants down. So now toward this last moment here, while it seemed like Sem9 had the most of the circle, they were actually forced into a fight with Farang. And Farang, being very, very aggressive as they are, not only did they put so much damage onto Sem9 and RSG, all they had to do was just third party. They just decimated Farang from the southern side before they finally just caught out Sem9, who are already unable to reset, out of resources, and on top of that, not able to get their teammates back. And that was really the requirement for RSG to get anything done. Basically, they don't take the main fights if they don't have to, wait if they have to, and just kind of come in from the side. Come in from the side, play the third party, get as many eliminations as they need before getting the chicken dinner. Now, when we talk about eliminations, I think it's because it's the last match of the night. They weren't playing as aggressively as they are. However, that's not what they were going for. Their eyes are definitely on the chicken dinner. However, right now, that's the end of tonight's recap. Let's have a look at some of the players right now. One of the teams that managed to snag a chicken dinner tonight, Team KHI. Let's have an interview with them. Hi, KHI. Who am I speaking with?
Hello. Hello. I'm Demigod. KHI Demigod.
Wow. Hi, Demigods. Nice to meet you. This is my first time interviewing with you. So just now, okay, this is a very interesting and more fun question. I saw you guys managed to get a chicken dinner. How did that feel?
We're kind of happy because it's been tough for us in the week 1, and somehow we managed to get in the week 2. And in this first day, when we got the chicken dinner, it's like a momentum for us it's like it builds up our morale in getting another chicken dinner for the next day.
Wow. Okay, so now I have a question to ask you, and actually it's about Team RSG's tonight performance. They managed to get 3 chicken dinners. What do you feel about them? Are you very nervous about going up against them?
Based on the overall standings, we're kind of behind of Team RSG, and we need to catch up on them because we want to get in the countries finals, and the points between our team and RSG is somehow a little bit close on the week 2, and then after they got the 3 chicken dinners today, we kinda I think it's gonna get a little bit difficult again.
Okay, so what is the hardest thing about going into week number 3? What are some of the challenges your team is actually facing?
The challenges, I think, first, in the first week, our challenges is like we didn't make an analyze well. We didn't assess the teams well because I personally have been a busy person that day because personal things, academic things. And then by this week 3, our challenges is like is being able to reach the top 16, and we're trying to make an improvement in every map, like specifically Sunhawk, because you don't have a drop point, and yeah, I think that's our challenges. Yeah.
Okay, speaking of not having a drop point, is that something intentional, or is it more of like you guys kind of coin toss and just say, let's just drop here?
Our drop off in Sunhawk is intentional. We try to. I think that's classified, but I just tried to. I just come up. Wait. I think it's like a trick for us to. We're like tricking the enemies.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. So I
strategy.
guess I see it's your own strategy. You guys like to play very aggressive, and I really like seeing that. So let's go to a more like fun segment or fun questions. I saw the TikTok, or rather the dance video you guys did earlier. That was really, really fun. Was that like immediately after you guys got the chicken dinner?
No, we posted the TikTok before the PMPL, and it's like just to entertain our fans in PH. Like, we tried to do the trends only, and yeah, they got the TikTok and make a content with it, and we found it really entertaining and funny because there's the logo and like they're like clapping.
Okay, speaking of that though, before we end the interview, can I ask you to do the dance just one more time for the fans at home?
I cannot stand here. I'm not kind of tall.
No,
guys.
it's okay. Just use
I
your
cannot stand
hands.
here.
Is that you trying to slap people or something?
No. There's a term in the Philippines. It's not that kind of. It's a slang term known as kaldag, and we call that kaldag.
Kaltag? Kaltag? Okay,
Kaldag.
Thank you so much for teaching me that all the way here in Malaysia, and congratulations on your chicken dinner tonight. Hopefully to see more of KHI, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye, guys.
And that was a very, very fun interview from KHI Demigod. Very, very fun person to see. And if you guys haven't seen their dance video on TikTok, please do. It's also on the PMPL MY page as well. If you want to go, PUBG Mobile Malaysia page as well, where it has been reposted. And if you guys want, you guys should definitely do your own dance as well and tag them. However, let's have a look at tomorrow's matches, yeah? Because tomorrow is day number 2. And we're starting off over at Sunhawk before we head on over to Erangel. And then Miramar, and Erangel. So starting off the day, we'll have ABDE, followed by ABCD. Immediately after that, it will be BCDE. ACDE will be batch number 4. And number 5 is ABCE. Now, in terms of how the circles are going to be, in terms of what's going on, I do hope that we're going to get some more complicated circles. And it's personally just because when you have more complicated circles, you have a lot more teams that don't usually get those circles or chicken dinners getting up on top. That's usually the most complicated situation we'll see. However, though, if we're still seeing those teams on top manage to tackle a very interesting or unusual circle, well, that's a really big thing for them, because it just shows that in terms of firepower rotations, they have the right idea. However, guys, that is all for tonight. Thank you guys so much for spending time with us over at PMPL MYSGPH Spring 2022. I'm Tash, one of your hosts and analysts. We'll see you tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. Follow us on our socials, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!